Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Mobius.bet Maestros. We are now live for our second day of group stage coverage. Going to be 4 more best of 2s on the day. A long day here. Joining me is going to be Avo Plus and myself here, Seek and Strike Dota, bringing you guys the action for day 2. Avo, how's it going in Barcelona? Is it still hot?
Yeah, my back's on fire right now, actually.
It's probably because you're wearing a red shirt. That's why it's on fire, right?
Yeah, everyone knows that red shirts attract more heat. People think it's black shirts, but that's a common misconception. Because red is the power of fire.
Yes.
Color of fire.
Yes, red is the power of fire. And TB and Dusa are the power of these 2 drafts we have going on right now. Why don't we get right into them? I mean, what do you think? You think this TB is going to be a support, or do you think he's going to be very powerful? You tell me that.
But I wouldn't say power. This is not like a transition. Like, it's okay. You know, you take the L. You take the L. You move forward.
Well, we'll be taking it somewhere. We'll take it right to our draft. How about that? We'll take it to our draft here as we get underway for draft number 1 of 8 on the day, guys. Best of 2 group stage. So we're going to be playing 8 games of Dota today, and we're starting it off with SG Esports versus not Unknown. We actually know who this is. It's Unknown.
I love that they still haven't made the change from unknown to unknown. They're like, we're sticking with this. No flags, no anything, just unknown. Unknown. I mean, they played some solid games yesterday. I feel like SG did not as much. They were up against the strongest team, though. No ping, besides them, I would say. But I do give unknown a fighting chance. I think SG is already starting really strong. I don't love the DK into Abaddon. Obviously, that's why unknown picked it. But the Terrorblade versus Dusa matchup, always great.
Are we calling them Unknown, or how's this work?
I guess during the draft we are, so people don't get confused.
Okay, you know what? That's fair. That's fair. And you know who one of my favorite players is here for SG Esports? It's 4DR. Just so people don't get confused.
Look, it's fine if we call him that. I just want to clarify. It's pronounced ADR.
Yeah.
But I think it's often that we do this, you know? Like, if you're going to call yourself an odd name, and SC does this all the time, you know? When I cast, I'm so used to calling KXY Faker that I just do it automatically. Like, I'm not even making a filter. But if I could make the conscious effort to call him KXY so people would understand me, because oftentimes people go, "Who's Faker? Are you casting League? Why is he casting League?" That's always the same comment, and some Twitch chatter thinks he's really clever. I think it's understandable to do this.
To cast League?
No, the comment.
Okay.
It's understandable to change the name.
No, I get where you're coming from on that. Sorry, that was me imitating the dumb Twitch chatter. So, you know, I'm glad I could also equally get on your nerves, and we still got it.
Got it. Start game.
Game's here. I mean, we're in the draft. It's the Abadusa.
But I want start game. I want real game.
Caster start game.
Caster start.
Caster start.
I still like the draft run. No, I just think the Terrorblade's going to be a problem for the Dusa at most points in the game. I feel like the lane for Dusa versus DK, though, it's fine. And with Abaddon on top of that, I think Abaddon's the single hardest counter to DK in the game right now. So, assuming it's DK off lane.
Interesting. Abba's the hardest counter to DK in the game right now.
Yeah, people think that you pick up like Ancient Apparition and you're like, oh, he doesn't have healing. Who cares? The big thing about DK is not his healing, it's his armor. You pick up like burst match with, oh, we can beat DK. It just buys BKB. Shut up. Well, but Abaddon annoys you in lane enough for you not to be impactful, and then stops your only real tool of initiation, which is Dragon Tail with a simple aquatic shield. So, it's great.
I don't think I disagree with that. I was trying to find a reason for the banter, but you got some solid points there. I think someone like a Wyvern might be a little bit more annoying in the lane, and Cold Embrace is still a problem, because then you can't do physical damage, and with a TB, that's an issue. But of course, that's not really dependent on the DK. That's more dependent on the core match, what your safe lane carry, what your damage is coming from. So that's not necessarily such a big deal. No, they're going to pick up the Pangolier.
Sorry. I'm laughing at you. I just think the name is hilarious.
It is very funny. Don't worry. I understand.
Very funny that
I understand.
The Pango, I think, is a really solid pickup against the TB, honestly. I actually love this matchup. I think it's one of the best lane matchups for Pango, because TB just can't do anything, and it's surprising because TB actually almost always deals well with his lanes. The only thing is that TB is one of the best heroes at recovering jungle, so it's not like you're canceling him. It's not like Pango's a counter, I would even say, to TB, but he's always very solid. And the fact that you can get a good lane off it and capitalize that by going elsewhere, I like it very much. I mean, I think the lineup in general, I know, is good. They're dealing with the TB, not with the Dusa, with the rest of their picks. And they're hoping the rest of SG just falls asleep, which is why they pick up a DP who can be a secondary carry, worst case scenario.
Yeah, so we can flex the DP DK mid off lane. Pretty common kind of 3-2 flex that we're seeing quite a bit. Usually it gets banned out a lot in the last phase, pardon me, these two heroes, especially if the DK is still available in the draft at that stage. This is pretty tough for Unknown, because Dusa is going to give you some good damage into the late game, but in these mid-game fights, when she only has, what, like not a Daedalus yet, basically? Like, even with Scotty, your damage is good, but you're not going to be able to really chunk through the DK DP as quickly as I think your team might need you to. I think we have damage issues for Unknown in the mid-game. Late-game Dusa with Daedalus is fine, but I think that's specifically where I'm a little bit scared for Unknown right now.
Yeah, I mean, Pango offers a bit of damage, not enough to burst down like TP. You do need a bit of more damage.
Yeah.
I think Lion is, when he's available, sure. I think Batrider was a good solution to them. I'm thinking of other mid laners that could have fulfilled this role. Puck was good too, but unfortunately you won't get Puck because he's been banned. Storm is good if it wasn't because you're up against a DP.
Lash comes to mind.
Yeah, Lush is decent.
Yeah.
Lush is actually still pretty good, yeah. I would maybe ban the Lush if I was SG.
I would too. DP is sometimes problematic because of the silence and, you know, into maybe you're dead all of a sudden, but it strikes me as a good one. Helps you deal with these illusions, so Pango doesn't necessarily have to go for a Maelstrom. Because I think Lion, he's good versus the illusions, but, like, you know, you'd still like to have more damage coming around to taking advantage of all the potential procs, right, on the Maelstrom. That's what Pango comes really, really in handy. I think if we pick something as well that will melt illusions, like the Lush, I think I like that quite a bit.
Yeah, I have between Lush, Lina. I think those are the two picks I would think about if I was Unknown.
Lina's pretty good. Yeah.
Lina's really good here because she also has a good matchup against DP, or should have if you know how to play that matchup. Good against DP, burst magical damage against DK and Mirana. It's good. And doesn't bring as much push, but I don't think Unknown needs it because at that point you're trying to fight the late game anyway.
Oh, I think the push is just fine, to be honest. I disagree with that because you have Abba versus a DK, probably, who's going to take a point in Curse in the lane. So then you're going to have that to amp your push by a lot, to be honest. Even 1 point in Curse is super, super valuable. And then with Alina, with Fiery Soul, oof,
That's why you're not missing the you don't need the extra push that say a Lush would provide to the lane. You already have okay.
Oh
push,
yeah,
and it's not like you need to rush because that push is okay, but it's not going to be like a Lush push or DK push. Or
yeah, very few things are. Yeah, very few things are.
In fact, in that note, a deep pushing hero like Lesh or Lina also fulfill that role nicely. That's why those heroes are pretty good because you want something that can stop TB and DK. And both these heroes are good at clearing towers, but they're bad at clearing lanes. So you can take a point. They're okay at clearing lanes.
Yeah. Yeah, and I get where you're coming from, though. I get where you're coming from. Because right now, like, Dusa, even with the Dragonlance build, is going to be within Blink Dagger range of, like, a DK, you know, to potentially jump her. Zeus is the ban. Interesting. Zeus didn't come to mind, because he's not really such a great hero these days, but it is not a bad Zeus draft. I wonder if SG, then, they just pick something like a Clockwork position 5 versus a Pango. I'm trying to think about the lane. Because
it's okay. I mean, the lane's is not great.
Because that would stop at least something like a Lina from coming through, and it would make a Lesh pick potentially scarier, right? Because oh no, you can build Blade Mail even though he's 5, but I don't know. That's something I might not mind here from SG. A clock gives him good vision, synergizes nicely with Moonlight Shadow because you can rocket flare across the map, smoke Moonlight Shadow, and basically take a really really easy fight usually.
Yeah, I think Clock plus 5 is okay, but I feel like you're concentrating too much now on the mid laner, just to counter it. You might also just bring up something that deals or goes well with TB. That's why I really like the Oracle.
What?
Well, it was not what I was expecting.
That's not what I was expecting either. Can you shed some light on this pick for me? I don't think it's bad, mind you, but it's actually not that bad this game.
I was actually thinking that you need some save that could prevent TV from dying to burst magical if they pick up Lina or whatever. And Pudge does bring that. It's just not a hero I think about. I know King Jungles is also I know ADR loves Pudge. Like, he loves it. He used to play it carry when he used to play carry for a bit. I know that King Jungles can also play it.
No. How will they respond to the Pudge? With the Lina. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that was the better pick over the Lesh, honestly. Because Lesh has illusion clear, but Lina has burst damage, and that's the best way to deal with the Pudge. The shard is what I'm referring to, by the way. The shard that can swallow someone.
Yeah, the shard, it used to be the old Ags, I want to say. But then when they added shard, they switched it on over. It's going to allow you to use Dismember on an ally. It's I want to say it's the same cast range as Dismember, which, you know, could be nice. And then you heal them a ton, and they're just inside your belly, and you can burp them out then. It's a good save, actually. It's a lot like Gobble Up for its save potential. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I don't mind it. Actually, I don't really mind this Pudge pick. I'm not surprised they pick Lina, because I think it's a good hero for the draft, but it's not a hero that is going to enjoy being hooked very frequently. Dusa as well is a hero that likes to stand still in these fights, which is why sometimes Clockwork's not that good against her, because it's like, oh no, I'm hookshotted. I'm going to control A, click the ground, and still kill everyone. So Pudge being able to put you out of position, though, that is potentially really strong, though, against the Dusa, right? That's what we want. So who knows? Maybe it's actually really good here for SG Esports. I like the idea of it this game.
Yeah, actually, if the Pudge works, I actually do like the strategy in general. I also like that they went for Dragon Knight mid to deal with Alina as opposed to DP as a bad lane. And DP actually should have a okay lane against the Medusa for the most part. I like this adaptation that they did for SG. I feel like DK can also be a secondary carry that can make up for Terrablade's grievances. And now DK has more utility beyond, oh, look, I have Dragon Tail, poof. So the Abaddon is no longer as hard a counter. And Abaddon does nothing against DP as well in lane. I like this a lot. I think SG actually rotated into a good lineup. I am afraid of saying they have a better draft because I'm not very trustworthy in this Pudge, but if there's one team that knows how to play Pudge, it's the team that has like 3 Pudge pickers.
3 Pudge pickers. No, I get where you're coming from.
Look, they're a separate kind of category of person altogether.
Yeah,
let's be honest.
I agree.
Once you pick Pudge, it's not the same after all.
When we met Jenkins in LA, and then I learned he was a Pudge player, I went, oh, that makes sense.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. So in case you guys don't know, like Pudge pickers like Jenkins, the first thing he did when he met us was like he would spit in his hand, and then just like he asked us to really grab it hard. I was like, do you want me to shake your hand? So no, I just grab my hand. I want to share spit with you. So okay, I guess. And once he did that, he was like, hook! And then he laughed to himself.
Yeah.
And he ran away.
That's interesting.
Yeah. And he kept farting as he ran away. I'm assuming that's his rot.
That was his rot? That could have been. That could have been.
Yeah.
Well, you know what was surprising to me was that he dismembered me when I paid for dinner, and he never paid me back. He dismembered me. It was very.
He did eat a lot of meat that day. So
he got like 3 flesh sheep stacks, and I paid for them, and I was like, okay, guys, you know, here's the Venmo. And nope. Thanks, Jenkins.
That's true.
Called out.
He will not let this go. I have like technically my people in Spain are supposed to be like the rats.
It's been years.
We really like people to pay us back and everything. But this guy, he mentions it every morning, Jenkins. If you ever listen to this guy, it's very depressing. He's borderline obsessed with you.
I imagine Jenkins.
If you're a Pudge picker, right? This guy is whatever stalks the Pudge.
Yeah, I imagine Pudge. You know, whenever he gets picked, Jenkins has like a klaxhorn that goes off, you know, to wake him up, and he immediately is watching the game because it's just free content for him, you know.
I must have just watched Brazilian games then, because honestly, I will still remember the day when Pudge was actually kind of viable for a while, and there we go.
I got him.
This is the first blood. Let's see if they can get it. Yeah, Valky with the arrow, he's dead. They give it to ADR as well. So I still remember back when Pudge was actually a viable pick. Remember when Flesh Sheep gave you
magic
healing?
Resist. Yeah.
No.
Healing. It was that's right. It was HP regen. Yeah, it was HP regen.
Yeah, when it gave HP regen, it was SG. I don't know if it was SG actually. I remember it was ADR. I think it was SG. I want to say he was playing in that time, and he just used to pick him as carry. And I kid you not, like as carry. And he used to carry all games of that Pudge. It was incredible how good he was in the hero as well. It was absurd. And he used to just get. I think he would get Blink first and into AC Heart, and he just smacked the hell out of you with all that extra strength. It was incredible.
I think.
He's got bulky, by the way. Yeah, Hookie's dead to a hook here. Well, look at that body block! Moonlight's like, sure, I'll die for you.
Oh, but a stun. He's going to get away.
Yeah.
What I was going to say was, I actually think the only thing that's really stopping Pudge from being too meta, and from keeping him in the dumpster, basically, for professional Dota, of course, he's the most picked hero, I think, in Dota. I think there's like 1,000 years of Pudge played, which is just depressing. Wow.
No, depressing.
Hook is going to miss there. The only thing I think he needs is he just needs more armor. I feel like maybe if you give him like a really dumb thing, like whenever Rod is active, he gets like +2, 3, 4, 5 armor, you know, per level. I don't mind.
He doesn't have bad armor, honestly. 2 armor with the amount of...
Dude,
like, they did it in both of them.
2 armor is not good for what Pudge does. You hook a core, and then they just kill you.
Yeah, sure, but then you're making more line OP. I honestly think the only reason why Pudge is not picked, and I hate this hero, right? When you tell me the thing about there's 100 years of Pudge played overall in Dota, it's like someone tell me there's enough trash in the ocean to fill 15 landfills, you know, or fill the strength of Malaysia. It's pretty much the same category of news.
Hook?
Okay, he's killing Moonlight here.
Yeah,
Pudge is good. The thing is, to play Pudge 5 or Pudge 4, it takes a lot of practice. And not everyone's going to let you do that in higher MR. I really just think it boils down to that.
Nah, I think Pudge has
I'm telling you, like,
issues.
it's not an easy hero to play. And for you to have to practice it in this new meta, because Shard is kind of viable, it's like, why would I ever do that?
Yeah, but you know who else is not an easy hero to play? It's the most complex hero in the game, Brewmaster, but people still practice him.
Yeah, because they won't flame you if you pick him in ranked.
He's okay. He's got 6 stick charges.
He's dancing, trying to bait this into going further. That's why I don't think the heroes, like, it's not that bad, but it's one of those unorthodox heroes. Why try, right? I'm sure Husky had a hard time when he was first trying out the Brewmaster 5.
I don't know. I don't know how you could say that about Pudge, though, because he's literally the most picked hero in Dota 2 for, like, 10 years.
Yeah, but not
What do you mean?
What
do you mean, why try? I mean, I guess, but still. I don't know.
Yeah, but it's not
I feel like Dota doesn't change that much there. It's,
he's actually the hero with the worst reputation in competitive Dota, even worse than Techies.
Of course. Of course. I get that. I get there's the stigma, but I just think the hero's also really bad, to be honest. I think that I mean, he's not really bad. He's not really bad. I just think he needs a little bit of armor. That's it.
You're gonna make him OP, dude. I'm really gonna make him
No,
OP.
that's not OP. That's not OP. He's still super weak. I mean, you hook Dismember and that's it.
Look at it. That's enough, though. Moonlight? He might die to the rod. Where's his armor needed? Here. He just needs to hook him. Look. Get good. King Jungles. Oh. Actually left it to his carry. He's too good. He's saving the hook now. There we go. Valky will die. Oh, the Fairy Fire! Costabile wants the last hit. But he's not going to get it. Fairy Fire surprised him.
Needs armor. That's all I'm saying. Needs armor. And then he'll be quite... Or he doesn't need armor. All he needs is to have a Blade Mail patch. And then we'll see a lot of Pudge, to be honest. We just need a Blade Mail patch.
Don't buff this hero, please. I already see enough Pudge.
Oh, it'll be everywhere. I think the hero's super fun to watch. I think he changes the dynamic of the game a little bit, especially in the laning stage. Really spices it up. Like, anytime he's missing off the map, you could just see how Moonlight has to play. He's like, I don't know where the Pudge is. Now I see him. Now I don't. You know, it's some... what's that magic movie? Now You See Me. Right? Like that.
That's a bank heist movie.
Oh, is it? I mean, they do magic in there. It's like Pudge.
Yeah, to do a bank heist.
Oh, look, what a hook.
Moonlight. Pudge. King Jungle does have the rod still. So he could turn this around, or maybe just die instead.
Yeah, see?
He's just gonna die instead. There's the rod.
He has no armor.
Turn anything around, and he just died.
He has no armor. That's what I mean. You hook him.
Don't tell me that's the armor. He was dead.
What are you talking about? Pudge is 820
armor,
HP.
and he dies regardless, my friend.
Nah, he's
He
able
didn't even
to
get a lucky shot on the Pango, and he still got the kill.
That's what I'm saying. Imagine if we had a lucky shot. He'd die even sooner. You're making my points for me, Alvaro.
Also, Now You See Me is a movie about how Magic pays so little that you're better off robbing banks with it. So I don't think it's a movie that's pro Magic.
Oh, okay. Well, I didn't think it was pro Magic necessarily. They call themselves the Horsemen anyway, don't they? That's not really like, you know. It's...
Wanted the first magic trick? Poof! The Earth is dead.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, I don't know. That's like saying, oh, you know, the science fair, you know, funded by the Flat Earth Society is, oh, okay, I see where this one's going. Moonlight.
I see no bias there.
No bias,
Valky is fighting against Costabile, but I don't think Valky realizes the punch of the hook coming by. Valky, you're screwed. Hook. There we go. See the swashbuckle? Oh. That's enough for the hook. King Jungles is too good at this game.
They are really struggling in this lane. He like, you can't get away from this Pudge. His Pangolier swashbuckle just doesn't have the range, quite frankly, is what I think it is. This is honestly one of the first times I've seriously analyzed this lane. Normally, whenever I have a Pudge in my games, I go, oh my god, we lost, go next. But he's really making it look good.
Yeah, me too. That's why I banned the hero.
Lion as well, he really struggles because even with an Earth Spike, you've just got such pitiful move speed that even now with Tranquils, I don't think you outrun this hook either. So
no,
it's not bad actually for this lane. I really like it because that's always where Lion has struggled, right? Like against Shamans and whatever, like anything that forces you to play in melee range, Lion hates. And Pudge basically with hook, especially if you're good on the Pudge, extends that melee range essentially. So it's terrible, and he's gonna find Lina.
No way you kill him. He's just walking towards him with some lucky invis room. They found an Etis instead. Phonic Shield's not gonna work for too long. King Jungles, yeah. Oh, he even tried to steal you. Thieving bastard. He got it anyway, but he was trying to steal it for sure with a meat hook.
Oh, that's some good stuff right there. Yeah, Lion's gonna come mid. And he shows because there's no meat hook, but we already have boots now for the Pudge. That's going to be pretty nice. Throws the ward up. Meat hook at the ready. Maybe it's actually ADR in some trouble. Stun's going to connect. Now the TP is coming. Great arrow, though, but it's not going to stop the Laguna Blade from coming out, but it will stop the further damage here because, of course, Moonlight is doing quite literally nothing. Hook is going to find the Lion now as the Dragon Slave is juked by ADR. He's considering turning here. Has the Soul Ring, but Blessed Kid just has too much HP. Phonic Shield, and there goes King Jungles. 3 times killing streak ended, though. My goodness, he is making a lot of work happen. He's got 100% kill participation right now on this Pudge. Dabo up top, though, is going to take a bit of a dive. He will fall. That was basically a solo kill there, actually, with both supports here from top lane rotating on over. That arrow going out. It's just farming some creeps.
Bottom lane, though. They might catch Constabile. They do hit him with a lucky shot. Yeah. Jungle's coming in. Hook. Not going to find anyone.
Yeah, they have lucky shot now and this Orb of Corrosion online, so this is a lot of minus armor to be dealing with. Really, kind of even for a TB, it's sometimes can be problematic, especially for this Pudge. I think now this lane is a bit harder, so it's good that he got those hook kills in early and really made a lot of space for TB, because TB 49 and 12 in the lane right now is absolutely cruising.
Orb Corrosion just kind of broke it on the bangle, honestly. I think it's the best hero to use that item. Really. It's absurd how good it is on him. Because it synergizes well with Lucky Shot, works well with Swashbuckle, allows you to trade evenly in lane. It's just so good. So even as you said, TB struggles against this, and TB is the hero with the highest base armor, so there's a reason for it. Bango's very happy with the Lion mitigating the lack of magical damage you have in the lane. You pretty much have everything covered. TB could be in trouble. Never mind, he's just baiting for King Jungles. You can pierce that illusion with the hook.
Yep, it's not
real. He has
real.
been slowed thanks to the Hex, but they want to give it to Constabile. And I think he's going to get it. He's faster than Lion by 30 movement speed. There we go. Did King Jungles get a stack? I don't think he did.
I think he did. I think Flesh Heap is pretty not generous.
150 range. It's not that great.
I think he got it. Top lane, they're going to get this tower. They actually rotate the DK on up, so they've given the boot here very clearly to the Dusa. She's happy to go into the jungle, where Aretes does have a couple of stacks of the Ancients brewing. Nothing too crazy. That's because you don't want DP or even worse, the TB to come steal them from you, as the arrow will find Aretes. Oh, okay. Theolicord's up on the high ground now. I don't know if he's going to leap down and find the Lina, find the Loon, find the room, pardon me, and dodge the LSA all in the same moves. But now he's completely out of leaps, so he's just going to be ran down. Yeah, go at a quick Laguna Blade there, and that is going to be a bad kitty.
Okay, not that important a kill though, considering that SG is dominating this early game so much. We have been concentrating a lot on Pudge, but we haven't really said that ADR destroyed his lane, which is pretty impressive. Well, no, I mean, you're up against Alina. You should win this lane anyway, but you've been destroying it, really. TB is having a really easy time for obvious reasons, and Dabo is actually not that far off, considering he was up against an unfavorable matchup against Dusa. And he's also managed to take a tower early with the first Exo. So right now we're seeing a No really struggle to find space in the map to do things, and also kind of scared of Pudge's existence all throughout.
No. Yeah. No. I just looked it up here. I can't quite find it here.
Look it up?
Pudge almost has, by the way, 850 million games played, which is...
Oh my goodness, dude. Yeah. That is so sad.
The second most hero, and this is even, like, this is hard to even imagine the scale of these things, you know, when numbers get this big. The second most hero is PA with 600 million. That's a difference of almost 250, which is ridiculous.
Both are awful stats. I hate humanity. If you haven't lost faith in humanity, PA, really?
Yeah. PA.
I mean, oh, wow.
Pudge's
what's the third? Now I'm curious. What's the
Sniper.
third?
Sniper.
Oh, Lord! My mouth.
577.
I can feel the vomit coming up.
And you know what here, Alvaro? This is you
Double?
padding these stats a little bit. Invoker, fourth most with a minus win rate. There you go. Lion Finger is going to clean up Davo. The stun there is going to be onto the Lina. That's the Blink Dagger here for ADR, but reinforcements are moving on in from Unknown. And I think this DK is going to be in some trouble here, even with all that minus armor. The Hex comes before the arrow is connected. That's going to allow another Rolling Thunder into the LSA. And finally, we've got the damage out from the Lina for the kill. Theolicor in a bit of a bad spot. He did leap in here trying to secure the kill. He's going to be hooked away, though. But that's going to allow Valky to chase even further now with the Aphotic Shield. The Starstorm's not going to do enough damage, and they may even look for King Jungles.
King Jungles? They didn't use the Moonlight Shadow, by the way, when they were trading, which I think could have been an option. We have, oh, we did have Dust Online, that's why, okay. But in the end, they lost a lot, actually. I know just got back into this game. They still don't have the map control they'd like, especially because the mid-tier 1 is still up for Radiant. But that was a huge pressure release, essentially. And though TB's still getting farm, and Costabile is super scary when he's playing the TB, I don't think you're as pressured as you were before, and Dusa can now start to... Sorry, not Dusa. Lina and Pango can start to be a bit more aggressive and go get kills, which is what they should be doing to begin with. ADR, do fine. No, I like this build with Midas, by the way. Oh, they're gonna track and tail the line. Easy setup for the hook. There's the rod as well. Rolling Thunder used though, but King Jungle should be fine.
What an arrow! What are all these skill shots today?
This is very impressive. King Jungle has a hook in a second, by the way, so all we need is the Blink Dagger into the stun. Our Moonlight might just
Another two-man stun.
Tabo has joined in. There we go. That's a stun for the Abaddon, immediately using that borrowed time so he can't get hooked. He knew.
That was kind of incredible. That was 2 double Earth Spikes out from Moonlight. He still dies, which is probably making it, doesn't make it any better for him. But he's hit like 3 or 4 double Earth Spikes already this game, out of like maybe the 8 Earth Spikes I've seen him cast. That's incredible efficiency right there. He can still afford to miss like 5, completely just whiff him in the fountain, and he'd probably still have 100% accuracy at this rate. It's really good stuff.
Yep, I agree. And we see Moonlight getting hooked yet again?
No. I don't think so. Not yet. It's the push coming first, right?
We just scout with the arrow first.
Could be. Theolicor is going to at least scout at this coming on in. There is a little bit of maybe a wraparound, but all 5 heroes for SG are in a good position here, so they could look to turn and fight. So instead, Unknown, not willing to fight into the unknown, are going to go ahead and just let that one go.
This team is too much.
It's such a silly, I really do enjoy
it. The fact that they don't fix it, every day that it goes without fixing, I think it becomes exponential. It's like, if there were comedy stocks on this name.
Yeah.
It's just growing. It's like a fine wine, really.
When do you think it's going to crash, though? When do you think it's going to crash? Do you think, maybe for the grand finals, if we're like, and unknown, they win the Mobius, is that when it gets a little bit too...
Yeah, that crashes. But then if they go participate in DPC and they forget to change it, every single game it's unknown, then it rises again.
Yeah, then that's that's an NFT clip and we sell it for $50,000.
What is Theolicor doing? What? He left Valky up there. Valky is the swashbuckle. He might just die for this. Oh my goodness. Theolicor. What are you doing, buddy? Theolicor technically in Portuguese means like your boozy uncle, right?
I thought so. Yeah, I thought so.
I think that's the perfect play you'd expect from your boozy uncle, honestly.
Just playing Dota. It's your mate who he's been having some brews on a Friday, Saturday night. And he goes, "Let's play some Dota." I go, "I don't know, dude." The hook missed. What is King Jungle's ability?
There's a Dragon Tail though. They caught the Lina, but they had the Aphotic Shield. There's the power of Aphotic Shield. ADR cannot be as aggressive. He was considering the Midas because of this, but he's actually going for the BKB instead. I like the Midas choice to become a bit more of a carry DK, but I think you're starting to see that your timing is a bit too off. You just need to be useful immediately. And the BKB on DK is just too important this game, or in general.
Yeah, that was an issue I brought up for SG earlier, right? Was No, actually, I believe the issue I brought up was for Lina. Now it at least seems like SG are having some slight damage issues if King Jungle misses hooks. Because if he hits hooks and he drags anyone really into the center of his team, they have enough AoE damage that way. Dismember or not. We haven't even seen a Dismember yet. But that's a big if. Because with the Aphotic Shield, Aphotic Shield is not going to save you from hook. And that's actually maybe the reason why they picked the Pudge, actually.
Don't find reason in Pudge pickers.
I mean, I really kind of like the idea. I like I told you yesterday, I like seeing Theolicor. Okay, he did kill the courier at least before it delivered the items. Actually, no, he didn't. The Blink Dagger's online for Pangolier. Just got delivered.
feel like the Pudge is there for the save, to be honest. Not really for the event. Like, he's not there for the offensive potential. I do think it's the save that he's bringing to the table.
Really?
Yeah, because I feel like the shard is just so good. Like, honestly, the shard is ridiculous. And the cooldown reduction is also great for the shard. So it makes it so that you can save the TB, and they were definitely looking for save towards the end. The Oracle was the ideal save, because they lost the Oracle. They were like, what other saves are there? You could have gone for Winter Wyvern, but it's bad against Lina Lion, so what's the point? Instead, you thought, we can play Pudge. And I really don't think it's that, like, it's niche, but it's not bad or anything crazy.
No, I don't think it's that crazy. I think it's really good. They are chasing Costabile here. I don't know if they kill him. There's a Dismember in the river, but they're just going to turn Finger and Laguna Blade King Jungles. They're really projecting their hatred of Pudge onto King Jungles this match, for sure. No, but I think you're right about the save. I don't disagree with that, and maybe Oracle was the better pick, but something that Pudge brings to the table that the Oracle doesn't is that you can hook a Lina, you can hook a Medusa out of position, and with this lineup, I think that's actually really, really big for them here. Much like how Batrider was also going to be a good pick, right? Because you just take them out of position, and that's how you kill Dusa. That's how you kill Lina. You can't let them just, you know, provide artillery fire behind the Pangolier Rolling Thunder, behind the Abaddon, right? So having a Pudge or a Magnus, right, is normally who we see this more with the Horn Toss and the Shard. Be able to put them out of position, I think. Pudge gives you a lot of the same, while also bringing you a save. I think it's it's really good. I really like the pick. Oh, they don't like him, though. They're going to deward him. Oh, blind hook here, maybe? We going to throw one?
Blind hook. Oh, he put the sentry up because he still wants to deward. He got a deward, thanks to the Mirana. King. I mean, he's walking menacingly around Roche, and they're like, well, I think they're doing Roche, dude.
Yeah. They even actually help it out a little bit there.
Watch him blind hook the Abaddon here. He sees the Pango. Pango rolls in. They already got DHs.
Good effort, though.
Jungles. There's just a Moonlight Shadow. Valkyrie.
What a Rolling Thunder.
Die here. Yeah, I mean, it's in the pinball zone. Valkyrie's still in trouble. No, he gets away just barely in time. Double. Wanting to heal back up. Moonlight's the first to die. ADR joins him, though. Sunder to make sure the Arceus can't continue as far. But Costabile has been turned to stone. And that's enough time for the rest of Unknown to converge over him. Theolicode is also dead to the Pango, and Costabile with Metamorphosis, he can't really fight this. He has to retreat, immediate TP, but cancel an Ice Strike Array. And this Roche ended up being a massive trap for them. I thought they were going to do something against the roll, but they just kind of stood there and took it, and they weren't expecting the follow-up afterwards.
I think that was a really, really good roll, because correct me if I'm wrong, but you, much like Spear of Mars, I think you can't actually spear. Oh, I can't draw on the map. It's only like where the lava waterfall is, and then the two cliffs kind of that make the entrance that you can bounce off of, right? Isn't that right? I don't think everything you can bounce off. I don't know. I don't think so, because I don't think you roll through.
You can bounce off everything. Inside, yeah, you can bounce off.
What am I thinking of? Is it Spear of Mars then that works like this?
Spear.
Okay.
Spear won't pin you to every single part. Spear will actually get you out of the Roche pit in specific areas.
Got you. It's just the waterfall, the lava fall for that one. Okay, I was mistaken. So, all right, really good Rolling Thunder still nonetheless, I want to say, from both.
Yeah, Rolling Thunder is super easy to use in the pit. It's not a complicated thing, but well, I mean, you can still do something against it, right? You had a Pudge ready. I was expecting Pudge to at least hook one out of the pit or something like that. You know, they didn't really do much because they just thought, oh, it'll fall out eventually. In this Rolling Thunder as well, the extra 2 seconds that Rolling Thunder got in the last patch, well, that was ages ago. Starting to matter, starting to show a lot. I really thought the Pango was dead right afterwards, but he calculated the Rolling Thunder perfectly with the arrival of his teammates, and it made it really difficult for them to deal with that.
Yeah, that was a really good job. Fighting over the wards, they created plenty of space. Pudge actually, he hooked some illusion. It was a Medusa Manta style illusion. That's what he hooked, because obviously you can't hook the mirror. What is it? It's the conjure image illusions. I mean, they're not really illusions. They're just kind of like sprites. Really, is the best way to describe them.
You mean? Yeah, you can't.
Reflection. Yeah, they go right through.
Yeah.
We'll see here. Double tier 2 neutral items as well with one Dragon Slave is pretty nice. That's BKB as well here for the mid lane Lina. Aretes going for just basically the buffing build, right? Needs to stand behind the Dusa, stand behind the Lina, the two of them really, and give the Aphotic Shield and eventually a Solar Crest. He's already got that medallion online, which gives him plenty of armor. Davos almost got this BKB finished up though for himself. That would have been really nice to have on the Roche pit. And yeah, I think everyone, really, all the cores for SG Esports are going into that BKB, with the exception of Costabile, who decides we need Eye of Scotty, and I agree with him. Against 2 ranged cores, that does strike me as quite a strong item.
I would agree with that. I mean, I feel both teams need the Scotty timing, to be honest. I think Dusa should also go for the Scotty at some point. I like the butterfly choice first, though, because Terrorblade a terrible MKB picker, right? So it's a good idea. But I still think at some point the Scotty is a good idea, because it also deals with DP's healing. DP, by the way, who, no matter how much healing she has, could still be in trouble. There's the hook, does not find Valky whatsoever, and he's going to be able to get away.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
8-second charge on the BKB. We are going for the MKB immediately after for Lina, so some attack modifiers, just preempting any cheeky little butterflies that might come through from the TB. I like the sound of that. I like that idea quite a lot. While Arduous goes for the butterfly himself. Good communication, because I think, have I seen Lina Scotty before? Probably yes, but not with a Medusa carry. So it's good that they are at least communicating with one another and making sure that they're not doubling up on items, that they're still going to be doing different things in the fights.
Yeah, sure. MKB immediately on the Lina for Unknown. This is not looking as good as I was expecting for SG. A couple of mistakes in the mid game really screwed them over here. Like, I think those two big fights put Unknown in the lead. Even if your core-to-core matchup between Dusa and TB is not that great, since Lina makes up for this, I think once she gets MKB, it changes completely. Yep. And even Butterfly is a small power spike for Unknown. Because now you have to, get MKB on TB? That sucks. Are you going to get MKB on Dragon Knight of all people as well? You don't really have a secondary core with Dragon Knight. Yeah, at least not as useful as Lina.
It's Exo, right? It's Exo that's going to have to do a lot of damage right now to the Dusa, which is not easy for you to accomplish unless she is hooked. And speaking of hooks, we've got even more save potential. King Jungles now has got that Aghanim Shard online. Allows you to eat your friends. Oh, they killed the Scourier. Okay, just a little cheeky roll up from Valky. Stabila did at least get his item delivered. I think it was the ultimate orb, so not going to be paying the price there. I think he was just getting his courier out of the secret shop because he was looking to buy the Scotty ASAP. Valky with Blink. Looks like Yule's is on the way for him already, right? Yeah, Yule Scepter and Blink Dagger right now for Valky, so he's got plenty of lockdown in these team fights along with the Rolling Thunder. Shard is usually the next item here for him, or for the Pangos with this build anyway, is what I should say. We don't really... I mean, it's hook, right? It's hook and dismember to get you out of a pinball zone, really, is the save.
That's true. Oh, can you find it? There we go. That's a really good kill if they can find it with the arrow on top of that. Take the haste rune? Maybe not. Just leave the haste rune there. There we go. It's going to be a Baron who actually ends up taking it. All a bait so they can dispel with Yule Scepter. Right? That's going to try to TP. They have nothing to cancel this TP. They do. Dragon Tail just came off cooldown. As we hook the Dusa as well to dismember. A Baron no longer important. Dusa much more valuable here. ADR leaves the Baron to die to this poison as Arceus will fall. So this is an onslaught from the Brazilian team. Well done, SG. Beautiful job, Kingdom.
Yep, yeah, really, really nice jump on in there. Finding the Dusa, again, putting out our position. Abba borrowed time proc, no HP. They just let the Ghost kill him. And now, with Metamorphosis active, they're going to push up the high ground. That'll get the Fortify out, buying them 30 seconds. But it would seem that they are wanting to tip Valky, because him and Moonlight were not in that fight. Made no effort, really, to join it either, by the looks of things. There's no TP, actually, for Valky, which is why he wasn't there. Now he's going to amend that here. Looks like he maybe TP topper to an outpost or something, because he didn't have one at the ready. Going to be a great fight then. That's BKB next completed for ADR. I don't think, he didn't use it in that fight. Davo now with a fresh BKB also didn't find the use to need it in that last engagement. They get the tier 2 tower. A little bit more even, but Davo in trouble. Didn't get BKB off.
Oh, there's Lightstruck Array here. Gonna get carry Davo to the grave. I think Valky's having an incredible game, by the way. Really, really well overperforming on this Pangolier.
Yep.
I like his build too.
Yeah, just going
he
for
went
control.
For the swashbuckle range. That's how you know you're a good Pango. Whenever I see Pangos get the 1.5 mana region, I know Loki somewhere in the world cringes.
Oh, the Hexa creep. Not like it mattered. Is still very dead.
That was part of the... It's important, right? If you hex the creep, you're telling them, I don't need the hex to kill you, right?
Of course. When they didn't, there's plenty of backup there.
Yeah, it's the warning shot, right? Like, you gotta do this. Otherwise, you ruin the fun.
Of course. Not much of a warning shot. Not much of a warning shot, but not bad. Not bad here. Valky then. Yeah, he's got the shard online, right? I knew he'd like this build. Still holding on to some infused raindrops as well, so it's interesting that he's not managed to proc any of those yet, but hey, a little bit of effective HP there in the fights might end up making a bit of a difference. Out at this now with the Solar Crest completed here for the Abba. We'll check in here with our Dusa, who is now going straight into the damage, and this is kind of the point I was talking about early in the draft, if you recall, was, you know, we don't really have damage up until this Lina pick, until the Dusa was online. Now she's already kind of hitting that point, and we still have a very active Lina, because she's just a couple hundred gold now from finishing up the Monkey King bar. So we're going to have a lot of damage before we even calculate this DD rune that's chilling in the bottle for Lina. This next fight for SG, especially if it's around Roche, could be really instrumental.
Yep, I agree. They need to find a way to deal with this Lina now. I don't know if... It seems like ADR is the choice here, so he's going for Heaven's Halberd. That's going to be for either Lina or Dusa, so it's still useful. But you don't really have anyone to jump her as well. Maybe it's the hook. You just have to Dragon Tail or hooker. Or unless King Jungles already, actually. We'll see the Dusa, but King Jungles might just die here. King? They hit him with the dust. He's going to die to the Dusa for free. Didn't get anything off. Exorcism finally used, though. They're going for the Abat, another right target. Rolling Thunder as well with the start of the team fight as Arceus still controls that Stone Gaze. Worst case scenario, he's still ultimate. He doesn't use it in time. Has the Magic Stick, but won't use it either. Arceus just wants to die. Finally, Magic Stick, no Stone Gaze. Okay, Arceus will die here in expense for Costabile. Not too bad
just yet. On the Lina.
If they didn't get Lina, that would be huge actually for SG. They managed to do so.
Nice.
Under the effect of the double damage, she still falls. And unknown, that was not a fight that I think they were happy to do.
No, I mean, it starts off not too badly. They do get the TB on the tail end of that, so it's sloppy from both sides, but it's still a pretty big win for SG Esports. Just those long duration BKBs. And as much as a great game that Valkyrie was having, right, at the end of the day, we have 2 9-second BKBs on for our cores, right? TB didn't use his. I think that's a big reason he dies. But DK and DP did have one, and they were able to just lock down and kill everyone else in the fights, right? Like I said earlier, if we can get on top of them with Exo, even level 2 Exo, that is more than enough damage to get through this Dusa. And yeah, not using the... deciding not to use the Stone Gaze there was an interesting call as well.
Interesting. Yeah, that's a way of describing it.
I wonder what we're holding it on for.
I don't know, because he even had the Magic Wand at one point to like recover in the middle of the fight and just pull off the Stone Gaze, right? I was very surprised. He just never got it off. I
mean, at that stage when he was already out of mana, I was like, well, now it's too late because the ghosts are going to kill you no matter what.
No, when he was dead, like when he was like towards the end, he used the Magic Wand. No, I mean, when he was out of mana, but halfway through it, like his HP was just started going down a bit. You can still use Stone Gaze and get away there.
Of course,
sure.
Of course.
But he didn't use it to that. He just kept onto the Magic Wand till the very end. And then he used the Magic Wand just to add insult to injury, like spitting in my face.
Well, I mean, we've got Stone Gaze at least for the Roche fight here, and it was a fast Roche on that respawn, so that might be pretty crucial here, because I think otherwise if we use it there, and no matter what the outcome is, win or lose that fight, thanks to Stone Gaze, we don't have it for this Roche. So SG Esports, last time they took Roche, it didn't go very well for them, so they're going to maybe look for a pick off here before they commit into the Roshan pit.
Yeah, there's a point that you said about that valuable resource now being available, but Exorcism is also available, so enough time has passed for that to be off cooldown anyway. Rolling Thunder is also available. I think in the Roche pit, you actually can win it even if you're in the losing side as a known. Like, even if you're losing in terms of net worth, doesn't matter, because Rolling Thunder Stone Gaze are so powerful in the pit.
Yeah, and they're going to catch
Also, in that
Valkyrie.
last fight, they need to get Lina's positioning to be a bit more consistent.
Proc his Aeon Disc as well. That's a fresh Aeon Disc.
Still.
ADR still taking a bit of damage. There's the hook back into the Dismember. Friendly Dismember, of course, as Valkyrie rolling around. The roll up, about face. Good damage here onto Tabo. He's got BKB. No chance to use it, though, but thanks to the Hex, he's killed off the Olicor then in the Roche pit. Oh, no. Flashbacks to the last Roshan attempt, but he gets the leap charge out in time. It is going to be unknown then, starting up the Roche.
He did have a chance to use it, by the way. He just chose not to.
BKB?
Yeah.
On DP? He was hexed.
Yeah. No, before that. When he was walking away from the Rolling Thunder. The Pango dies, and then now the Lion dies. But that was a choice he made. He thought he needed the BKB against
the Axe Shard! Okay, Adit, this is going to pick it up. I left that one behind, but luckily he can just free himself from his stun. Exo, yeah, they're going to just...
you can take the Abaddon.
That's it, though. That's all they're going to get.
You lose the Roshan, which is valuable, but you don't take a bad fight either. And now you actually even smoke on this. If you can catch the Dusa here and deny this Aegis, then you pretty much evened out the odds. Oh, there we go. What? They saw her under the ward. That was a great ward placement from earlier. That's going to be the first life and most likely the second as well. She doesn't even have Stone Gaze.
Yeah, this area of the map is just kind of cursed, isn't it? Oh, King Jungle, is he going to try and secure the kill with the hook? No, he's not. He was just waiting there to make sure no one else was going to come through and try and save the Dusa.
So now we've learned our lesson. Whoever takes Roche will die after, like a curse, you know, like the ring. And if you take the Aegis in 20 minutes, sorry, in 20 seconds, you will die.
Yep. Yep.
So
I mean, yeah, both teams
don't take Rosh.
did it pretty fast. Just don't do Roshan. Don't
That's
do
the
Roshan.
solution, I guess.
We almost have...
I am surprised about both teams' use of the resources. I think that, especially from watching Eastern European Dota, it's like the opposite. They're trying to really hardcore save the resources, and oftentimes I don't think it's necessary. But in the case of Tavo's BKB, I think it did turn out pretty good because the idea was to defend Rosh, so it wasn't too bad in that sense. Because he was planning on buying back the moment they caught him.
True. And they get the kills immediately afterwards. They're going to get a couple of towers off the back of this as well. Mid tier 2 is already taken, top tier 2 is already taken, so it's just bottom lane where they're going to be looking to force the issue. Not usually the first tower that you lose after you take Roshan. In fact, normally you start taking enemy tier 2 towers, but of course that's not the case when your Deuce is still dead for 20 seconds. Bravo's hunting in the mid lane. But they're going to know he's nearby thanks to the ceremonial robes. Aretes knows he is not alone here by just simply looking at his debuff bar.
No, it's just unfair. No, it's just unfair.
Diva's Guard next for Tavo. He's almost got this one online. Just needs the recipe. That armor bonus is going to be really nice for the Dusa. Or against the Dusa and Arlena. Lina now going for Lincoln Sphere as well here. And... oh, we're fighting in the mid lane, actually, because Valky once again with the Yandis blinking forward. Can he catch any of these heroes, though? ADR covered by the Moonlight Shadow. Oh, my goodness. Valky's just locked onto him, but he's going to push him into the river, so they're not going to get any further bounces. He does turn around for the disarm, and now BKB's up. Blink in a second, canceled, though, by the Swashbuckle, as out comes now the Metamorphosis and all the ultimates here, really. Arju is in a bit of a bad spot. Doesn't have Stone Kiss anymore. He's just melted, as Aret is nearly killed before the borrowed time could activate. Tavo closing the gap very easily onto Valky, thanks to the Yule Scepter. As we hear Dismember, that's going to be for Aretes, pardon me. Tango rolling around, very quickly cleaned up using the meta damage, and King Jungles with the last kill, a little snack onto the Abaddon.
That was very impressive. I honestly was expecting them to need the MKB to kill the Tusa, but apparently it was not even in the cards for Costabile. And because your offlaner is Pango, your only real frontliner is Dusa, and she's also your carry, right? So either Lina is doing what Dusa should be doing, which is dealing the damage, or you're kind of screwed here. I think ADR's turn here was also very impressive. He knew that, first of all, the choice of going next to the cliff when Pango's coming, very easy thing to do, but always keep it in mind, because that way he pushes to the low ground as you saw there and can continue to pinball you. So that's very smart by ADR. And then proceeded to bait him with the BKB was really well done too. That was SG in his prime. They like woke up halfway through this game, and now they're awake and murdering people. Moonlight's dead. Yep.
Yep, he wasn't making out of there. Wasn't going to heal very much in the fountain with the Vessel debuff. And that's now a top lane of Barracks and a mid lane of Barracks deleted. 10 seconds till the Deuce is up. 30 after that is when we have the Lion as the hook from King Jungles. Long range here, thanks to the Aether Lens, is not going to find out at this. Who's this from behind, though? Lina, where are you going? They do see her now on this ward that's about to expire. And actually, they're going to go back for her. Moonlight Shadow. But yeah, we're going to TP away in time. So it looks like SG won't be able to continue the feed train. The feed train has left the station, and they won't be getting any more here.
Radiant are scanning.
No, I mean, you did take already 2 lanes of Rax. I think you're pretty happy with this. SG now in complete control of the game. Probably going to wait for the next Roshan if you want to play this super safe. And oh, wait, no, you can't take Roshan. Yeah, when you take that objective, what do you even do? I guess you just go for smoke pickoff. You
go for smoke pickoffs, right? You do have the advantage here, I would say, right, with Moonlight Shadow, now a gem. Pudge can eat someone, you know, it just that's irrelevant, but I'm just bringing it up. He can do it now. And from better range, because the Aether Lens, it's kind of a meme pub item, because, oh, for a hook, I can throw a hook and miss it even longer now. But actually for the save, it's really nice, because it does increase the cast range of Dismember, including the distance you can eat your allies from. So that's a really good item here, as it looks like we're going to probably go for the last big hurrah here.
Okay, he's gonna start the fight. Nice little hook, putting Medusa out of position. Aracuse, they still have the MKD right now, so Aracuse is not really lasting this. Use the Stone Gate this time though, at least.
Oh,
but they save the DP with the shard from the Pudge there. ADR still has the BKB, he's capable of getting out of here alive. Aracuse might not be so lucky though, he's actually been decimated by the TP. And I don't think poor Aldaid is gonna survive this either. Even in the high ground, it's impossible. They do finish off Tal, but who cares? You can't deal with ADR, you cannot deal with Costabile. So it seems like it's going to be at least 4 kills going the way of SG.
Yeah, really nicely done. The Lotuses that came through. Who's got this Lotus Orb? Is it Pudge? Who the heck has this? It's the Morana. Morana Lotus and they reflected both a Laguna Blade and a Finger of Death in that fight. Absolutely huge. After the Laguna Blade was on to the DP, who still dies in that engagement as the GG is dropped, King Jungles is immediately in there with the hook Dismember to save him. And first of all, what an engagement, right? Forcing him off of the high ground makes that fight super, super awkward for Unknown to try and take that fight in the middle, kind of the river in the middle lane. Not really where they wanted to set up there. I think they had a strategy set around that choke point. If they can walk up to the choke point and kind of just hit him there with the Rolling Thunder, that fight looks a lot better, but not how SG played it.
Yeah. It's I think SG played a really solid mid late game. They made a couple mistakes in the early mid though, which they shouldn't be making, obviously, but I think they were just taking a bit of a chill pill as well this game. It was clear they wasn't taking it too seriously. There was a point where they just kind of activated. The draft was just better for them, honestly. Like Pudge aside, which was the question mark in the draft, we already knew the TB versus Dusa matchup was good enough. I feel like Pango did a lot this game. I mean, how good Valky was, but at the end of the day, he can't carry the game alone. Even his build wasn't that made to carry the game, which I think was appropriate. He went Yols, he went Blink Dagger, but Lina and Dusa just didn't carry their weight, honestly, compared to the power of a DK, which did really a lot in the mid late game. Great game by ADR, and a Terrorblade that was just chunking through your Dusa.
Yeah, I think this one is, as we're back on the cameras now, this one's just a little bit of like power of anime, isn't it? Right? Like I think DK Mirana is such a good combo. It's very easy to pull off because it's just blink stun into a long duration arrow. Aretes just, I don't want to say he wasn't around because there's a lot of times Unknown, their cores were just getting caught like in positions where Aretes wasn't going to be able to find them. Sometimes it was because of good hook because of King Jungles. Other times it was just Unknown farming a bit too aggressively around the map, making these movements, right, that SG were easily able to punish. So they still played a great game. I did like the build as well for both of Unknown's cores. It's just the fights didn't really string together, with the exception of that one Roche fight, which Valky really just kind of made it easy for them, right? Hey guys, I stunned them all for 20 seconds. You know, from there, it was easy. But that's just game number one. We're quickly going to go to a break, and when we come back, the Mobius.bet Maestros, will return, and we'll get game 2 versus SG Esports and Unknown. We'll see you then. Hello everyone and welcome back to the Mobius.bet Maestros. We are live with our second draft and final draft for the best of two between SG Esports and Unknown. Whoa! Whoa, Alvaro, take a look at this. What is this? Alvaro's eyes are glowing and so are mine. I do want to give you a chance to just express your feelings here while we still have you on camera though.
10 seconds remaining.
They have a logo.
They've got a logo.
They're not a no anymore.
They're not Unknown. We know who they are. They are Team No Unknown. And without further ado, with that terrible pun, let's get underway here with the draft. Draft number 2 now live on your screens, ladies and gentlemen. SG Esports again going for the DK. This time they switch it up for the Dusa, and Unknown open up with the AA Mars. What the Hoodwink now?
I like Mars Hoodwink combination. I think it's harder to play than DK Hoodwink, but I think when DK is banned or taken by the enemy team, then you have to do that instead. I think AA Mars is good. I already spoke though about the fact that I don't think AA is that great against Dragon Knight. Again, Ice Blast is obviously, I mean, it's good against them, right? But AA counters most tanky heroes. But Dragon Knight can survive as decently. And in the lane, you don't do anything against them. So I think Dragon Knight is much more bothered by the Abaddon. However, because this gives you more team fight, I can see why I went this route, but I did like the Abaddon more. I think actually what lost in that last game was definitely not the Abaddon, who worked wonders, by the way, it's saving the Lina constantly, but rather the core-to-core matchup, which is just bad.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
So I don't love this change of pace, especially because now you gave SG Esports the free Dusa. It could have been Dusa or TB. I'm surprised they went for Dusa because they both deal well with Ancient Apparition. But they probably thought, hey, if we do TB twice in a row, they'll probably figure something out. It's not like hard a hero to counter.
I also think I agree with you for the most part that the A doesn't do a lot versus the DK, because I don't remember what Cold Defeat cooldown is, especially in those early levels, not off the top of my head, but it's pretty long. And the mana cost is really high.
I think it's 17 seconds at level 1.
Yeah, it's like really high. But what you do is at least you secure maybe 1 or 2 range creeps early on, right? Because you don't secure them yourselves, but you stop DK from stunning your core because you just cold feed him, right? And then he's like, well, I'm going to take too much damage in the early levels. Later, when he's got points in Dragon's Blood, he doesn't care. That's where I do agree with you. We have problems. In the first couple of waves, I think AA can have a little bit of impact. Just a little
but
bit.
Any support. My point with that is that any support beats DK in the early. Like, if you go for Dragon Tail level 1, most supports that have any sort of damage, but like Winter Wyvern aside, right, are good against DK. But it's once you hit level 3, which DK starts winning the lane, that AA struggles, and I think there are other supports that do better. So you're right though. You are right that up to level 3 AA is okay. I would maybe until level 2, to be honest.
It's just fine.
Because I think 1 level in Dragon Blood already enough. I am very surprised that Unknown decided not to go for their carry yet.
Yeah, agreed.
Because now if you are SG, what do you ban? You can get a free ban on TB, MAPL as well. There we go, TB. I would probably ban PL after.
I'm thinking on that one. PL seems like the right choice to me. Yeah, because versus the TA it does too good. I think you can do TA versus Drow. That's doable. Because the Drow is the other one that's right. It's not banned yet. Yeah.
Yeah, but Drow's weak. You're right. Because Lion as well.
Yeah.
Dragon Knight also sets up for the TA.
That's what I mean. So I was considering it, and I do like the PL ban a little bit better. Yeah, I just wanted to think about it and not just regurgitate a point. You know.
The options are Naga, Naga, Spectre, PL, right? But Naga is not very good right now, even though it's very good for Unknown's draft, to be honest. The PL is the most basic one you'd think about. And the Spectre, I think, suffers too much against Lion, very similar to Naga. So I do think PL is the only option that really counters Dusa properly and has no issues here. That's why I would ban that. If I'm Unknown, I have to ban, what, 4s or 5s?
I ban 5s. I would say. I think I'd want Lion this game as a 4 follow-up, because I think you want an active Lion with a DK TA personally, right? Because these are both... TA not so much, because TA Blink is not like 50-50. There's Wyvern, yeah, the Insta PL.
Ban Wyvern with an AA in your team.
What does that mean, then? What does that mean?
I'm not very confident. Because you ban Wyvern with an A in your team and a Mars in your team, it means you're kind of afraid of SG. You think, like, you go, oh, they need save. Like, Wyvern is not that good here with Dusa TA. It's good with DK, right? But it's not good with Dusa TA. And you have the tools to deal with them. Even Sharpshooter, like, you have a really good anti-Wyvern team. But you're concerned because you're already thinking, our draft is weaker. Like, this is what you're thinking. So if Dusa is strong enough, just with that extra boost in Cold Embrace. Yeah, they ban both saves, because they're the saves that are strongest. Genuinely, you can pick Pudge again. Pudge is really good here, actually. Because you still heal inside, much like Infest.
I don't know. I don't know about this, so I could be wrong. Can you hook allies out of an arena of blood?
10 seconds remaining.
Actually,
I don't know if I've
think
ever
you
seen
cannot.
it, which is crazy, right? Because of all the
5
Pudge games I've
seconds
seen.
remaining.
Yeah, I usually try not to look at the Pudge for fear of puking, so...
Yeah.
You're right, I don't know. I actually have no clue.
I'm just curious, because then I think that's the choice, 100%.
But I think Pudge is legitimate here. And even if you can't do that, it's legitimate because you deal with the AA blast so well. You limit, for example, a drought pickup if that was still in the cards for unknown.
The Hoodwink matchup's a bit more difficult, I will say. You know, compared to the Lion, like she can juke you in trees, right? So you don't have that kind of reliable pathing to go back to. But the Pango matchup is exactly the same, right? So I think that's totally good for King Jungles. I would do it, honestly. It's best of 2, so it's a bit scary. Because it's, you know, maybe this makes a difference later on for playoffs, right? Only the top 4 teams get out of the group stage here, out of the 10 teams we have. So maybe that's on their mind. But I would go with the Pudge again. Yeah, it makes sense. I really like it.
Can't believe we've guessed a
Pudge pick. Yeah,
that's pretty good. Unknown. What carries do you have left? I think with this Pudge, Spectre becomes... No, because then you just dismember her every single time.
10 seconds
I think it might just be Spectre that's your only viable choice, just because of the nature of this draft. Ursa,
5
actually, Ursa's good
seconds
here.
remaining.
Ursa's very good. Lion annoys you, but Ursa carries Diffusal Blade these days, good against Dusa. Ursa wins the DK matchup, and DK can't be flexed this time.
Yeah. Yeah, we don't really have any hero that wants to build the Yules either this game, which is a big item versus Ursa, right? Able to kite him out, 2.5 seconds, where he's not going to be able to get in range.
Very, very good point.
Yeah, I like that a lot.
The only concern is Lion. I really do think that Ursa's the pick. Better than Spectre, better than Naga.
I agree. I think it's a really strong pick here. Like you said, Diffusal. There's like maybe 2 4-steps here. I don't... Wait, let me think. Let me think. I don't hate it. I thought I was. I thought I was going to hate it because I think the Ursa was a better pick, not going to lie.
I still think it's a better pick.
But I also don't hate it. Like I think I could see this one working as well for Unknown. The lane is good, right? Versus the DK. You know, if Pudge hooks you, you can kill him as long as you don't get dismembered, which is a big if, right? He's got no armor, so you just bounce glaives off him and he dies passively.
Yeah, but he will hook you with dismember usually.
And we don't have a say for that either.
I do feel like Luna versus Dusa matchup is just not that great because usually Luna beats these kind of hard carries by just farming more, right? But against Dusa, it's difficult to do. Against TA, I would argue that's difficult to do too.
There's something to be said for going. I would also... Another reason, by the way, I liked the Ursa pick was because we have like 2 pretty heavy farmers. Dusa, TA for the first 15 minutes, not really doing anything else but farming. And Ursa maybe with a good lane here, which I think you almost would have been guaranteed versus a DK Lion. A decent lane anyway, right? Because like you said, the
Lion... Actually, to be honest on that note, I would say as a DK spammer myself, I do find that actually that's a... If you know how to play, it's a DK favorite lane.
Really? DK favored lane?
Yeah, not very much, like 55-45. I know it goes against logic, but the idea is that Ursa can never stack enough Fury Sipes on you because you always have Dragon Tail. You max Dragon Tail in that lane, right? You go like Dragon Blood, 2 points, and 3 points Dragon Tail in that lane, okay? And as long as your other support has a stun, be it a Hoodwink, a Lion, or whatever, Ursa just can't ever pile enough Fury Sipes on you, and he's constantly losing last hits to try to hit you instead. Like, the issue you usually have against a DK is that you want to harass him when you have a good matchup against him, like Slark or so whatever, but you always are at the threat of the Dragon Tail, and you can't do much against it. It's not a stun you can avoid or anything. So I actually think it's slightly DK favored, unless the Ursa plays the matchup super defensively, and then DK can force it. It can still beat you with last hitting, because his animation is great, you know? So I actually don't think that matchup is that favored, to be honest.
I mean, I get where that comes from, but there's also, like... I don't know. I feel like there's a lot of potential to misplay that pretty easily, right? And that can go downhill fast.
I'm talking at a pro level. That's why I'm saying at a pro level, I feel like these guys know that matchup. I actually don't think it's a favorite matchup. But
I think it would have been
against
fine
Luna,
this game.
I would say
I think it would have been fine
similar.
Well, the reason I like the Ursa though, even if the lane is not free, right? I think the reason I liked it was because you have 2 heavy farmers, right? You got a what? A Dusa TA. They're just gonna farm for 15.
No, you're right.
Minutes. Yeah.
The game is still better for Ursa than for Luna.
But this is safer, quote unquote, because this is a hero that can outpace a Dusa, or at least keep even, right? If you have map control. And So that's a little bit safer, because the thing is, Ursa, if you don't get a really solid foothold in the game in the first 25 minutes, you're probably going to lose, right? Unless, like, outside of miraculous team fighting, you're probably going to lose the game if you can't get a good foothold early enough. So this is still winnable. ADR, though, is in a bad spot. Oh.
Yeah, there's a good
King Jungles with the hook.
There's still the hook there. So, yeah, is he going to steal it? No, he's going to get another kill. He's like, yeah, let's go for Moonlight too. First blood for Valky. Let's see if they can kill Moonlight as well. How long to Earth Spike for Hokori? He already has it. Oh, Moonlight. Did he just juke him?
Kind of a bit of a miss.
What?
It was a bit of a miss. It was kind of a whiff. It could be a ping thing. Could be a ping thing. Great hook.
There we go. Okay. Aretes now is in trouble. Aretes will die. They're in Brazil now, so they should not be a ping thing.
Okay, I wasn't sure what the cipher was. No, that was a pretty bad miss. Unfortunately.
Yeah, that was because the hoodwink's path was also really weird, right? As opposed to going through the tree, she decided to like take a little loop around.
Yeah,
and then Lion was so confused by that choice.
Exactly.
That he missed the spike.
That must have surprised him. That must have been what it was. So. ADR, by the way, going for, because this is kind of like a, good spear underneath the tower, though. That'll punish you for not taking Refraction level 1, and she's in fact going to try and TP. We'll be able to get away. But since this is kind of like a safe lane matchup for the TA, right? You go first point and meld, just to secure creeps here early on, and then you get Refraction online. I thought that's pretty cool for ADR.
No, the meld is because up against melee matchups, you always go meld because you boot him out of the lane most of the time. Mars is an exception, but that's the idea behind ADR. Like they always do this. I remember Chris Luck had a whole speech about it with me. You actually, he's seen some people max meld in the lane against melee matchups because it's just so difficult to fight against, and you just can take 1 point refraction. I don't think it's gonna be the case here because Mars is a bit too good. I think you still max refraction, but the idea of meld is just so good against these heroes because the minus armor they can't last against. So yeah.
Is that voice? I've never heard that one before.
That's Obi Neon.
Yeah. No, I mean it's good. It's good as well. AR has not missed a single range creep off of the melt strikes either. That's what he's been using that one for as well. Just by 5. What is your armor, Mars?
Mars is 2. It's base armor. It's not that good. Mars 3. Sorry, now because he's
3.2. Interesting. Okay.
But I think base armor is 2. To be fair. I think because now he's level 3, right? That's why he got enough. But I do think the Mars base armor is 2. It's not very high. Mars depends on bulwark. That's why he took an early point in the passive. But it's not going to help against Cyblade, so... ADR really has this matchup down to a T. ADR is really good TA. I actually am blessed to be able to watch this. He is wonderful to watch on these heroes. He's the most classic mid laner you can imagine. Invoker player, TA player.
SF Lina, Puck.
Yep. I don't think his Puck is anything to write home about, to be honest.
Well...
That's the one thing. That's the one weakness.
That's the one. I think you gotta. Ooh, hook is gonna be dodged by Moonlight this time down bottom. We've already kind of lost the entrance of the Pudge. I think we've broken that spell. We're no longer infatuated with that one. Yeah. Lane's all right though for the.
It's because this time it actually makes a lot of sense. Last time I think was a bit of a gamble because you didn't have better options. I think this time actually the Pudge is really.
I still think it made sense. I don't think you're giving it enough credit. I think it made sense last game.
It made sense, but because you didn't have Oracle. Like, if you had Oracle, you would have picked that pick.
Well, how can you say that about... We didn't have Oracle this game, but it makes sense now?
Yeah, you had no Oracle, no Wyvern, no Abaddon. Like, in that game, all the other saves were there. Well, the Abaddon was actually not.
The Abaddon was actually... Like, what's the difference, huh? Where's the logic here, Alvaro?
The Winter Wyvern was there.
Like,
you had no more save in that game. I forgot the ban, but you had no more save.
It's done. I don't remember if we had a Wyvern. Oh, bottom though. We need some of that save now from King Jungles. Good hook on the Valky. Costabile. Sorry, he's going to turn. But unfortunately, with the lucky shot, he's not going to... Oh, actually, no. They get the kill. What am I casting? Moonlight now in trouble. There's Rot. It's a level 2 hook, by the way. But Moonlight's going to be a little bit too fast here for King Jungles to follow up on that second kill.
This is when you know you're good on Pudge, when you get level 2 hook. Oh, he's going to get him. He's going to get him.
No,
Moonlight actually has good HP. Oh, he did. Does he have enough damage though, Rot? Oh, the creeps are body blocking Moonlight. He'll get it. We're back. I'm happy to see Pudge again.
Just gonna try. Just trying to deny himself. Yeah. Oh,
maybe they didn't patch it properly.
Maybe it works. Maybe it works. He's just practicing. I think it's muscle memory, right, for King Jungles at this stage. That's very funny though. I still see Abba. I don't see Abba's go for it, right? But sometimes you'll see the Abba just toss out that last little missed coil. Who else?
Yeah, I'll do it too.
Who else could deny? Techies still can, of course. It was just those 3, right? Abba, Pudge, Techies?
No, Alk. Alk can also deny himself. I think he still can, actually.
Oh, I think that's it then.
Uh,
That's such a niche mechanic.
yeah, I can't think of anything else. Double. He is gonna get away. Yeah. I
There's
can't
some-
think of anything else.
There's some like
well, Winter Wyvern Heavy Lotus Orb.
That's what I was gonna say. There's some like really weird bugs with Wyvern. I believe Oracle has one as well, where there's sometimes you just get the deny kill for some reason. I don't know why that is. But I don't know if those are intended.
If the damage tick that is, if the biggest damage tick there, which is how it calculates who kills the kill on False Promise, right? The biggest damage tick is from your Purifying Flames.
Interesting.
So if you actually did kill yourself, Gustabile will die.
King Jungles is next.
Yeah, he's not gonna have anything here.
Nope.
They're playing this matchup really well this time. I mean, last time they did that as well. Valkyries on this Pango has been impressive both times. Really good performance by him. And I think the Tusa matchup is much harder for a Pango than the Terrorblade matchup, to be honest. So.
Yeah, I think I think it's a bit to do with the hoodwink. Last time, all we saw Moonlight do was kind of just get hooked and run away, and try to stay out of hook range. This time, he can be a little bit more aggressive because he's got Bushwhack, he's got Acorn Shot for the slow, and then he can get through the trees. I think getting through the trees here is a big deal for him because it changes the way you throw hooks. Like, not many heroes do this. It's like trying to play Pudge versus a Broodmother. I can't imagine that's very fun. These free pathing heroes, man, they just scurry away. 1-1-3 build for Tabo, by the way, top lane on the DK. Right now we can see at this struggling to find impact here. But
that's the correct build against Luna.
Arduous is doing all right. 24-4. 4-4. 9 though for Tavo. So, you know, yeah, this is pretty standard stuff for him. As he denies another one. Bottom.
Hit him with a spear. I think King Jungle is dead. He will get the last bout of damage, but it's not going to be enough. However, this time they did rotate Alaid to be able to get that kill. So as long as Gustavo doesn't die. But Gustavo apparently does want to die. There is the arena plus spear. So bye-bye Gustavo. You just saw your support die there. I would have probably put myself in the trees there.
They're doing it for mid-tower damage, I think. But Mars just ran bottom, yeah. So he's... And Valky, I think actually Mars might have TP'd because Valky's the one to TP on over. Earthspike there is going to catch Aretes.
No,
and
Mars
they're trying to tank for the wagon. Look, the Hokori is really trying to do it. Now ADR is going to go in there and tank a hit as he nukes the wave. Okay, they're doing it for tower damage. Without Arena, no HP for Valky, not enough mana for the Rolling Thunder. They might actually get this.
Valky might just die to trap damage, actually. Very close to it. They kill Aretes as well. Valky's down. ADR, he's fine. He actually wants to get frozen for some reason. So he chooses to get frozen.
In
I
comes
guess
King Jungles.
now is Aldaid in trouble.
Oh, he ran into it.
The hook! He guessed that he was going to go that way. What a genius he was. ADR still looking for the kill. There's no Dragonlance now to help him out, and the creeps are blocking the way. They have traps, though. Oh, he barely got it. He's trying to use the creep, denying him and getting the kill, but it's not going to be enough. ADR won't be able to get Aldair, but he is going for Moonlight. Missed the Meld Strike, though. There's the hook! King Jungles will take that Aldair, who is staying there too long. ATR continues to try to find Moonlight, but the Chilean player is a bit too slippery. ATR instead will join King Jungles in the traditional murdering of Aretes. Second time Aretes will die in this fight. As King Jungles commits suicide, that's fine. It's all part of the plan. Valky joins in again. Hex to stop this Rolling Thunder. TP immediately. And Diolicor will once again sacrifice himself. The tower is still alive. What just happened? Tabo at least takes the tier 1 top.
I can't believe that. That's what a... We had... The reason I say he walked into it, those were my precise words, is because we could see the Mars had a visceral reaction when the Pudge entered the lane, because he had a ward here. So he saw that hook coming 100%, and he still, unfortunately, ends up walking into it. And then he gets killed underneath the tier 2 tower by a hook. Oh my goodness. And then King Jungles just kills himself. Oh goodness. Double is getting some chip damage onto this tier 2 tower with the Elder Dragon form. Just one Elder Dragon form is all it took. This is the 5-minute wagon as down it goes. One shot by the tier 2. ADR stays alive throughout all of that. He's going to go immediately into the Desolator here by the looks of it. Right? Unless he has the full Lance already? He doesn't. Yeah, he's going full Deso.
Kill Costabile in the bottom lane. That's important. They have a Finger of Death. We don't, but it's sure fun to kill Valky. We have the Hex. Are there any TPs here? No. Diolicor, if you can't kill him yourself, he's not worth the kill.
Not worth it, I guess. Yeah, Tabo is really onto a fast blink timing here. I think he's fast-tracked for that blink, to be honest, this game.
It's an okay timing.
It's not bad. He's
I mean, he went for Bracer, so yeah, Bracer Infuse range, that was good.
yeah.
Like, usually timing around like 10, 11 is standard, right?
Full wand.
On a
Yeah,
day.
it's not awful here. I think he's got reason to be proud of that one. I don't think it's going on the fridge, you know, but I think he's got reason. Is that, you guys do that? You put your drawings on the fridge, right? Your mom put your drawings on the fridge, Alvaro?
What's the fridge?
The football player, American football player from Chicago. He was
we don't have that. We call that soccer here.
I see.
Yeah, sorry, it's a bit confusing.
Yeah, it is.
Double, in trouble. He has a breathe fire. Not gonna use it for a bit of damage. Oh, there we go for Valky. And he gets pushed out of the arena. That's great. That was help. Valky pushes him back in. He's like, oh no. Oh no, Valky's turned to stone. King Jungle has to dismember. Won't use it just yet. He's trying to find Valky first. Got the hook. Gotta save his teammate. He wasn't really concerned about it. Hook something. Apparently, Aretas is the target as ADR will finish him off. And they hook an invisible Mars that was seen by the sentry. King Jungles, they're trying to tank the sharpshooter. They're going to get 2 kills, actually. ADR and King Jungles both dying, thanks to Moonlight's great pushwhack. Costabile could be in trouble, activates that mana shield now to help himself out a bit. Mystics not doing enough. We still have Breathe Fire from Double, and that's going to kill a Valky. He didn't waste the Dragon Tail there towards the end, though, which doesn't allow him to get the kill on Moonlight as a result. He's still chasing, though. He still has another Breathe Fire. Destroy the trap first. Here comes Aretas again. The Ice Blast. Tabo will completely avoid it. That wasn't even close. Breathe Fire. Missed Moonlight. He tips him.
No, that was Valky that tipped Aretas.
Valky tipped Aretas. I can't believe his teammate flamed him.
Valky was like, where'd you think he was going?
I mean, that was not a very good Ice Blast. But I think the tip made it better.
Oh, I think both teams. I dare I say, I think both teams are having a little bit of fun this game. Like, these fights are a little bit ridiculous. I don't know, man. I don't know.
I cannot tell. I think SG is definitely having fun. I think Unknown is just Valky's having fun. That's for sure. Moonlight's dead.
It's fine. He tanked the smoke. He tanked the smoke. That could have been worse. That could have been worse because we're defending the stack.
King Jungles do this though. King Jungles blind hook. Oh, Arena should have blind hooked it.
Oh,
of course, he had no vision.
Oh, this is a better Ice Blast. Yeah.
That is a good Ice Blast. Tiolicoro. Valky's coming in. He did trust his friend's Ice Blast, and Tiolicoro will die as a result. Can he find Dabo as well? No, this time.
Wait, but mid lane, okay. Argios, he forces out the Stone Gaze because he was actually got through all the mana. Just didn't want him to push the tower, so we'll force him back. Yeah, little cat fight there with Nova. Nova.
I think cats eat snakes, don't they?
Probably. Yeah, probably not like big ones, right? But like a garden snake or something.
No, I mean like pythons, obviously.
No? Yeah. Obviously.
King Jungle. He has Magic Stick, not time to use it though. Tabo finding Moonlight as well. They lack the damage. That's why Tiolicoro comes in. They wanted to kill Altair, and Altair just leaves. He's out of here. They get the kill on Tiolicoro in exchange for Valky though. Definitely not that worth, really.
Stop bouncing Acorn shot. Let him blink.
Moonlight is not going to be able to survive this either. ADR gets the kill.
They both really wanted that support kill. If that was a Witch Doctor, he lives, but unfortunately acorns are not as good as coconuts. Or if you have the skin of durian.
That is very true, actually. Like, try throwing an acorn at someone and see how they react. Try throwing a coconut at someone and see if they react or if they're dead.
Yeah, no, true. Did you know that durians kill more people a year than sharks?
Yes, but it's because they fall off trees, not because they're used as weapons.
No, of course, yeah, no. I mean, but it's the same thing for sharks, right? I don't think people are using sharks as weapons.
Well, I mean, sharks don't fall off trees. That's certainly not happening. To be fair, sharks are inoffensive, and we keep killing sharks, and we should stop doing that. So
it is true.
Shark.
It is true. Durians are also very offensive, and we should stop eating them as well.
We should stop eating durians.
The hook, it still finds Aretas.
Oh, it's the Ice Blast! It's a really good one, actually. With a bushwhack, that was in trouble now. They can stop him. The sharpshooter, yeah, that was dead. In comes Costabile. He has a Stone Gaze. He's thinking about activating it, but they already lost Tiolicoro. They finished off Aretas. They missed the hook somehow there. Has a Stone Gaze, hoping to slow him down, but everyone has their backs turned to Costabile. Costabile just wants some friends, but nobody wants to talk to him. King Jungles, can he hook a friend for him? Can you hook him up?
Oh, no. That's a creep.
He's just gonna hook a creep.
No, you don't want to hook a creep.
No.
That's not good. That's not good. Okay. What was I gonna say? Oh, what I was going to say was that Argius has been doing a great job this game of avoiding these fights.
Arceus, by the way.
Argius. Argius. Is that it?
Yes.
Arceus. Arceus has been
job.
doing a great job this game of pushing side objectives. He's forced TPs mid lane for the Dusa. He's pushed bottom here and during that last fight. I think now he's got level 12 off of this ancient stack, so I think level 1 Eclipse doesn't really change anything there, but I think now he should be looking to join in towards the tail end of these engagements, just, you know, for janitor cleanup duty, because I think he is a little bit stronger than he gives himself credit for now.
I agree. I think Arceus can fight before Dusa can. But the TA is getting to a similar spot, though. I think it's going to be a fight between TA and Luna right now.
Rolling Thunder mid lane. In we go again. We found the Dusa. Okay, sharpshooter, but they've cut down the tree. Not like it matters to the hook out, but they're interrupted by the bonk. And Costabile is going to be unable then to escape. Or is he? No, he is not. He's going to go down. As now, a good Earth Spike here catches two. The Finger of Death, though, is going to be good enough here for the kill. Both cores down then, as they have found Arceus. The Arena of Blood doesn't catch anyone here, but Dalvo is going to be left behind, slowed to a crawl. Bushwhack ultimately ends up being superfluous lockdown. As ADR, actually, he's going to turn onto Valky, who did swashbuckle up, but can't get through the refraction charges. So ADR just going to go ahead and blink away, and it looks like King Jungles is going to be the fourth to fall here in this fight. Unknown, they should head back now and look for this tier 1 tower. Because that's, I think, the reason why they're fighting here now. They really want this tier 1 tower.
Yeah. I mean, at least took the enemy carry, which is a start, and you still conserve yours to a degree, because right now it's TA who's carrying you. And you got another kill thanks to that. So it's not too bad for SG, but definitely not the situation you want to be in, because you want to make sure that that Deuce is always at least matching Luna's farm. You can't let her ever get ahead. Costabile always joining fights. It's cute how Costabile, though, is being more aggressive than the Luna. I feel like he acknowledges that Luna should be aggressive. Costabile is thinking to himself, if I was Luna, I'd be playing really aggressive. So I should try to match this.
Yeah, that's what I think is curious. And it's not like, you know, I would have different feelings on this Avo if the farm difference was, you know, 10k for the Luna, 7k for Dusa, you know? Then I would be like, oh, maybe we should be farming more, but it's not, actually. They're just about even. Ooh, the hook out from King Jungle's just missing Valky this time. Ice Blast into the Roche Pit, not going to find anyone as ADR with the blink on in very aggressively. Wants this kill into Valky. The Hex should ensure it. As Costabile, nice cut on the tree, just instantly on the Quelling Blade, making sure he wasn't stopped by the Bushwhack. Really wanted to farm this creep wave. But actually, after pushing that and getting rid of the Rolling Thunder threat, they can go for Roche.
Yeah. And with the TA, this Roche should be relatively easy to take. You also Radiant, so you have a huge advantage here. I don't think Unknown can really defend this. Still, they got a King Jungles. Look at this cool stance. They're like bodyguarding as a Roche. King Jungle is going to go and try for hook now, apparently. He sees Aldair. That would have been a Hex, that would have been huge, but Blink is faster than Hex, apparently.
Blink is faster than Hex?
I mean, they're both 0 cast point spells, it depends on the players.
Yeah. Well, you got to face where you're blinking, right? So, and you have to face, I guess, equally where you're hexing, so I guess it's...
Exactly.
Fair is
but
fair.
I would say that because you have to blink in and Hex, it takes a bit longer to do both.
Well, and I mean, we've got phase boots on Mars, right? So he's a bit faster on that. Oh, good Earth Spike.
He does die. That was what good Earth Spike?
Oh, he on Valky, but that's not going to matter because they're still going to actually get this kill. The hook out. Okay, you can pull him out.
There we go. Today I learned. We do have Stonegate still on the Dusa, so it's not that concerning.
But ADR is controlled.
They don't have it just yet. 10 seconds.
Okay.
They did kill Valky. Dusa needs to survive for now. Double walks in, hoping to just kill Bleskid. And Aldair, ooh, he did have a haste rune save just in case. The hook almost got him, but not quite there. A bit too fast, literally outran that hook. We're gonna have to settle for it. This poor man.
He's dying to the illusions.
Yep.
Somehow ADR gets the kill with a
trap.
too. All right. I mean, Arceus, though, again, not showing up to these fights. I mean, he did Eclipse there, actually. He just runs away immediately after. I think that's smart, though. Just use the ulti. I do what I can, guys. See you later. I'm going to keep farming. Manta style online. This is, of course, around the same time we have the Manta for Costabile, though. Going into the Aghanim Scepter build, then, actually, for the Dusa this time around. So it seems like they're happy with their first Roche timing, and they're going to look to give that second shard, second Roche shard, I should say. But Arceus is in trouble. Dulikor is going to find him. ADR doesn't have the vision for the Melt Strike.
Arceus.
I don't think this is going to matter, though, because King Jungle is going to come in with the Hook Dismember, and that's going to be his... Oh, I was about to say, he didn't get a stack? He did. It's a 9th stack, then, of the Flesh Heaps.
I don't know why this name is killing you, dude. It's incredible.
Arceus.
Arceus.
Arceus. Arceus?
No, now you made me say it wrong.
What?
It's Arceus. Just Arceus.
Arceus.
There you go.
There it is. See, I got it.
ADR. Arena blood. Oh, does soak him out.
What?
That was weird. I think they could have sweep the courier there instead. Cabo is in trouble, that's for sure, though. But he's tanking this quite nicely. Pushback, though, is going to make it difficult for him to survive. And there's Tabo dead. But with the Stone Gaze, they also separate the teams, and they put Aldair in a difficult position. Aldair should be dying to Costabile's damage. Or maybe it's still Licor. They missed the Earthspike. They know Aldair is not there. They do see him, but it's a blink. Can Lion follow after him? Even God's Rebuke the lane. This cheeky bastard. And they didn't get the blink out, so they can't really chase after him.
Nope. He's going to be off and away. Yeah, I love how Costabile just shows up in these fights with Stone Gaze active. Like, I love it so much. He's not using it defensively whatsoever. That's like not their concern. I mean, what we've seen, maybe Stone Gaze used once defensively in the river, and then it turned Pangolier to stone, I want to say. That was the only one we've seen that was used defensively. The rest of them were like, when I get in the fight, I'm going to roar at you. And it's so funny to watch them. I'm not sure what happened there. What was that sequence of events with Pudge hooking ADR out of the arena? Because it looked like he got stopped by the arena, like hitting him. Like that was the interrupt. But then he still got pulled anyway to the destination.
I think the God's Rebuke was what actually made that look that way. Because God's Rebuke should push you a certain distance, right? So I think he got God's Rebuked in the middle of the hook, and he got slowed, and then he eventually showed to the hook destination. I think that's what happened, honestly. Because if you slow someone in the middle of hook, it makes sense that his distance that he's getting to the hook destination is slowed. But overall, hook still forces you to be there at the end of hook. So you like blink towards the end. I think that's what happened. Does that make sense?
No, I don't know.
No, does it make sense to you what I'm just saying?
I don't know if it makes sense. That's what I'm saying.
I mean, I know that's what happened. I just don't know how to explain it, though.
I don't know if it makes sense.
When you God's Rebuke someone, you slow them, right? Yeah? So then whatever distance you're being pulled at, or whatever speed you're being pulled at, is slow temporarily. But how hook works is that at the end of hook, if you've hooked a target, it's going to be right next to you at the end of it, no matter what happens. That's why the hook TP thing existed a while ago.
All right, yeah, a while ago. So casually mention it.
What?
The hook TP thing a while ago. That was like 10 years ago.
I don't mean the Chen thing. I mean the hook TP thing where if you were to... Actually, that's also true. But I actually meant to say, like, when you used to hook someone with BKB, how even if they TP'd, they would appear at the end near your hook if you timed it properly?
Yeah, you can still do that with Underlord ulti.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. It works exactly that. Yeah.
But so I thought... Because doesn't any forced movement that you receive in hook cancel hook? Right? I thought it was like a rolling boulder in that sense. I'm not because you're right. God's Rebuke is a move speed slow, but I also thought it was forced movement a little bit.
It's not. I don't think it's forced movement. I think it's just a push. I don't know if it's considered forced movement. I'm actually unsure about that.
I'm not sure as well. I'm not really sure. Maybe we'll get to see it again from King Jungles. Maybe not actually, because he now has no Blink Dagger yet, but he does have Dismember Shard, so he can just eat people. And then I think this is going to render this conversation moot. It was really weird. It looks very, very strange, and I imagine for the players that was like, what just happened? So I'm trying to understand why it is the way that it is. Anyway, we'll see. We need another demonstration here. But that's happened. We need another fight. And what do we need now for Unknown to get a fight going their way? Like, is this butterfly that's about to be completed for Arceus going to be enough? Or Luna? Is Luna Butterfly the item, you think? Or are there going to be issues? Because this is just Ags on Costabile. And TA is going for MKB already, but she's still a little bit far. She still needs like probably just about 2,500 gold to finish it up. We will have at least one fight from Unknown where this butterfly is a problem. What do we need to do here with it, though?
I think you just avoid the fight until you get MKB, honestly, on TA. Or you just go for pickoffs like they're thinking right now. Or actually, are they going for a full fight here? Seems like if they smoke the whole team, that's a really bad choice by SG. And there's a ward here by Unknown, they're screwed in this fight. Maybe they just think they're that much stronger. They're going for Hoodwink first. There's the Eclipse used, plus the Ice Blast. BKB is the lower here for SG. As they've turned the Luna to stone, they can't really hit her inside the arena, but as soon as she gets out, she's dead. And apparently they need the MKB whatsoever. Luna's just too weak. They just top Davo, which will die to the Sharpshooter, but with the excessive control they have, everything else that stays here will die, so Unknown can't be here for too much longer. They still control the high ground, as SG tries to retreat, getting closer to their tower. hopefully to re-engage here. They still have the Axe, which makes the Mystic Snake turn them into stone, and they can't really fight against this Dusa. Heaven's Howl for ADR plus Bullwhip. Doesn't want to die. They hook him. That might be enough. They didn't get it. They got him in with a shard, I believe. Yes, they did.
Yep.
So ADR is capable of getting away even if King Jungles dies. And do they have the damage to finish off his TP? They do not. Nor was the Mystic Snake available. So in the end, that fight was interesting because Unknown's Luna seemed to just not be as impactful as the Pango or the Mars, actually.
Yeah, and we get rid of the Luna and the Pango, but we also trades the 3-4-5 in exchange for that. I still think it's a win, especially because I think Pudge dies so that ADR could live. Pardon me. So I still think it's a win here for SG. Because I think like we're at this kind of awkward transition point where the cores aren't enough to solo win these fights. Obviously, Luna just had a big item, but she dies pretty much immediately in the fight without doing too much. She gets the BKB charges out. But we're really getting to that point now for SG of the game where they can almost start to, 2v5 basically here with just this Dusa and TA. ADR, by the way, 15-1-6 right now on the Templar Assassin, so he would have fed a lot of golds had they actually found a kill onto him there. It looks like he's setting a trap in the jungle here, by the way.
There's a bushwhack here. Moonlight. King Jungles comes in. That's a good hook. I don't think he was even expecting to hit that, honestly.
No, I mean, going to be a success for him anyway.
They're going to get... What's Aldair doing? If they kill the Mars, that's your big team fight gone. That was what saved Luna for as long as it did. They're combining their stuns really well. He's tanking this nicely. There's the Finger of Death. Tabo activates the BKB so he can walk in. They almost use the Side Blades to kill him. Tabo.
Blink in a second.
There's the hook from King Jungles, though. Who needs Tabo? If King Jungles can just be a god.
Unbelievable.
Even put a ward down over there just to make sure he can get that hook.
That's amazing. All right, that's going real well here. Ice Blast is going to kill the... Well, actually, the wagon's just going to die anyway, and the Creep Wave is then going to get blasted, but this tower is quite literally on 40 HP, which is just one arrow from Costabile. Down it goes. Valky is pushing down bottom, but there are TPs coming, and Theolicor is already here. There's the roll-up into now the Rolling Thunder that's going to find him. He's bounced off of the little stalagmites here, and here comes King Jungles. Ooh, Valky just mistiming the roll, though. Can he escape? We have a hook. Oh, he had it, but unfortunately it was going to miss anyway. He was still in Rolling Thunder, and off he goes. That was a good effort, though. Valky did force 3 TPs back, but honestly, SG Esports, they didn't want anything else there. They got the Tier 2 tower, they got the Fortify out, they have some vision set up for Roche, which is promptly dewarded by Aretes, so... if they want to fight for Roche, which is up in 30 seconds, they're going to need to probably get some more vision up. Because once again, they're on Radiant and they're playing versus a dire Pangolier. Probably still getting flashbacks to Roche fight game 1.
Yep, that's true. Or Roche was cursed, essentially.
Yep.
And not just any Pangolier as well. Balky's Pangolier, which has been a stellar performer throughout both games of the series, honestly.
Agreed. Agreed.
Mindbreaker for both teams. Pretty big deal, I'd say, actually, on the TA. They got their initial silence, but he's going to keep the Grove Bow for now. Nobody's actually going to take the Mindbreaker. That's actually pretty useful stopping the Pango or even the Mars. But in that last team fight with the Mars, if they had just a 1.5 second silence, they would have been able to get that arena off. Anyway, MKB is available. We get a shard on this Roshan as well. Who do you give it to?
Dusa.
Yeah, you're right.
Yep, she got BKB. She's going for the builds.
That's true. I mean, there's a case to give it to TA, but I agree that because he went for the builds. Oh, Costabile.
Okay.
Eclipse used. That's going to be Eclipse with that Axe as well. No, the normal Eclipse here, which makes Luna's dead, not dealing enough damage. Dusa did not survive as well as she wanted to. In fact, she still has the BKB, but no mana really to use it. Pudge saves her instead. And she still has a magic wand. She might be able to come back in. She has the Stone Gaze as well. Ayd is already dead. Aldair joining him in the grave. Costabile was waiting for this moment as he baits out with a BKB. Now neither the Hoodwink nor the Pango, the attack of the Furries, both being defeated at the same time. Unknown. They lose their whole team. They've been team wiped one by one. Great job, particularly by the Pudge.
They do, and I think we messed up the order of operations. I don't think it's Luna who should initiate that fight. She had a DD rune, and she didn't get off a single Moonglaive there. She didn't get a single attack off by the time she died. It was just Eclipse, maybe one attack, but that was it. And we didn't get anything off from that DD rune. It needed to be Mars first. Mars wanted to play the bait there, but we have BKBs. He needs to kind of just bait these. He needs to tank these spells so that Luna can actually do things in the fight.
Well, the way she initiated with that Eclipse, I obviously thought it was Axe. I was wondering, why would you do that against so many heroes?
Yep. I mean, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe she just kind of ran in, gung-ho and went all in. But from the way The camera angle I saw, it was Mars was ready to counter initiate, so I think he could have blinked in first. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I'll have to check the replay because I didn't have the great camera. I was more focused
doesn't matter
on
whose
Bridge.
fault it is. The end result is what you said.
Yeah,
Like,
pretty
it wasn't
much.
how
Pretty
you wanted
much.
to take that team fight.
Yeah.
I mean, Eclipse has 12 beams. Best case scenario, you hit all your beams on the heroes that fight and nothing else, and no illusions or whatever. You at best get, what, 2 beams a hero? 600 damage a person? It's not that much. Not a great way to initiate.
Oh.
They caught the Pango again. That was a great hook. They had vision of the high ground thanks to that ward, so that means Pango's dead. The Ice Mouse got avoided there by this member. The shard, of course. Well done. Pudge actually doing so much work this game. And with this, I think you should be able to take yet another kill, perhaps a set of racks. Moonlight. Oh, TA is in trouble. They hit her with a bullwhip, activating the BKB. They want to prevent this arena from coming out. And they do have the Dragon Tail, plus the Stone Gaze, which they actually committed just to kill off Aldair. And they will accomplish it.
No buyback, though. I don't know if they know that or not.
I think Unknown should throw in the towel, honestly. I don't know.
Well, they've got a tier 2. Luna just found a DD again in the river. Maybe she can actually get some use of it. They can't get megas. Pardon me, but they can look to end the game here.
True.
And here's Luna. DD rune active. They're going to go for it. Pango's up in 15 seconds, but unfortunately the barracks aren't going to last that long, so a difficult decision. Do we try and get them on the way out? Oh, they're going to stick around. They're going to give them the opportunity. This might be really good, but not if we can't get double up. There's Arceus with the BKB. DD rune this time actually chunking through him. ADR falling quite low, but Costabile has too much HP. There's Aegis down, but we've already lost the A. He's got buyback. Costabile still continuing to fight us. There's going to be the hook to get Thulicor out of trouble, but they have gotten through the Luna as soon as BKB is up. It was fairly easy. Valky as well does get off the roll-up, but he's being eaten by King Jungles and is going to nowhere. And that, I believe, is where we throw in the towel, as SG Esports are going to go right for these tier 4 towers and take the 2-0.
Alright, congratulations to SG. Really good games, honestly. I mean, 1 or 2 minor mistakes, but I think for the most part their games were quite solid, especially in the mid-late game, which is something we didn't used to see in DPC. There was a moment where they just stopped playing in DPC. I think this time SG is back to a more consistent form. I'm not expecting them to play their heart out in games that don't matter that much, but I'm expecting them to show a more decent level, which I think is definitely the case here. Much better than No Pink's games as well. And I think the drafts are actually really good. They thought outside the box ever so slightly, and I think it was with good reason, and it worked out for them. I do find that I know this draft, though, were a bit lacking overall. The only picks I really enjoyed about their draft I thought was really good was the Pango. But their carry matchups were just not very good.
Yeah, that was an issue for both drafts, right? Also, I can't believe how impactful King Jungles made this Pudge look. I don't know what the counterplay is there, because I think even if Pudge is a bad hero these days and doesn't do a lot, his early game rotation game is kind of unparalleled, especially because you don't have heroes like Earth Spirit or Tusk being played very regularly. So he still has that huge strength of Meat Hook in the early game. And King Jungles really squeezed, like, it felt like every single drop of efficiency out of that Meat Hook in this early game. And Unknown obliged him. They kept showing up to fight him mid lane. They didn't want to lose the tower. I understand why, but didn't feel like that was the best way to try and avoid the Pudge TA push in the mid lane. It was a bit hard for them to really play it any differently, but it was well played by SG to kind of force the issue there.
Yep. And with that, guys, we are going to go into the second series of the day, which is what, Richie? Do you know?
I do know. It is going to be No Ping Esports versus Hokori. Say it right for you today. So that is going to be nice and exciting, guys. I believe we're already behind schedule. No, we're right on schedule, basically. Just 1 minute behind schedule. So we will be getting started very shortly, hopefully within the next 10 minutes. We're going to throw it over to a quick break. But when we're back, the Mobius.bet Maestros will return with our second best of 2 of the day between No Ping Esports and Hokori. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Mobius.bet Maestros. We're now live with our second series of the day. No Ping Esports taking on Hokori. I think I've said everything correctly here, Alvaro, who is going to be joining me for all day today, guys. Second best of 2 series of the day. Plenty more chances for me to make some pronunciation errors. But how are you feeling about this match, actually? No Ping versus Hokori. Were you impressed by Hokori's performance yesterday?
I mean, I want to say impressed, but well, yeah, I was impressed. Yeah, let's go with that. Because I feel like their team should be weaker than it is. To be honest, with the loss of Lumiere, I thought it was going to be much weaker. I thought they performed pretty well yesterday, and they showcased that. Honestly, when they got a 2-0, there's a reason for it.
Over BINOMISTAS, which was, you know, pretty.
Wasn't the best game for BINOMISTAS though, to be fair, but they definitely played better. So yeah, I think Hokori can do that again, can at least get one game off No Ping today, but I was quite impressed with No Ping's performance yesterday. I think Pakaz really fixed a lot of the issues the team might have had, and I really like the team with Pakaz more than with HFN. I've said it from the beginning. So yesterday, I was thinking they would need a bit more of a period, you know, where they had to get better and find the coordination. Didn't seem to be the case whatsoever. Also, Panda sent me a really arrogant message today, so if he doesn't win, I'm going to make a lot of fun of it.
All right, well, we'll see here. It's going to be Panda on the Disruptor, but before, I mean, this draft's already moving along. Let's just get us right in here. I can't come up with a proper segue in time because we are already here well into the second phase. Draft now live on your screen. Hokori on this dire side. We got the Luna. We've picked Mars into it, but we also have Disruptor here for No Ping. That's a hero I don't see a lot, but I've seen a lot here in SA compared to my vast times in Eastern European. Is this something that is just kind of an SA thing? I've not seen a whole lot of Disruptor. Disruptor. Yeah.
Oh. There's a couple of really good SA Disruptors. I'm surprised that Eastern Europe has stopped picking the hero, because I think they have... That's SA and Eastern Europe has the best Disruptors, honestly, in my opinion. I think the hero's good. I honestly think the hero's a bit underestimated, but the reason why the hero isn't picked up very often is that as a 4, he competes against heroes like Lion, for example, that have much more reliable lockdown. Like the Silence of Static Storm, even though it's immediate, is not as valuable as the Hex, because oftentimes now the BKBs come up so early. And as a 5, you're competing against all the same, so you don't really have a position to be in. The hero itself is not bad, but there's just better options most of the time, which is why I think most people are avoiding him. I think in this matchup, though, it makes perfect sense. I'm assuming that's a carry axe, and then you go, or it could be also like Malo Mars. He does play Mars. And either or, you have really 2 great sources of team fight that's set up nicely for Static Storm. You have Lion for the insta-hex as well, in case you do need that as a poor Static Storm as well. And you have the Disruptor that can just honestly carry each and every single gank in the early mid game, which will make making space for whether the axe or whatever carry you pick up much easier.
All right, the Tiny's going to come through. I thought we would maybe see that for Dark Mago, but it's going to come through for Hokori instead. Along with the Luna Timber Nyx. Okay, I think this is a pretty well-rounded draft. Let me just... I think we need more lockdown. If it's carry axe,
they're screwed, to be honest.
Yeah, that is true. How does Timber fare versus carry axe? I feel like this is a lane I should remember. What?
We saw it yesterday.
Did we?
So theoretically, Timber should win this lane.
Oh,
right?
we did, because he took Whirling Death level 1. Yes.
Yeah. Most of the time, Timber loses this lane. It's just not a good matchup for Timber. Because the fact is that Axe can just, like, you can Whirling Death and last it, but Axe can do the same, and he'll just tank the creeps. And when you guys both want to tank the creeps, right? That's what you do. So you just fight when there's a bunch of creeps around. And Axe is better at dealing damage when that happens and get 3 reactive armor easier. So your Willing Death is not as impactful to an Axe. So overall, I think it's not that great of a matchup. I do think Carry Axe is the name of the game here for No Ping, honestly. If they go Carry Axe, they have a good matchup against Luna. They have a good matchup against Timber.
10 seconds remaining.
Let's pick down for Corey. They got one more ban, a couple more bans actually to get out of the way. I'm already thinking of this last pick for them. It's going to end up being probably a support.
Yeah. Unless it's Nyx 5, Tiny 4.
Yeah, that's the only other thing, right? I don't really like that too much. But what do we need then for Hokori? You know, we're gonna
save.
It's gonna sound like a meme, but here comes the Oracle ban. I imagine Abba could be next, even though Abba's not that great versus a Disruptor. Yeah, okay.
No, you have to ban Abba for the Lion.
Here's what we need: another Pudge.
I know you're gonna say that. It's not a good Pudge game this time though.
Not as good. It's not bad though. You hook someone up from call.
No, it's true. Kinetic field and
Yep, Mars Arena, which still works. Someone in the chat gave us a correction, which is it still plays the animation of you getting hit by the spear wall, and you take the damage, but you're still pulled out of the arena.
oh, okay. So, I mean, yeah, that's you getting pulled out essentially.
Yeah, but you take damage, of course. So I don't mind it. I really don't mind the pudge, honestly. Maybe Hokori were watching and they went, you know, this pudge is not that bad.
Yeah, I can't think what else. Like, the only other hero I can think that's a good save here is Venge, but Venge is very bad. I'm dying. So he has a bit of heal.
Actually,
not bad.
No tombstone hitters. Yeah, no tombstone hitters. Why are they undying over the Phoenix, though, is my question.
That's a good question, actually. I mean, maybe afraid of Disruptor.
Yeah.
Storm does cancel the Phoenix a lot.
Could be scared of Hex as well. Yeah, okay. Sure. That makes sense. Yeah.
If it's like Mago here that they're picking for, it's Kunkka, 100%. And if it's... you have nothing else. But also, it's his best hero, and I'm surprised he didn't ban it. I mean, you have a lot of anti-strength, but he's fine with it. There you go. I'm very good at this.
I love how, you know, he rings the bell, you know, he has a whole introduction, you know. Oh goodness.
Yeah. I love it. It's just so comical. He says his name. I go like, I think it's Kunkka for Dark Power. Kunkka rings the little bell. It's really cute.
That's great.
I just feel like I'm very surprised Hokori did not think that this is a big misstep, I would say, by Hokori. They did get outdrafted because they weren't concerned to carry Axe, either because they forgot about it, which is entirely a possibility, or because they think Timber wins the lane. Both of those are bad. So Noping, I think, just got a free game here. Carry Axe destroys Luna. Agility hero doesn't do anything against them. You don't really have many tools against the Axe in general. You have okay catch, but no Yule Scepter builders except for like Nyx, which is, I guess Timber can do it, but then Timber's building Yules. I really like Noping's draft 10 times more. I think they outdrafted Hokori this time. You don't even need a Tombstone hitter, honestly. You have such beefy dudes. The Tombstone might even be good for the Axe.
Beefy dudes. Oh, no, you're right. Yeah, no, you're... Well, it's good for Axe, but it's kind of not, right? Because if his first call isn't onto the Luna, they have problems, don't they?
You have good way to cancel Blink Daggers, but what you can do here is just, you have so much forced movement that until Luna gets BKB, and what are you using BKB on? To stop a glimpse? Stop a Xbox the spot, you know? There's so many things you have to stop here.
Yeah, but that's all you need, right? I feel like there are a lot of things, but like if you just make sure you're in a good position to start the fight, and then you just stand there, Glimpse isn't going to bother you too much, right? You can attack through a Static Storm and probably live through it unless it's Ags.
Yeah, but that it's not easy to do, though.
I just think... I think the initiation has got to be right, and we've got a lot of ways to make it right for no ping, right? That's the only thing I got for them. Because if they don't get it right, Tombstone is a problem. But if they get it right, Tombstone's not a problem. That easy.
Sure, I don't mean the Tombstone though. I mean in general, the Luna's gonna have a tough time because this BKB needs to do so much. It needs to stop the Mars Arena from canceling it, right? It needs to stop the Lion Hex. So Lion might just force it out of you. You need to do it in a way that Berserker's Call can't punish you right after. You need to use it for Xbox the spot, and you need to use it for Glimpse. Like, there's so many things this 6-second BKB, because eventually it'll be that, has to cover. So, if Noping plays badly, yeah, but if they play as they've been playing yesterday, I think they're pretty good hunts. Sorry to be so one-sided this time, but I just feel like this draft by Hokori, it was just a blind spot for them to carry Axe, for some reason.
Gotta love. I still cracking up about that Kunkka pick. Okay, first blood here. They're gonna go for it. Double decay, so decay level 1. Analog.
You're definitely not gonna fight this once he gets the 2-man DK.
He's a little too tanky. We'll get the D ward though, pretty easily. Gardic is gonna try and force Matthew into a bit of a bind here as Tiaris is rotating around the side. Gardic here, no strength whatsoever on the Lion. 200 HP is really all he's got. Well, 400 on top of the base 200 every hero cannot go below. We might even see him go lower here. He's going to want to go for the double. There he goes again. Everyone's missing a lot of HP. Look at Matthew. He's getting chunked by just the auto attack from Tiaris, and so is Oscar. The tree toss, not enough damage. We had a stick anyway. Gardic falling low, but he's still got 250 HP, and that's 10 HP on the Lion. Stick charge looks a lot bigger than it actually is, but he's going to be fine. And in fact, this is always a little bit of an issue when you get into these skirmishes as an Undying, and you get the decay stacks on people, but you don't kill them. You run out of mana. They have very low max HP, so the tangos heal for a lot more, especially when the decay ends up ending. So everyone's basically back to full HP, and Undying very low on the mana and life, because his tangos with decay stacks on are not very good. That's the issue you have here for the Undying. Really sucks.
Not super low on mana because he had regen, but he's now low on regen instead, right? Which is, and I actually think that the Undying versus Lion match is pretty good for Lion, right? Once you get a couple levels, because mana drain just destroys Undying.
That's a good point. That's a good point. I would just be careful that Lion eventually, if we get like a 1-1-1 build even, Lion might actually just die to that on the Undying.
He's so cute. He's like, I cannot. Every time he hits me, I lose a fourth of my HP. I just need to avoid every single hit. But he's taking him for a ride, dude. He really is controlling the Undying completely here. It's one of Gardeck's better heroes, by the way. He's actually very good on the Undying, so we'll see how he solves this issue. I think an Orb of Venom could actually be a good idea here to deal with the Lion.
Yeah, wouldn't mind. Wouldn't mind. We don't want that Mars to get too interested in fighting, because a Lion Mars will be very easily able to kill an Undying, even with plenty of stacks of the Decay. But right now, everyone's just focused on getting creeps here. Gardeck, again, he is actually low. He just lost some Decay stacks, but the stick charges will keep him alive. Healing Salve, but that's not even going to heal him fully. Oh, now it's not. He's taking so... Oh, no, he's fine. He's fine. He'll get there. He'll get there. No worry on the HP, though. Still has some mana to play with, though. There he goes. I think he still lives. If he got off the Fairy Fire, he's going to get only the one-man Decay, but that's going to set up for the kill onto Oscar, as they did not have the damage required. The Lion last hit, though, actually, will be able to get the kill. That's a little shocking. I thought he was living there.
Shocking. Yeah. Well, they got the kill, I guess, against Gardeck, so... Still bad, obviously, for no ping, but it could have been worse. Could have been a much worse trade. However, First Blood's still going the way to Luna. I think the Hokori is pretty happy with that. And in the bottom lane, they're also... Well, the Axe is doing well against the Timbersaw. The Disruptor feels very useless because Nick decided to go for Mana Burn, and then he ruined Disruptor's lane. Now he's going to Dark Malo's lane to ruin his lane as well. And I know Dark Malo gets really tilted when this happens, because to him, the mid lane is all about him versus the enemy mid lane.
Oh,
So supports come in, it's like, what, you have no honor?
Exactly.
Apparently, he'll say that in pubs as well.
You know, he spams out whatever song he's listening to, the reggaeton, and then he says, "Excuse me, where's your honor?"
And then he puts on the song where it talks about how a big butt stole the honor.
Yeah, exactly. I was about to say it's very funny because he'll say, "Excuse me, sir, where's your honor?" And then the reggaeton song is rapping about how he's gonna steal your girl. You know, like it's.
Hey, but he'll do it with honor. He'll do it by dancing.
He'll do it with honor. He'll do it by dancing, and yeah, exactly. That's very true. Yeah.
They might have... No, they don't have enough mana for the next, unfortunately. Look at how Ankel is doing that. This is really clever. He piles on the creeps to make sure Vitali can't fight him. He knows how to play this matchup. It's also a matchup you need to know how to play, though. It's not immediately intuitive, but if you played it once or twice, I think you're good to go. Frankly. Same with mid lane, where I feel like Kunkka is destroying Analog. This is not a good matchup for Tiny for the most part, but if you're a Kunkka who knows how to play it, you can abuse this matchup. I would say it's like 60-40, but if with a good Kunkka, it can easily turn 70-30.
No, Oscar, is that Soul Ring? Not yet, even. He's actually needed to ferry out some range drops just to make sure he can continue farming in the lane, but they're going to burst through these pretty much instantly. There's the Tombstone out, level 1. Here's the 1-1-1 build. Not a lot of mana for Gardeck, but he's going to spawn no more zombies here. Tiaras, fast as he is, does not want to give further chase here, as it's going to be Matthew who's going to be able to get the last hit. 80 gold, 125 gold. My goodness, for Tombstone level 1. That's a lot of gold.
A lot of gold. Oscar does get hit by the Impale, but still has the Infused Rain up saving him. Oscar's like, okay, I guess I can't go here either. Let me try staircase number 3, where Dark Malo is also waiting for him, thinking he can maybe kill El Misho, but he's nicely taking some stacks. With Kunkka, Dark Malo is back to his I'm gonna hit creep style, though. He loves taking stacks on Kunkka.
He's caught Gardeck. Gardeck's really tanky, though. 16 stacks of decay. And there's the mana drain, Matthew. Be careful, because he can still decay you with some damage, but underneath the tower, actually, you're quite tanky. That HP regen now kicking in, as well as the bonus armor is very nice.
Matthew has impressively held his own against the Undying, to be honest. He's actually dealt a lot of damage with this, and now he's going to steal some experience from Dark Malo. You know what's awesome is that we'll watch Dark Malo Kunkka sometimes, and sometimes the lane will go like slightly well, right? You know, he'll just have a slight advantage towards the end, and he thinks, well, this warrants a Radiance pickup. and he just rushes the Radiance immediately. And you go, Darkmao, dude, you could be ganking your team. He's like, no, my lane went well. I think I deserve a Radiance.
I'm gonna get a Radiance, actually.
Karthik. I think he's going to die in the top lane. Yep. Last little hit by Matthew.
Again.
They're going to go free Hadis as well, but there's no mana on Oscar, so there's no attempt here. In the bottom lane, though, they do also find Panda, who has a glimpse, but the body block on Misha is perfect, actually. Really good body block. Panda needs to find another way through the trees, but that way will still get him close to the cockroach. Unlock, wind this kill, but lacking the damage. Panda has the magic stick, healing as much as he can. There's the kinetic field. Panda is actually taking them for a ride, but the force beat down to even join them. And now Pakas could be in trouble, but he's actually looking for the counter kill, hoping to kill Analog. Kunkka is farming stacks, though, so he's not going to rotate here under any circumstance.
Ace Boots first. What do you think? Is it going to be Armlet? What does he normally build on the Kunkka? Because the Kunkkas I've seen in Eastern Europe have kind of taken to the attacker build, which is like Armlet, sometimes even Orchid, as Gardic is in some trouble. There's the first boat of the game, Analog. Rotating on through. We have a Soul Rip level 2, 14 wand charges. We're going to get the wand charges off, and the Soul Rip is going to be used on himself because the Tombstone was already dead. 3 heroes rotating, though, as Panda Boo's going to be able to glimpse him back. Dark Mago, though, hitting creeps. There he goes, in style, securing the kill. As, you know, he hits creeps and gets kills at the same time, sometimes Alvaro. That's why he wants to get this Radiance online, but Matthew's going to be left behind, especially with the haste on Tiny. No way he was going to be able to escape.
Yeah, so I think I think the build that all goes to really depends on the game. I've seen him rush BKB or Halberd most games. That's what he tries to do. There was a moment where he really did use to rush Radiance like almost every game. And I think the team had a talking with him about it. It's like, okay, no Radiance at Mao.
No.
But it's so good. No, Mao.
No.
Not the anthem. Analog. Oh, he cuts by the Earth Spike, bring him back with the X mark the spot. This is good. As the Hex sets up for this, you don't even need the Torrent. Last bit of Tidebringer damage. Oh, but the Avalanche Toss puts Matthew in a pickle. Analog. A Thunderstrike is slowing him down, enough for the Tidebringer to hit. As Matthew is fending off the Nyx Assassin himself. He will set up for the Torrent, which misses on both, but Milo a bit sad about that.
Scott's coming, he's at Arena.
Using the Spike Carpus to survive, but they do have Glimpse this time. Bringing him back to kill Matthew there. Oh no! But Matthew, he gets away. He's not the Fairy Fire anyway. And I think El Misha knew this, which is why he didn't even try to kill him. But Matthew saves the Fairy Fire like that.
And Oscar just runs around. He does a lap around the Roche pit. So does Gardic. So it's at least space for Tiares, but this is so funny to see people really eager to fight. Okay, so now he's going to find a use for the ultimate. Tombstone's placed down. Still great damage, though, onto the Luna. And Matthew's able to focus down because we needed to use that level 2 Soul Rip to keep Tiares alive. Not like we needed it for the life on, or the to kill Matthew anyway. El Micho is here. He's going to have the setup for the Impale. Nice job here, stacking the Suns. Oscar is going to go into the trees. Okay, and then he's going to push back the Luna. Once again, trying to juke here, but he finds himself body blocked by the cockroach and taken down, but he's bought enough time. Dark Mago's here with the DD rune. Big old cleave on both supports. The Impale's going to catch him. That's going to mess up the combo, but Misho is still brought back, and Pandabu with the glimpse now. Level 2 catches the Undying, and it's 2 more kills for Dark Mago.
It's going for Earn, by the way, which I actually like for this game very much so. Not just because Spirit Vessel is awesome this game, and Kunkka is a great Spirit Vessel builder, but also if you look at this team, I can't imagine a better hunting team than a team with Kunkka, Disruptor, Lion. Seriously. They're like made to get kills. There, they got 2 kills they really didn't deserve just because they rotated at some point, and Glimpse and X mark the spotter is just so good. Right? We're even seeing Panda going for a second point in Glimpse as opposed to maxing Thunderstrike directly, which is usually the build we see these days on Disruptor, because he just acknowledges that this game, your hunting potential is what sets you apart, really. It's not your team fight. Your team fight's good. It's not your carry. Your carry is also good, but it's the fact that you can pretty much pick off anyone on Hokori if you have enough heroes there.
Oh, bounty.
Smoke play coming through from Hokori.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
I don't know what they're smoking around, though. They're just smoking to fight, I guess. We'll see if they can find anyone. I mean, yeah, here we go in the river. I guess they were smoking to bait the ward. Unfortunately, we've missed the Impale. Earth Spike out from Matthew, though, does not miss. X Mark into Torrent, into Boat. No chance to get the Carapace out, but the Otis is here. Doesn't have Eclipse. Level 3 Loosened Beams. He's going to be glimpsed back behind the tower, so he'll just keep farming. Actually, no, he's going to go keep farming, actually. Gardic, then, in the meantime, still caught in the river, as Analog's going to come on through. Avalanche, no toss though yet available. There's the toss, trying to get through Pandabu as Dark Mago has now gotten a second kill onto Gardic. Tree toss, not enough here for the kill rather onto Matthew. As Dark Mago is going to give chase. He's got X mark in 3 seconds and the Earn charge glimpse up in 14. And they've got the vision here, of course, but all the way up on the high ground, it's a little bit scary. So they're going to call in Oscar, as he will now run on over. But Analog, pretty fast. Glimpse in the 3 seconds. Pandaboo needs to have vision, though. Can he reach him? Hiding behind the trees, using the fog.
Nice.
Torrent's going to miss, and Analog's going to live.
Torrent almost gave vision of him, though. That was the idea, I think, behind the Torrent. Okay, they finally find Matthew. I think this time he's dead. Yeah, there's no way Matthew's surviving this one, right? They have Mana Burn. Mana Burn him! From the tree! Oh! In the vision! With the infused raindrops, Matthew's still alive! What is this? El Misho? They hit him with a spear. El Misho's gonna die instead. They actually finger if Matthew gets the kill. Okay, Matthew should have died, I think, like 15 times already. What is this game? He is playing the line like he's playing a Tusk or an Earth Spirit. My god.
Yeah, so far so good. I mean, it is working out really, really nicely for no ping. As Dark Mago now is continuing to push. He almost has the Vessel online. Is the recipe already? Yeah, the recipe's already in the courier. X-Mark is going to bring back Vitali. There's going to be now the Static Storm on top. Gardic, though, still got a little bit of healing. Tombstone's in the river, as Pandaboo is going to get to work on that one now. The Glimpse to send back the Tine. He's not going to stop the Avalanche, which spawns a couple more zombies, but just the one auto attack there from the sword from Dark Mago will clear them all. Tiares is then in, but it's an Eclipse at level 1 in the middle of the creep wave, so it doesn't do a whole lot. And they've caught Gardic here, pushed back by the Spear. Dark Mago is going to eat an Avatoss. Toss back actually underneath the tower into the Impale, and that's the Vendetta damage going to work. Dark Mago getting a little bit too aggressive there that time, as Matthew, once again, he's going to be able to escape with his life.
Can you imagine being Bakaz this game, though? Because I haven't seen him even consider joining a single fight. He's just been free farming. He's like, oh, I hope my team's doing well. They fought so much in this mid lane that Dietis felt compelled to go and join this team, but Bakaz didn't even think twice about it. He's still clearing camps. And that's why he actually has more farm than Luna, even though Axe is just okay at farming. Without Shard, mind you.
Yep.
Or Manta.
Oscar going first item Blink Dagger. Luna even joining these fights a little bit. Has almost the Yasha up, but yeah, she is being basically eclipsed in farm, no pun intended here, even by Dark Mago, who's now got the Vessel ready to roll. They're going to smoke around this.
And her team is just not making her enough space, like, compared to the... Because I think Noping has such a good catch, they can easily make space, whereas Hokori can't do that as much. And we're seeing the weakness of a Tiny that needs the Blink Dagger to operate as well. So they don't... Now they're going to actually rotate and play around Bakaz, kind of baiting him to a degree. Let's see if they can get Vitali. This is the Spirit Vessel, as we mentioned, up. They hit him with the one charge. He does have the Hooded Defiance, but I think Vitali is as good as dead here. Spirit just in case. We have the Earth Spike and God Rebuke because Oscar wanted the kill. Sorry, I rolled the R.
Ah, God's Rebuke.
My bad.
La Vendetta.
But Vendetta is a word in Spanish. So.
I know it is.
I mean, it's Latin.
Oh, okay. And, well, speaking of Latin, I think I can't come up with a pun for Latin right now. El Misho, though, is still in trouble. Tombstone's dropped in a pretty good spot this time, but again, the supports can make very quick work of this thing. It's a higher level Tombstone this time around, as pulled back into the Static Storm and caught inside the Static Field. Where is he going? This way, that way? Now he's back inside the arena. Everyone's kind of fighting over who's going to kill him. Bakaz almost getting the dog. It's not going to matter at the end. At the end of the day, it's a dead Tiny, though, Avo.
They find the Nyx as well with that spike. Sorry, the spike offers does nothing because he wasn't expecting that burst of damage from Spear of his Finger of Death. And Matthew going forward, a beautiful double Earth Spike. Also blind, by the way, at least on the Undying. So Garde can't help him as much. They don't have Tombstone any longer. They're still trying to kill Vitali. Matthew tanks the Eclipse alone as they're trying to conjure in the Timbersaw, and Timbersaw will fall thanks to the Culling Blade. I think Matthew's happy to tank the Eclipse. That's level 2 Eclipse that he just tanked for free.
Yeah, you can see Tiares is very hesitant to get in there with the Eclipse active, right? He's like, I don't really know if I want to fight into this. This is looking better. Oh, the Glimpse of Misho. At least he gets off his spells, and that's going to contribute to the death of Oscar. But
yeah, it took too long to get away from that. But they took tower, so I think it's justified. However, Hokori got a little bit of hope with that fight, honestly. Even though they lost a lot, the fact that you actually joined in with Luna and you didn't die with Luna, you actually got 2 valuable kills. That's good.
Not bad. Not bad whatsoever. I think they can be pretty happy with that. Dark Mago going in for the Halberd next. So it's like the old Kunkka we used to see. Remember when we had Kunkka like every game? This was the build that he went for basically all the time. Gardic is in trouble though. He's going to put a Tombstone on the high ground, but the ward's already out here. The 2 supports immediately making quick work of it. Even stunning in between the auto attacks here while the animation's on cooldown. Gardic being pulled back. The Glimpse then is here for El Misho. There's just no running from no ping right now. El Misho, yeah, you can try, but, you know, you can't hide. You can run, but you cannot hide. And Nyx Assassin, he likes to hide. Not very good at the running.
He has Franco. He should be better. He has 6 legs, right? That should give him an advantage.
He should be good at running. Unfortunately, I don't think that's how it works. Otherwise, we'd have centipedes in the Olympics right now. Sorry, this is...
Is that not what a Saint Bolt is?
I don't think so. Vitaly might be dead. He does have 24 stacks of reactive armor, but yeah, can't put any of it to use here, as there's the dunk from Bakaz. He almost has Blink Dagger online already, on top of Manta and the Vanguard. Mid lane, they're still fighting here. This analog is going...
Just 2 supports. They pretend like they have more here. They still have Glimpse? No.
No
Not
mana?
enough mana for it.
Oh, he used Clarity when he was still being Avalanche.
There we go. With the last hit of Thunderstrike, they actually set up perfectly for the Earth Spike. That was good. That was impressive. And now the Spear, God Rebuke, and Panda takes it, I think, deservedly so.
Yep, I'd agree.
How long was Analog there? Like, a solid 15 seconds, he just couldn't do anything.
Can't leave.
Yeah, you have 15 seconds for your team to stop farming and being lazy cores and actually rotate and help you. That's so much. It's absurd. This combo is actually so good at getting kills. Like, single target, mind you.
All right, pretty good stuff then. I mean, right now, it's you can't run, you can't hide from no ping. They're basically playing it very aggressively now as El Misho trying to actually get the Tidebringer cleave. There's a good toss back into the tower, into the tombstone. We need a stun, though, and Oscar is going to be coming first now with the Arena of Blood. Finger of Death for Analog. He's already dead. Only got with the 1 salvo spells up, but now Theodis is here, getting glimpsed away, though, after activating the Eclipse. Doesn't have the BKB yet. Another beam here, shot into Oscar. He's going to try and get some damage in. Tombstone doing a lot of work in this fight, though, as they cannot escape. Oscar is going to be next to fall. Vitaly then, without the fear of the vessel, is quite strong here. Is going to maybe even turn back here for Pakaz, who has a Blink Dagger but can't get away. They're going to make him a little bit of space, but the zombies just continuing to run him down as Theodis, with one last losing beam, picks up Matthew. Finally, Tombstone will time out and they'll get out of there. Those are the only kind of fights I think No Ping has to be scared of. Fights where they can't get to the Tombstone.
Yep. That, and to be honest, I feel like that fight, for the most part, Noping should start to acknowledge that they're weaker now, like just by the virtue of their draft. You know, your Axe is still not online. I'd argue that Luna is close to it, if not already online. Once she gets BKB, she's fully there, but she can fight, right, with the Eclipse. And Timbersaw still actually reaching his peaks right now, right? He's quite powerful. The Tiny, he's just tanking damage, but technically with his Blink Dagger, he's technically online too. So you should stop trying to force fights. Noping is just getting away with these fights because they're mechanically more skilled, at least in how they've been performing today. But they shouldn't continue to do this all the time, especially on 5-on-5 engagements where they're certainly weaker than the opponent. They have to wait for the Axe to get, well, honestly, just missing a shard actually from this build. Yep. It's crazy how much fun he has. He's
just restricted by time, isn't he? He's basically a full 2 minutes ahead of schedule here, which is not a bad thing. Don't get me wrong, but yeah, he's.
Okay, wait, Arena Blood in the bottom lane. He's gonna go for Vitaly, but he's not the target yet again. He used Static Storm at least to stop Vitaly from doing any more. Ghost Ship will hit, but they lost Matthew in the backlines. Oscar could also be in trouble, and he's trying to get away from the Luna, but Oscar, he's not fast enough. He's going to die to Luna. Arcmago tanks a fair amount thanks to that Sanj, but he's not capable of finishing off Vitaly. Angel is considering going back in. There's the Glimpse, sending him back, and they're gonna go for Vitaly still.
Here comes the Blink.
He's gone to 4, but is he gonna do it? They have vision of them. Angel, how crazy are you? He finds the Luna, and he also finds Vitaly, using the dunk for the extra movement speed, but he doesn't want to fight the Luna head on. He doesn't have the shard just yet. He's not strong enough. That Mago tanking all this crazy amount of damage. They glimpse back Tiaris. He's in the kinetic field now. Now's the opportunity. The vessel's finally up, but Thunderstrike is still hitting him, and Angel gets the kill here. Gardik trying to run down Pandabu, who's a bit too much of a nuisance, but Gardik instead will find an axe to the face, as Align is also trying to TP in here, hoping to stop Analog's TP, but they're not fast enough to do so. Still, a great fight for Noping. Once again, I think they just used that high ground much better than Hokori, who kind of fell into the trap there.
Yeah, a bit of a long fight. They I think at some point recognized, oh god, we're fighting in a choke point versus an axe with Blink Dagger already. Yep. Sure, he's not that scary yet, right? This is the last fight we can get away with this, but they still have to respect the amount of control and lockdown. Like, we have what, Arena, Call, Glimpse, and X marks the spot to hold you in place, and kinetic field. Like, there's so many things stopping you from getting out of these choke points. They really need to be careful whenever they're in some of these areas, because stuff like that could even happen to them. And you know, BKBs, as you say, there's not a BKB long enough in the world, even with Ex Machina and Refresher, that's gonna get you through that fight here. It's too much AoE, too much, like, what's the word? You know what caltrops are? Right, they like these big spikes to slow down. It's like this team is just full of those. Right, you just can't get through these choke points, and you have to be really, really cautious where you take these fights.
Yeah, I would agree with you.
This
I feel like there's... I think that no ping is just a great... Two things, right? Great choke point lineup, as you mentioned there, where if you fight them there, you're going to die. And on top of that, you also have a great single target pickoff lineup. So you're like, I don't want to bunch up near choke points, which should be my advantage of 5-on-5, but I also don't want to go and... Like, I have to only fight in an open area. That's my only option in Hokori. And I think that limits what you can do right now.
Also, this kind of in and out lineup, or sorry, this kind of, you know, holding you in place lineup that No Ping are presenting here is not very fun for our Tiny, or even for our Timber, right? They want to be mobile in these fights, going in and using spells whenever they have them, and ideally Tiny just blinking onto supports and just killing them. Well, speaking of Blink Dagger, there's the blink from Oscar into the boat, and Torrent, and another kill here. This is getting ugly pretty fast, though, for Hokori, especially if they keep getting picked off like that. Like, they just need to get their items up first. Like, BKB is a necessity here for Luna. She almost has it. She's not even going straight Manta first. And there's going to be the first Axe Shard blink. No, blink is... Or sorry, the shard's not here yet for Pakaz. It's on the way in the Courier. Maybe that would have made the difference. Oh, yes, you can try and Timber Chain, but you can't run. Finger of Death and the dunk. Okay, very easy for them. They're going to smoke up right underneath the creep wave. They want to go for more. There's the stun onto Gardic. El Misho can't really do much here. He needs to make sure he doesn't get caught by Dark Mago, as Oscar is going to bonk the Undying to death.
Angel actually had so much farm, he almost built his whole BKB before, or Pakaz, sorry. Had so much farm, he almost built his whole BKB before he actually had the shard. That's incredible. Matthew might die here. Oh,
nope,
not
he's
actually.
baiting.
Storm saving him. Matthew is honestly just like Tusk this game. He even hexes the Luna. Hexes Luna for free. They kill Misho. Now he finally dies to Analog. He stayed there way too long, to be honest. And we finally got shard on Pakaz. In addition to almost the whole BKB. It's incredible how much Pakaz has farmed in this game. It's actually, his GPM is 680. That's crazy. And now he just got the shard, which is when you're supposed to start farming properly, right?
Yeah, I'll have this BKB around 22 minutes. Right now, Hokori looking for fights. There's going to be a nice pickoff onto Pandaboo. That's a lot of the control down, as Gardic has got Tombstone maxed and a Holy Locket, but he can't really heal himself yet until that debuff is gone. I'll hold on to it for now, as Pakaz is very easy to TP away, from the Timbersaw, who does not have the Yules, instead just the Sanch. Almost dying to his illusions, though, on the way out.
Careful with the axe illusions now. With the shard, they're really strong. I think Luna's so burstable here. And she still doesn't have any Scotty or anything. She couldn't even go for the Manta stock because she had to rush that BKB so badly. So she doesn't really have any of the big stat items. I guess BKB gives you 10 strength. 160 extra HP. But you need Scotty and Manta. Those are the big items to tank up on Luna. At least the HP wise, right? Because all the armor you have with Yasha, Dragonlance, it's useless. Not against an axe.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I like this item for Panda. He decides to go for the Veil. Where are we owing? Oh, is it Dark Mago farming aggressively?
No, Dark Mago just stunned himself with this next Spike Corpus when he was farming. It was quite funny. Yeah, I like the Veil build too. I mean, right now, because Shard is so valuable on Disruptor, right? You just don't need to rush that Ags. You can't afford to rush that Ags. Like, you rush it after the Shard anyway. So getting intermediate items like Veil, I think it's a good idea. Oscar is dead, by the way. What are you doing farming there, Oscar?
Well, it's a bait, right? Because now the entire team from No Ping, it's the SCA smoke. We lost one, we smoke and go kill them. Here they go. Analog would be a good catch.
Succeed, to be honest.
They know that there's an Undying nearby because of this Courier. They're going to follow it on over. We're fighting under vision, though, for Hokori, but they might not expect him from here. The call misses, though, from Pakaz. So Gardic's going to get off a great Tombstone here up onto the high ground. Matthew, in the meantime here, protected a bit by the Static Storm, gets the finger off, but he still is going to be dropped, but that's going to get the kill onto Analog, who gets one last toss-off, putting Angel out of position here. Pakaz then pops the BKB, which he already has 23 minutes in. Diotis as well is holding on to his, and Angel is just going to be able to TP out. They don't have the damage for him. Dark Mago might not be as lucky. We have another Timber Chain. Up to the high ground he will go, but we need a slow or something to allow El Misho to catch up for the stun. Unfortunately, without one, Dark Mago is off and away safely. Or even might even look to turn.
And Misho. There's a Torrent. Oscar is coming by as well. There's Dust. You'll see El Misho. He bought this specifically to kill El Misho and slightly redeem himself. That's a fail, actually. There's TP in the middle of that. Oh my god, El Misho used balls of steel. Guts. Not steel, sorry. But I still find that the fight there was actually not that bad of a choice if Pakaz just started properly, right? He blinked in and Berserker's called it and died, which also missed. So if that hadn't gone that badly, that team fight would have been much easier for them. They even still got 2 very valuable kills, I'd say. Not losing that much, really, in the fight. But it had to be the call on Luna.
It's going to be Roche then. First Roche of the game, 24 minutes in. Pretty much already deleted here. Guys, almost has POTs already. Yeah, this is pretty ridiculous farm. When you think of cores that can keep up with farm for to a Luna, Axe is not the first one that comes to mind. I got to be honest with you. We're fighting this though. Tombstone's dropped. Dark Mago is going to get tossed pretty out of position here. BKB, because he does not have the Aegis, is going to allow him to at least receive this run buff on top. But Analog's going to be A-okay as well. Noping not wanting to fight underneath that Tombstone without the vision. They're just going to wait out for the cooldowns and maybe look to push some towers elsewhere on the map. Or they're going to smoke up and just immediately fight. Okay.
Let's see. The smoke from the high ground, never a good idea. If it's only El Misha, it's not ideal either. Don't waste your call on that. Not the call indeed. Oscar might have to sacrifice himself here. Yes, he will. Now going for the offlaner once again as the first target. Difficult to kill Vitali, but possible for sure. As Vitali falls, and they'll find also Gardik, who's been left behind by his team. And the backlines. Another easy kill going the way of Noping. They did lose the Mars in the process. At this point, I'm starting to question if Oscar is taking notes from Axel. And he's like, if I die every fight, we win. Because his initiations are being really, really aggressive. I would say overly so.
Yeah, but they're good though. They're good because they commit like this when they know there's no Tombstone. They get the BKB out from Tiaris, so they're not scared of him anymore. Like I feel like they're well worth it. These are valuable deaths for the space what we're getting. But we just need structures, and Dark Mago is going to get onto that one real quickly here in the mid lane. TP is coming into the stun. That misses, though. Gardik not really possessing the lockdown here on the Undying, but he's going to throw down the Tombstone nonetheless, because they have at least popped Bandaboo here, using that tiny Blink Echo Saber. Dark Mago is going to BKB, drop a Vessel Charge, but the rest of Hokori are coming in to continue fighting this one. Oscar has got Arena in 3 seconds here, but Angel is in the middle of the thick of it. Gets a dunk off before he loses the first life. As out comes the Arena now. That'll trap Analog inside. He doesn't want to be here because Axe is about to respawn. Gets the second dunk immediately. The toss onto Vitali, the call onto 2. Tiaris trying to do whatever he can here, but he's just triggering him to spin more. A third dunk here already. There's the 4th, and he wants the 5th one already onto Tiaris. He's not going anywhere. No mana, very little HP, and here it comes, the rampage for Pakaz.
Alright, they all tip him. Of course, only his teammates that Malo were reluctantly tipping. He's like, I deserve that rampage more. But no ping. They take the fight. I think at least 1 interaction. So I don't think they can take any more, to be honest.
Look at this damage, 10k damage by an Axe, 27 minutes in.
I mean, at least you really can't do much with this. Until you get AC, you also don't push that fast in this lineup. So Thunderstrike does help a fair amount. Maybe you should give Thunderstrike to the Coco. Oh, he's coming back. There we go. Angel is back to full HP, so they can continue putting aggression. And it's a classic thing where if you see someone, because Luna, you want to try to force her buyback, if you see someone a bit out of position, just dive him. Knowing Luna's not here. We'll see. X marks the spot. You torrent him back, Vitali. Well, there's not going to be a blink. In fact, they decided to play this the safest route possible. I respect it.
Yep, probably going bottom, I would say, is the call next. They got a big old wave here pushing with a wagon. Just setting up vision, getting some, yeah, setting up vision. All right, wow, we almost have AC for Pakaz already after that rampage. He has 16-0-5 on the carry axe. Leveled, what, 22 was it? Yeah, 22. Gaddis is keeping pace with him, at least in terms of experience, but after that fight has now been left in the dust. Looking for some damage, at least with the Daedalus. Oh, man, I mean, it just doesn't really feel like there's one item in particular that'll get him back in the game. The rest of his team just still drops like flies when these fights actually get started. Analog really needs this BKB, but he's nowhere close. There's not a bad item whatsoever, though, actually. El Misho with the Aghanim Scepter already here for the Nyx Assassin. It's his only item on top of the boots, but maybe that's what gets them here a little bit of a better jump.
Mago, okay, with good payroll, El Misho. And with the Earth Spot, you have the Ghost Ship on top of that.
Oh, wow.
Die.
Didn't even get the Carapace off.
Yeah. Misha is destroyed, but Matthew in the same situation, actually. Matthew will fall, so both Impaler and the Earthspiker are dead. However, Vandalog dies as well. That's going to be a huge advantage now for Noping. The Eclipse comes out. There's no one to give. He's also got might have to be left here to die. He does spear the Timber Saw before he does die, though. And Angel, are they considering going back in again? He does the Hyperstone already. He deals enough damage. They do find Vitali with the Spirit Vessel. He's not healing enough. Only 9 reactive armor charges anyway. So it's time for them to continue this push. They buff back on Mars. They're committing to this. They want at least one more lane of Rax.
I think they're going to get it.
They need so little more for the Assault Cuirass. It would be ideal if they could already have it.
They're going to get it here. He can just farm that way, but he's going to let Dark Maul go. Of course, Dark Maul's, nope, these are mine. I'll take them. And he's going to leave the wave. Does he? Oh, Torrent Storm? Nice, Torrent Storm. Okay, that's going to be full HP. They TP the axe away. He'll be right back.
He got the Assault Cuirass.
Did he?
He got it.
It's on the way in the courier. Yeah. Is that his? Yeah, he even had it in the Dire secret shop. There it is.
Yeah, that's smart. Oh, if I'm die. I'm dying. Should die here quickly then. Baka's enchanted quiver now on him. Love seeing this on Rax.
Yeah, more burst damage, right? That'll get through the Luna real fast. Buyback.
I wonder what an axe would say if you gave him an enchanted quiver.
More, you know, more places to hold more axes. You know, I mean, he's this one's got to be getting dull pretty soon, right? He did just dunk 5 heroes in a row not too long ago.
I guess the idea of a quiver being only for arrows is my, very limited Southern European thinking, right? I guess axes are also a form of arrows in some cultures.
Well, you know, you can have a quiver of spears, I would say.
Yeah, it's true actually.
I would
see. And back in Spain, it's like, am I really gonna take a spear? We've shot small things, arrows, stones.
Well, you can have a quiver of stones as well.
Yes, that's true. But that's not what you used to. You used to have a satchel of stones. It wasn't a quiver. When the Honda throwers used to have a satchel.
I would still call that a quiver, though. I mean, what is a quiver even? You just don't play enough D&D, so.
A quiver is like it has to be like cylindrical form. Otherwise, it's not really a quiver, right?
I cannot find the right definition.
You cannot find the right definition.
It's given me to tremble or shake with a slight rapid motion. Give me the noun.
That is also true. Yeah. That's what Axe is causing in people right now. They're quivering in fear.
Okay, well, they're going to make Panda quiver a little bit because they've just absolutely murdered him, but they're going to lose their 2-2 tower for this.
Do you quiver when you die, and it just
well, I do quiver a little bit, yeah, whenever a Nyx assassin gets me out from Vendetta. It's a little scary.
I can see that.
Yeah. And then the tiny blink, I think when there's just that many heroes there. Okay, a quiver is, it says specifically, an archer's portable case for holding arrows.
So I guess you can't have a quiver of axes.
I guess you can. Yes, you can.
This is a very limited definition. What if the archer wants to use axes in his bow?
I agree. Right? That'd be impressive. I think you can also have like a quiver for like a scorpion, not like obviously like Sand King, but for the heavy artillery weapons, right? Because you need to.
Oh right, the big scorpions.
Yeah.
Like the ones you find in the desert.
Yeah, not Gaben's favorite hero. No, not that one.
No, because that's Locust, of course.
No, he's got Sand King as his favorite hero. What are you talking about?
Yeah, Sand King's the Locust.
Sand King's a Locust?
Yeah.
No, he's got to be a scorpion.
That's 6 legs, not 8.
What are you talking? What? Is this a thing?
Oh, I thought Sand King had 6 legs. Is he? I'm gonna check now. I'm pretty sure Sand King has 6 legs.
He does have 6 legs.
Yeah, that means he's not an arachnid.
Well, but he has 2 claws though. He just walks around on them.
Claws aren't legs.
I mean,
that's the Locust. He might look exactly like a scorpion, but it's a Locust. Trust me.
Let me see here. Believe you.
Are you looking up Sand King's animal?
Hey, yeah, could be. You don't know me.
Hey, we're concentrating on a very important match here. Who's gonna win? Can Hokori bring this back?
I don't think so.
I know, that's... Yeah, oh, look, Amisha? Pause the game. It's like, Amisha, now! Spike Carpus, now! Amisha! Oh, he has to disconnect. That's unfortunate. I thought it was a really clever tactical pause.
Sand King takes the form of a huge arachnid. Inspired by the Skitulant's waist, small but ubiquitous denizens, and is a true outward expression of his ferocious nature. He's an arachnid. That's directly from his flavor text.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah, well.
That means he's not. I wonder if scorpions are as tasty as locusts.
I don't know if I'd eat a scorpion. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know. I've seen those videos where people go and eat like the bugs, you know, and they're in some parts of the world, you know, they're eaten, right? It's in parts of the world, especially like Vietnam and Thailand, and they don't waste food, right? So you eat a lot of the worms.
They do eat scorpions there. Yeah.
So.
Yeah, but locusts are considered like quite tasty, like in Egypt and stuff like that.
I really didn't know that. I did not know.
Yeah, it's quite. They're not bad. They're actually surprisingly crunchy and good, like not in the disgusting way.
Okay, well, we'll see what Misho does here. Still got
like
the carapace.
Fried chicken. That
he could get a really big impalement. There he goes. He's found 2, and actually stunned up a couple more, but there's just nothing created with the opening. They got the D ward, so the tombstone's in a good spot, but Analog is just dunked immediately by Pakaz. Couldn't do anything there. Boat into the Torrent Storm now. There's a second dunk. We can have another rampage. We're certainly set for it here. Pakaz chasing after more. Theotis still has the Eclipse with the Hex. Couldn't get the BKB off. Pakaz already closes the gap. They continue to chain the stuns. Oh, they've stolen the rampage away, but there's a couple of buybacks, so Pakaz still could find it here. Overwhelming Blink means that really no one can run from him. Tali up to the high ground, though, as Analog, having just bought back, is being controlled and killed off in the river. Down he will go. Pakaz in the middle between 2 heroes now, gets stunned by the carapace, but the call still comes through. That's going to result here in the full team wipe. And plus a couple of extra kills here. No ping. They just can basically run it down mid. There's not going to be anything to stop them this time.
Todo está fríamente calculado, he says. No way that was even true. That team fight, Hokori was just running like lambs to the slaughterhouse. Right? It was not really a pretty sight to watch. They didn't have a game plan there to win. They were just, if we keep throwing bodies at them, maybe they run out of skills, but that wasn't going to happen doing that. It's Axis too fast a hero, and they played right into the Axis game. This game's over. Now they even have AC as well to push actually quite fast. With Thunderstrike on top of that, with a chart obviously. I think they're tipping Matthew because he won. He played a good game, but he also won the draft.
Yeah, it was a good draft. They're going to just go straight for the finish, of course.
No, they're actually tipping him because they're killing his range creeps, by the way. I was joking.
They're killing his what?
He's keep trying to monitor the range creeps, and they keep killing the range creeps and not letting him monitor. That's why they were tipping him. I was just joking.
He's like, fine, I want mana drain you guys then. Into the fountain.
I'll take the throne then. Oh, look at that. They're farming.
Yeah, a little bit.
Now, they used to be Omega Gaming. They used to be OG.
Oh, they couldn't get him actually. They didn't have detection. Okay, never mind. There they go. Oh my goodness.
Testing out how much he can tank. He's tanking actually a lot of the fountain.
Yeah.
That's incredible how much he tanked there. He's gonna die now.
52 shots. 52 shots from the fountain, man.
That's incredible.
GG.
Barely survived that. Oh, they killed him. They did it.
Nope.
No, you're right. I thought they actually found him with a tiny deal. Would have stopped, honestly, by no ping. Even though it didn't feel like it as much because Axe took a while to come online, I feel like no ping really outclassed Hokori. The draft definitely was a win for them. I did say it was an outdraft, but I feel like the playstyle was also much better. They played just a much better game than Hokori. Not to really speak ill of Hokori. I don't think Hokori made like any very visible mistakes. Just in the team fights, they were being danced around constantly, and they didn't really get to play the team fights they wanted to.
No, they did not really. And I mean, it really felt like from the get-go, you know, I liked the idea of this on Dyne. Unfortunately, just, I don't know, just no one could escape in these fights. Tiny's not the kind of hero who wants to stick around in a fight when he doesn't have his abilities, because he just, you know, he gets off maybe 5 attacks while he's waiting for his salvo of spells to come online. As we'll discuss this game just a bit more before we send it to a break. I just thought it was a really good draft from Noping as well. There was absolutely no pressure for Bakaz either. Like, they were basically 4v4ing, because Luna would still come sometimes and join a fight. 4v4, 4v4 and a halving for the first like 15 minutes. And Pakaz was still out farming the Luna, who was also trying to do her best there. And they just, I don't know, it just felt really easy for Noping. It came naturally to them. It felt like this game.
Yep. I don't know. I'm hoping the game number 2, Noping or Hokori will just chalk this up to the draft, and they'll rethink the way that they're drafting for a more consistent, particularly the core-to-core matchups to be more consistent, and open up their mind to Noping maybe bamboozling them. Because I don't think the carry axe was that, but it clearly seemed like that to them. So I'm just hoping that they have a solid draft, so at least they can play a good game. And then from then, if there's mechanical mistakes or no ping is just outclassing you, that's going to happen. But at least get a good start to the game, so you don't feel like you're tied up from the get-go.
Yep. Absolutely, and to get that one started, we're going to need to wait just a bit here as we are going to head to a short break. You guys are watching the Mobius.bet Maestros on the Esports gaming channels. If Twitch doesn't load very nicely for you, good news, we're on YouTube, ! YouTube in the Twitch chat to get linked there. Also, Esports Gaming, and we're live on Trovo. The Facebook stream here is going to be hosting our Spanish stream currently, so feel free to tune in wherever you feel. Alvo and I are back after about 5 to 10 minute break, and when we come back, we'll have draft number 2 between No Ping and Hokori live. Hello everyone, welcome back to the Mobius.bet Maestros. We are now live for our second draft between Hokori and Noping Esports. Bit of a heavy-handed defeat, at least the axe certainly felt heavy over Hokori, and this game feels heavy over Alvaro as well, as he's face-palming already at my puns. Alvaro, what's on your mind?
I hate casting with you.
Okay,
5 seconds.
the truth comes out, live. And what's that trashy daytime TV program we have in the U.S.? The one where they bring out people to supposedly talk about their problems, but then they always just fight, you know? Jerry Springer, I believe it's called.
Dateline?
I don't think it's Dateline. I don't recall. You know the show like that that's supposed to resolve conflict is real bad when you know that the name of the head security guard. You know, that's probably usually an indication that the show is not really doing what it's supposed to. But anyway, we're getting sidetracked here because let's talk about these drafts. Why don't we, Alvaro? We're gonna go ahead and pull them up. Let's see if these drafts can do what they're supposed to do here, and if Hokori are gonna be able to impress us again here and take well, yesterday was a win and perhaps even a tie for their second series.
Yeah, I mean, I think yesterday we were playing against a weaker team, BINOMISTAS and Noping by a long shot. I feel like Noping really destroyed them that game, and I'm hoping that for the second game I just see a good draft. Like that's all I'm hoping for Hokori. I hope they go for something just much more simple and something that's easy to execute and something that's easy to draft around as well. Noping, they have Mars Tiny already at the start, so it's already looking pretty decent. Not gonna lie, like you have Dark Mago on the Tiny or Matthew, they both play it, and we saw Oscar's performance on Mars. Was okay. I don't think it was his best performance, but he honestly just ran in to try to create space for his team and played super aggressively. He's a very impressive player. Hokori starts well with a Pangolier to deal with both these heroes. The Lion as well, good against as a counter initiator. It's looking okay for now. They haven't picked Luna yet, so that's good.
Okay, promising stuff. Promising stuff then. We'll take a look then what they're gonna want to run. What is this? Alvo, can you explain? Take a look at what Noping just last banned here. I don't understand this move, and I would like some insight from you.
Because they already have the Tiny. I'm assuming they want to put him mid, so Gunga wins that matchup.
Fair enough. Fair enough. That's a good answer. They already have a Dark Mago here. You don't need another one. Get rid of it.
Yeah, you only have one Dark Mago, much to his chagrin.
Well, a team of 5 of him, and he would win every game, you know.
A team of 5 of him? No, because he would run out of heroes. He only has 4. what would the 5th Dark Mago play?
5 seconds remaining.
That's a really good question. Probably maybe a Coddle who could just stack all game.
Yeah. that one clone of Dark Mago would be so pissed off with the role he picked up. Like,
I think they would trade. You know, they would have to trade roles every single game.
Gyrocopter is a pick for Hokori. This used to be something they used to run a lot with Lumiere. I am not I mean, they can play on Gyro, but again, it's not Lumiere anymore on Hokori. So I'm interested by this pickup. It's relatively early and not a very good pickup against Mars. Good against him in the lane, but kind of weak against him afterwards. So I'm very surprised by this Gyro choice. I'm wondering what Hokori is thinking. Because it's also bad against Tiny if Tiny's mid.
Radiant team pick.
All right. Well, they're not revealing anything about their own carry yet. Noping are. No, I mean I agree with you. Yeah, Fleck can. I mean, he's just struggle against Mars. He is basically what happens to Gyrocopter, especially, right? So, I mean, are we picking a Wisp with it? Is that what? No, but Wisp is banned. They banned Wisp and then picked Gyro, so it's just okay. It's for the lane. What?
Sure, that's support. Maybe it's a 5 Gyro for Gardic.
Could be. Maybe it's a bait.
Dire team pick. Alchemist.
Oh, I see. It's a 3. No. I guess mid Pango. Because Analog does play mid Pango. 3 Alk. And you run Gyro carry and you get him an Ags. I think that's what they're going for.
10
okay.
seconds remaining.
Okay. I wouldn't mind it. I think that makes sense.
5 seconds remaining.
A bit. Okay. Sure. And then what? So then we're last picking a support though? Like, I don't know if like the Alk is really a hero that I ever see get banned. I'm surprised that they decide that's. Plus they have last pick. Like I'm surprised that they decide that needs to go or it needs to get picked here instead of just a support, and then you continue.
I mean, I agree with you, but they also picked Luna into Axe Hard carry.
True. No, I mean you are right about that. And here comes the Dusa then.
Sure, this is fine. I actually think once again the ideal pick here was the Ursa. To be honest, I think Ursa was really good here because both deals with Gyro and Alchemist. In fact, heroes like that with Burst, which are not very popular in this meta, like Ursa, Clinks, Drow, were very good. But Deuce is more consistent. It works well with Oracle, even if not ideally. You have to be good with Mana Shield, and it wins a lane against Alk anyway. Pretty much destroys them. So if it's Alk offlane, then you've taken that. If it's Pango offlane, then it changes.
Yeah, because then what? The Alchemist goes mid. I guess we are kind of flexing that, or maybe it's an Alk safe lane with a 5 gyro. Like we could do some weird things. I feel like your draft's already weird, so might as well get wiggy with it, right?
Yeah, I mean, you can go Gyro. Gyro can go mid carry, so it's fine. Al can go off lane mid or carry, and Pango can go mid or off lane. So I think you can adapt this. I just feel like Alk off lane is a necessity for this to work. Because if Alk goes anywhere that's not off lane, your other 2 cores are way too greedy. Alk off lane works because he's not a greedy version of Alk. Everything else is too greedy for Alk. And then Gyrocopter and Pango don't work any longer.
Okay, I see where you're going. I see where you're going.
So
with that.
even though there's a theoretical flex, I do feel like Hokori is much more limited by their lanes than they think. Oh, and they're also committed that Noping is not going to go for Tiny on Dark Maho. I'm interested by that. Because mid Tiny is so good here.
I mean, maybe they're thinking, oh, they're going to run the Mars as a 4 and pick a different offlaner, and that might be the bat. I don't know.
Because that's Dark Maho's bat. That's for sure mid bat. Oscar doesn't ever get to play bat.
So then what? So they think it's a 4 Tiny.
I think it's a 4 Tiny, yeah.
Oscar never gets to play bat. That hero farms too much. He's mine.
I think the only hero that Oscar... No, he never gets to play Bat, Conquer, or Tide. Like, you just don't get to play that Maho's heroes. Like, even though they can be flexed, why would you? If you... I'm not sure what Monoping should even ban here. I don't think there's anything too special. Maybe Winter Wyvern. Oh, already banned. Never mind.
Radiant team
Abba, sure.
Casual save. Right, you've got the Oracle picked. Okay. Yeah, Abba's all right. I feel like we...
Oh,
I don't...
interesting. So I think it's Mars mid, Tiny 4.
Or they're just trying to force it, right? Not giving them the option.
I'm so fascinated. I don't know what Hokori is even thinking about Noping his draft.
10 seconds remaining.
Sure either. I'm not sure either. I'm not sure what they're thinking with their own draft, to be honest, still.
5 seconds.
If Noping here picks a 4 right now, right, and the real Tiny is a mid, it's such a spit in Hokori's last 2 bans, which have like completely obliterated the possibility of Tiny mid.
We'll see. Again, maybe they want the mid lane matchup. Maybe there's like something coming. But again, I mean, I don't know what really would destroy something like that. Okay, so it is a support, a 5. So it's going to be
you just spit in Hokori's face. What is Hokori again doing?
Well, maybe they're baiting this Tiny pick. All right, what if they're going to... What if they're gonna counterpick it with something? I don't know. I mean, what's? I mean, I don't even know what the option is, though, right? What can?
5 seconds.
And you run Gyro 5.
Yeah.
And you run Alk as your carry, and then Pagolier as your offlane.
Is Alk Diffusal like legit? I don't know. I mean, it's a hero that attacks fast against Adusa with Diffusal Blade. That's like the only.
You can win this matchup. Alk carry does work. It just doesn't work if Gyrocopter is also a core.
Yeah.
So if you want Gyro 5, then you could run something like a Razor mid. And then you would really bait out and destroy the Tiny. Oh, Bristleback mid. Another hero that destroys Tiny. Or is really good against Tiny.
Okay.
So it is Gyro 5. Was that the bait?
I think it was the bait.
Oh, Pango 5.
What? Okay, so it is the offlane Alk then. Interesting.
Okay, yeah, I don't know why we didn't consider that possibility. That's pretty good. That's decent too. The weird thing about this is that yes, your lane is good when Tiny goes mid, but the rest of your game is bad. Like both Alk and Gyro are actually really weak against Tiny mid. And now that Pango's also a 5, he's super weak too, so is Lion. They all get bursted by him. I don't know. Show me what Bristleback can do. Whatever.
Okay. I mean, I like the idea of the Bristle as well in this draft. I The thing with Razor versus Medusa is you just, it never feels like that Razor can get on top of the Medusa, so I guess Bristleback at least should be able to achieve that. Or just you know, spit on her and reduce all of her goo. Bless you. Speaking of spitting. As, oh, you got another one? Oh, here it comes. Bless you. Very good.
How did you hear that?
Because I have you turned up quite a bit.
It should be muted. Wait.
Oh, yeah, I can still hear you. No, I'm trolling you there. I just could read your lips. He just... Alvaro just gave me a nice friendly hand gesture into the camera. It was a nice thumbs up, everyone. It was a nice thumbs up. Don't worry about it. My goodness. That's going to be then... It's going to be our lineups. I mean, a couple of disconnects here, of course, but... This is a weird one, I think, to me. So we'll get this, we rush Daedalus, not Daedalus, my goodness, Maelstrom is the item we rush for Gyrocopter. You get the Ags, hopefully around, what, like 15, 18 minutes? And then you have a nice initiator here as well when you get the Blink Dagger for the Alchemist. Yeah, I think Oracle has got a lot of impact this game, though. Is the biggest issue I see right now with Hokori's draft. I don't think we have someone that's very easily able to get on top of this Oracle and stop him from casting False Promise Hunt to probably Medusa, right? Every single fight, pretty much.
Frankly, if I'm honest with you, once I get out of the draft, I think the draft is actually pretty decent. Like, the idea behind it makes kind of sense. The only thing is the Alcohol Flame is going to struggle against Medusa, right? But the idea of the draft makes sense. I just think the way they went about it was just not very good.
Yeah.
They had many better options than how they went about this draft. I think they were so pigeonholed on making this draft a thing in reality and making it work that they forgot about how to draft properly, honestly.
Take a look here. I mean, we'll see how it develops. Again, I like the idea of the Bristle mid. We'll see a Dark Mago. You know, like you said, it's gonna have to, as you say, it's gonna have to wow you a little bit. So we'll looking forward to seeing how much impact it's gonna be able to have.
I mean, Bristol mid is good, to be honest. Like, Bristol mid against the Tiny is a good matchup. It's definitely a matchup you should be winning. So, like I said, I think their lineup is good. Like, overall, I'm looking at these drafts, and I ignored what happened and how the process went. I'm looking, oh, I can see the point of Hokori's draft. It's certainly not a clear win, because, of course, you still have the option of what will Alk get farm, and how delayed will Ag's Gyro be. Will Tusa be able to match him? How impactful can Tiny be? Because a big win condition you need here for Hokori is make sure that Tiny and Mars both don't have impact this game. Like, if you've somehow denied their lanes, which is not entirely impossible, then the Gyrocopter is kind of free. But if they're not denied, Gyrocopter's in a pickle. Mars is a great counter to Gyro, and so is the Tiny.
Just hoping that the net worth advantage, especially after you get gifted what is essentially, what, a 6,000 gold item, right? With that Aghanom's Blessing, 5,000.
No, it's 4,200.
Wasn't it? Isn't it the blessing that gets added to your? Because you get the stats.
No, because you get stats exactly.
Ah, okay.
So Alk, when he gifts it to you, sorry, don't get. Yeah, with Alk gifting it to you is something different than the Ag's blessing, because it's his own Ags actually, or used to be his own Ags. Really.
Oh, is it not anymore?
Well, yes and no, because now he has an extra Ags on top of that, right?
What's the extra?
Now you give. The extra Ags is when you carry Ags or when you eat it yourself.
Oh, right. You get bonus damage and whatever, yeah.
Yeah, you get bonus damage and spell amp, I believe. Which rarely anyone will ever use, by the way. I've never seen Ags
I guess it's just, I'm surprised they even added that to the game. Analog?
Analog? Okay, they're trying to go for the first blood. It actually is possible. That was the weirdest spear ever. Can he even hit Analog? He's between two people, Dark Mago, blocking him. You gotta get the last hit, but it's also gonna die first. Analog dies to Angel, so Pacaz will get that first blood, or that kill. But not the first blood he was looking for. I think that's a win overall for Hokori, because Analog did get that first blood. He's the mid laner, but at least they get a counter kill on Misha. Okay. And now Dark Mago loses his life to the others.
Okay, 2 for 2. Real messy here already from the get-go. I'd agree with you quite a bit here. Bristle already starting off with the first blood. Dark Mago's got a TP back to the lane here because he can't get the block in time as they have left him a stick. That's interesting. I guess it's his own stick, perhaps. But Analog didn't have to TP, so he's got 2 TP scrolls here for Analog, compared to just the one, which is on cooldown for Dark Mago. I don't think he's concerned about dying in this first level, though, so it's not going to be that big of a deal. But later on, when we do start rotating around, Dark Mago might have to waste 100 gold for a TP to keep up with the rotations of this Bristle, my goodness. Not that I think Bristle's going to rotate too much. He's probably just going to, farm stacks.
Bakaz? Ooh, that was close, huh? Bakaz almost died there for free.
Minus armor.
Yeah. That you have to be careful with this lane. They do have a stun plus acid spray. It's not a free win. You have to wait until you get a couple levels so you can mitigate this Alk's impact. And Panda can't really do much because the Dispel does nothing. That's gonna. And Fate Seeing will do nothing as well. You gotta just be aggressive here. And Vitali has decent stats, honestly. Alk offlane, not bad stats.
I have a toss on the Analog. Just gets a couple more stacks of the Quills, though, onto Dark Mago. Bottle already for the Bristle, thanks to the first blood bonus. Still just working on Boots' first item, as Matthew is going to drop on the bottom lane. Oscar now in a bit of an awkward spot. It looks like he might be next to go, especially as Gardic will block off his escape path. It's going to be 2 kills down bottom here for Hokori.
Yeah, they're... Oh. Vitali in the top lane, by the way. Very low on HP. Mystic Snake, but doesn't bounce on him. So in the bottom lane, that's just a tough lane, I think. Mars Coddle should be pretty powerful, but Gyro does usually deal with it. And I think Panga, especially in the early level, is quite strong. You can't lose all 3 lanes, though, if you're noping. That does put you in a big pickle. And that allows Hokori to execute their game plan perfectly. So they have to think of something. Mid lane is going pretty well for them, though. It seems like Tiny knows how to play this matchup. That's good. I mean, it is Dark Mago Tiny. He's played every matchup under the sun, so...
True. I would expect that, for sure. Mars down bottom. Taking a bit of damage, but he gets the bonk off on a Gardic, who did take the shield crash. No points in Lucky Shot yet. I think it's going to be the sampler reels 1-1-1. I think Lucky Shot's just a little bit too nice here to skip it in this lane.
I'm very surprised he took the 1 point shield crash. Maybe it's to mitigate the Illuminate damage?
Could be, yeah. I mean, he did have the... what is it? He had the 2 stacks on that, right, with the 24% damage resist, which allows him to fight the Mars a bit easier. But again, I don't know if you even want to be fighting him without the minus armor, as he almost gets speared underneath the tower. He's going to have a swashbuckle here. Might even have to use it aggressively. He's going to get blasted by the Illuminate, but Coddle doesn't have the damage. And that's not going to be enough damage. Yeah, even, the shield crash there as well. Good point. I always forget damage resistance on that thing.
Yeah, the shield crash saved him there. Otherwise he was dead to the Illuminate. Well done. But, I mean, you did get the kill in turn, right? And obviously that only happened because the Holy Missile got charged beforehand. Otherwise, Pango was dead. I think the Lucky Shot is kind of important so you can trade evenly in the lane. I agree. There's the 1-1-1 build. I'm just thinking that he's going to run out of mana eventually, right? Shield Crash is not very expensive, but if you combine it with a Swashbuckle and the fact that you want to be spamming both those spells, I think there will be a point where Pango just can't do anything in the lane. And then, well, we'll see. I want to see Gardic surprise me. I'm not against the 5 Pango. I think it's fine. And I'm fascinated by this build. I can see the logic behind it as well. So I'm liking this innovation by Gardic.
Mago farming underneath this tower. Of course, not missing too many. Oh, well, he missed that one. Getting denied. It almost actually falls, but 9 wand charges, and instead it's going to be Pandabu top lane, who's going to be found and killed. Spray melted him down.
They're underestimating this Alk. He went for the 1 point in Unstable Concoction early. Usually offlane Alks don't do this. They max acid spray plus to get Grievous Greed. But this guy's planning on fighting to a degree. He knows Bakaz is playing a bit too defensively and he wants to punish that.
Things mid lane, because here comes El Micho. He's going to deny the rune. Didn't throw the Earth Spike. Didn't need to. Just had to make sure that this bottle didn't get refilled. And on Dark Mago, who's being tailed by a creep wave, was briefly joined by the Bristleback and Lion in pursuit. He's going to break off and instead just look to push the mid lane instead. Bristle, he exists to farm in the mid lane and make sure that Tiny's off to a bad start. Do we have stacks brewing? We do. We really do, actually. Double stack of Ancients, sorry, and double stacked hard camps. Lion pretty easily able to do that even without boots.
Pando's got yet again in the bottom lane. Shield Crash is working wonders for them. It's so difficult for them to trade or ever punish this with Illuminate. Actually, really smart pickup. And they're destroying this early game. Like, actually, Hokori's playing a really good early game. Mid to no surprises going Analog's way. That's to be expected. Because once you get enough levels, no matter how good the Tiny is, you just need to press W and win, honestly. And top is probably the lane that Noping is saddest about. It's not going badly for them, but it's definitely not going as well as they expected. And they certainly lost a couple of heroes to make sure this lane got farmed for Bakaz.
Okay, we're gonna start farming these ancients already. Double Thunder Hide Camp and double stacked Hard Camp as well. The golems are gonna make this a little bit slow. He's taking Warpath as well, right at level 6. So I assume he's gonna eventually start right-clicking these when they do fall a little bit lower. I think he's got it. Yeah, he's got it. It's a bristleback.
Yep.
Little frenzies though.
Yeah, that frenzy's actually destroying him. Oh, there we go. He got it.
Oh, but they got
Vitaly dies in the top lane.
Yep, got a little bit too aggressive that time around, and they will be able to cut him down with the Purifying Flames, just finding the vision.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Right. So the Alk falls. Not that big a deal, but now there is kind of an issue you're suffering with, which is Alk off lane. Part of the reason why the Ags come so early is because usually you stack this camp for him, right? Obviously, Adlon used to take these stacks because he also needs his own Ags, and he's a bristleback mid. He needs this kind of farm. So where is Alk going to find his? This will delay the Ags timing from the Gyro a lot, and that does put the Gyro in a bigger pickle. Because the Gyro matchup against Dusa is fine, but the Gyro matchup against the rest of the enemy team is not that great. So if the Ags takes longer than the Blink Dagger comes from Tiny, it's not going to be easy for you to recover. Talking about this though, Tiny is himself in a pickle. He finds the kill on Elmisha though, but he might die as a result, and Analog's still chasing after him. There's the Avalanche Fate Seed to help him out. Not gonna help him too much. Should have been a Fate Seed on an Analog maybe, but he got a bit of extra healing out of the way. Panda trying to bait out Analog as they toss him right in place. They don't want Panda to die here. They actually like Panda here. Taking the choice not to kill him. Instead, trying to kill the Pangolier. You know, they had the option to kill Analog earlier, and in the end, nobody's going to die here. Panda. Crow Spray is physical damage, my dude. Stop Fate Seeding him. No, he's doing it for the Purifying Flames. It's just not as effective.
Yep. Good damage. Good damage. That's already the fast hood, right, for Analog, so he's able to kind of just easily tank through the tiny bout of damage, right, with that Hooded Defiance and that 10,000, that 1k HP pool he's got to play with. And I will rotate back top lane, just give a bit of healing now to the Dusa, who's starting to farm a couple of stacks. A lot of CS though for Alk, 27-1, and he's already got, I want to say, completed phase boots. Oh, power treads, pardon me, wanting just the stats, but he's doing all right. 2-1-2 build here, so going for Quill Spray Quill Spray, Acid Spray, and the Grievel's Greed on the offlane Alk. Speaking of Quill Sprays, we have it max power treads next item here for Analog. Still Ags, right? It's still Ags is what we build for bristles these days, even mid.
Yeah. No, definitely mid. It's mid when you build the bags. I think it's other bristles don't build it, or offlane bristles might consider other paths. You do go for Van Hood first though, and then once you got Van Hood, you usually build the Ags, but it depends on the game. Sometimes you feel like Heaven's Halberd might be useful. Like it's at some point in your build, but it's not an order that's very specific.
What is this? Wait. Is this what I think it is? Okay. Check out what Gyro's got queued up this game. I thought maybe he was going to... If it was a safe lane Alk, I recommended, maybe we go Diffusal. He's going Diffusal on the Alchemist. And he'll probably get that Eggs as well.
On the Gyro.
On the Gyro, sorry. Yes, on the Gyro, sorry.
I mean, it makes perfect sense, right? Alk or Diffusal Gyro with Ags is already pretty good to begin with. It's a build we see even not against Dusas. And against Dusas, it's like the only build so you can actually beat it. You're getting the Ags for free, so you can actually go for an item that doesn't give you any farming potential like Diffusal Blade, because the Alk will farm for you. So it's actually a very good... It's a very smart take for this game. Like I honestly think there's kind of a... I wouldn't call it a pocket strat necessarily, but certainly something they've thought about before. Like, how do we deal with Dusa if the heroes we want are not available? Well, this is the option I guess they came up with. And I like it. Like with the Alk though, they kill him.
Yeah.
Mago already rotating. He has a Blink Dagger with this, by the way, Panda. Nice Fate Edict. And he's gonna be able to TP in time. Man, Log doesn't get any hits off thanks to the Fate Edict.
He's
As
gonna
Matthew
be able to...
comes in.
That's a stack though.
He has to Chakra Magic. He needs to use it on Dark Mago though, who's almost out of mana here, and it's gonna be Analog who takes most of this stack.
An item coming to Tiny. It's a Blink Dagger already. Much faster Blink Dagger. 9 minutes here this time around for Dark Mago, who last game could not really get that online too quickly. Oscar as well is going for his own Blink Dagger in the offlane. We've already let the Gyro transition into the jungle, as I think we're going to make a move now with this Blink Dagger, Chakra Magic to refill the pool of Dark Mago. Blink Dagger ready to go. Analog's just bottled a Haste Rune, so I mean, even without that Haste, Hooded Defiance means he's a little bit too difficult of a catch. So they're going to have to look elsewhere for this tiny Blink Dagger reveal if they're looking to get a kill. Probably Gardic, I think you can explode. The supports, very easy. But now Mega Stack's being farmed. They're still giving these to Analog for now. Tiaras has got to rotate through top. There's all these big stacks for him, but they're not for him yet. Even with the maxed flak cannon, he's going to have to use this up in the top lane. That second Blade of Alacrity on the way, so this will dispel any sort of doubts for No Ping whether or not he is going for the Diffusal Blade, in case they had any.
I think they assumed it even right off the get-go, just because, again, it's so good this game. It really is the most logical build. But you can see the Ags on the Alchemist has taken longer than usually would because you haven't given any stacks or anything. So they're giving him some farm priority to get this down. And this is giving Noping a lot of space to be able to do stuff. Primordially getting that Blink Dagger on Tiny, which they now have, and are looking to hunt Gyrocopter with it. There's the Purifying Flames, sorry, the Fortune Zen being charged up. Tiaras, one with a TP like this. Static Mile comes in, Avalanche Toss, perfect. That's exactly the kill you were looking for here.
Yeah, they're even pushing bottom at the same time.
They know they're alone, though, because they just saw the kill up top with 3 heroes. That's why they're going bottom. That's very smart by Hokori. They have the arena and Stone Gate. They use Stone Gates immediately, and they do. Oscar will die, though, but at least Bakash should be able to get away with his life. Rolling Thunder still chasing after him. Panda coming in. He still has 1 Dispel and the False Promise. Fortune's End decides to use it offensively to stop the Pursuit, and that's going to do the trick.
Yep.
So Bakash can retreat.
Couldn't kill him any longer as soon as you got rid of the... as soon as you got rid of that haste rune. The haste rune was the only danger there to the Dusa, so just a simple little dispel.
Yeah, that's why I used the defense.
Yep, so nice and easy for him. Careful though, Dark Mago in the mid lane might be in some trouble. Especially because Analog can tank here quite a bit. It has the Voodoo Mask already. He's going to get out the False Promise, which means he's not going to be able to lifesteal. And Oscar means he's not going to be able to leave. The nice arena there onto 2. If they hold him into place to take a couple more bonks off of the arena. They blow up Vitaly in the meantime. Analog's still alive, still kicking. And he'll just make his way back into his triangle. A lot of deaths, though, on this Alchemist. Third, it's only the third one. Only the third one, but that started with them, I think, trying for a kill, so... They do have to be a little bit more cautious here, I think, from here on out. Because we're at a pretty critical point. We've now just lost the safe laner, top lane. They are unable to get anything in exchange for the bottom tier 1 tower, and they don't get anything mid either. So we're not really making too much space.
Gardic. They give him the Chakra Magic for more toss and more avalanches. They might not be able to get it in time. There's a toss. Did he get damage off there? I think it was a punch that did it.
Yeah, it was
he
the
wants to
punch.
throw the tree there. Was
it
it a
was punch? It was the punch. Yeah, he punched him once on the way out. You know, Tiny's, they really like to punch some Rolling Thunders, yes.
They extend their arm out of Rolling Thunder length, I guess. Oh, that was going mid. I don't think Analog is that easy to kill. He tosses him over to the creeps. At least he forced him to use the Hooded Defiance, and that's a bit of mana. We don't have Arena, though, so there's no attempt at Analog's life, really.
Yeah, and he's about to actually finish off this, what's it called? Eternal Shroud, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. Yeah. Oh, it's first Vanguard, though.
First Vanguard, my bad. First Vanguard, you are correct.
No, it makes sense because the recipe doesn't give you any stats, right? For Eternal Shroud, just a bit of an active, and it's 1100 gold. It's very expensive. So you'd much rather just build Vanguard, which gives you full stats, something that you don't currently have. And then you build Eternal Shroud. When you're building cheap items, always consider that items that have recipes have essentially a component that's usually useless. Unless it's, there's some specific items that get a small buff with it, but that's mostly none. So if you try to play efficient or early game or this kind of like bristleback kind of heroes, you try to avoid buying those items too early. Alec almost has Ags, by the way. I think he actually just got... Yeah, it's on his career.
That's promising then. So now Gyro with Diffusal on the line. Next into...
Do you give it to Bristle now, actually, as opposed to Gyro?
That's a good question. I
think you might.
They will give it to Tiaras. No, who are they giving it to? They're going to give it to Bristle. I don't know if I agree with this. Let me think about it.
I think this is a good choice because the Bristle right now is your Space Creator anyway. Now you made your Space Creator pretty much god. Gyrocopter's still cannon fodder to the Tiny, regardless of him having Ags or not. So he needs to tank up regardless. He needs a couple more items. Vitaly will probably farm a second Ags now. And your Bristle will still dominate the game. They have no way of killing him right now. And he's actually a threat. I like this very much so. I think this is the right choice.
I get that, but it does really slow down the farm of Gyro. Like you said, we didn't go for a farming item. That's not what Diffusal is for.
That's
and
true.
He has to join fights, and we'll see if they can do that.
Analog won't die here. Only damage. They set up an Illuminate, everything for Analog here, who survives it all. Vitaly as well, Finger of Death. They actually catch for Pakaz. They save with the False Promise though. Pakaz is thrown away. Darkmago will not be so lucky. He's being caught in the backlines, and Darkmago will die together with Matthew and Oscar. All three at once.
Whoa.
And they could kill nobody on Hokori. They didn't catch up to Panda Boo. They're gonna kill Panda Boo, and the Holy Missile will not set up for the kill on Pakaz, but sure did a number on Noping there. That Bristle Pack is just not the target you can go on.
Yeah, and the Quills are a really good answer to what is now the evasion already online for Pakaz. He went first item Butterfly. I think in anticipation that it was going to be the Ags for the Gyrocopter, so now I do think this is the right decision, especially because they might just get a free kill into Pakaz. I mean, the stun is still pretty good there. That's going to do some good work. They also going to lock down Matthew, preventing him from restoring the mana and thus HP. As the Hex now onto the Deuce. So Pakaz gets a little bit of space. There's going to be the Stick Charges. Big Mystic Snakes to restore most of the mana, allowing him to fight now. But can he fight versus Analog is the question.
Too strong.
Diotis as well doing a lot of the work. Analog is just spitting all over them here with the Quills as well. 5 stacks of the Quills, 8 of the Visceral Nasal Goo. Analog, he might just be the last one alive on his team, but he's going to be the last one alive as well for No Ping. He is going to be the Victory Royale. He's just one right there, diving in the tier 2 tower, and here's going to be the last Quill. Quill.
Go, Panda!
No, he's diving for him.
Panda, go! Believe in yourself. You can do this. You just bought a 5, but today you waited for all 5s everywhere. No,
Nope, he's dead.
What are you doing, Matthew? Do you think if your whole team couldn't kill him, you think you're gonna be the one?
Matthew or Analog just TP. Yeah, I was about to say.
He's like, wait, Kotal has no stuns.
Wait, but if he mana leaks me, oh right, it's 2021. Never mind. Oh guys, I'm mana leaked. I miss mana leak, man. It's a fun ability. You ever go you ever go for the what's it called, the explosive diarrhea builds, where you pick a mana leak, you pick a coddle, and you rupture someone as well as Bloodseeker, and then you just force them around with Force Staffs, and yeah, the good old days. That combo now is actually anti-synergy because you slow them with the Solar Bind. What are we going for, Doug? Okay, just casually all the tier 2 neutral items instantly for No Ping. What did they get? No ping, please. Vambrace. Philosopher's Stone's quite nice. I think they want to give that to who, though? Probably the Oracle? No, but actually Keen Optic is real nice with the cost range increase. Coddle, I guess. Get this Ags online, I would say.
Yeah, I agree. Because Coddle Ags at this point is the only thing that's going to stop this Bristle from hitting you. I think No Ping has also realized in that last fight that Bristle is immortal. So you either go for Spirit Vessel, which I don't really think you have the best carrier. I mean, Oracle's the only one. He's going to take too long for him to farm it.
Dude, he didn't build into the urn. He'd need to be going urn. He could still change it. He could change it. He's just in the fluffy hat for now.
I guess Tiny can build into a Silver Edge this game. That's the other option. Like, it's one or the other. You need something from this Bristle, otherwise he's going to win the game.
Oh, by the way, Bristle's already finished Roshan. There's so much minus armor. He's like, I don't... Yeah, he's like, I don't need it. They can't kill me. Diotis is going to take it then. This will buy space for him to farm very nicely. He's going BKB next on the Gyrocopter.
I mean, it's insane. I think the choice to give Ags to Bristle is kind of winning, or won in the game. It might just win in the game. The Bristle seems too strong. Matthew's going to die. Finger of Death. There we go.
El Gotito.
You see how when you say it, sometimes you think it's El Botito, so people mispronounce it. But it's El Gotito.
El Gotito. God. Well, that's going to be a second Ags online here momentarily for Vitaly. Not quite. He needs to farm 1 or 2 more creep waves and he'll have it. This one is for sure going to Gyrocopter. And yeah, sure. I mean, I guess you were totally right. Analog to make the space. At the very least, even if they kill Analog, they have to commit a lot of resources. And that's time and space for Vitaly and Diotis to continue farming. And when Diotis farms, when Vitaly farms, Diotis is also farming, which means that you're basically going to get a lot of farm here. That is Gardex Courier's killed. That's pretty big because that had a Blink Dagger for our Pangolier. Which means, yeah, he's not able to close the gap here very easily. Darkmago going to be chased down. The Blink from Illumisho is going to find him with the Hex. Great Arena, though. Will find 2, and they're going to be able to pierce this line to the wall. Diotis, again, really struggling to do any damage inside the arena. As Gardex is going to jump inside with the Swashbuckle Panda. Oh, no, Analog is here. It's time to run. It's a 1-for-1 trade for now.
They see Analog, they're like, okay, now we can't fight anymore. If Analog's not there, they're okay. But if Analog comes by, it's impossible.
Yeah,
and I look at Matthew's build. He's swapping into the Shard first. Because he realizes that if he gets recalled, they can just do this tactic of I'm going to avoid Analog and cut lanes. And eventually this Bristle won't be as strong. Okay, the Darkmalo even takes a tower for free here. Alk will stun himself. He's building a second Axe though. It's almost done actually.
Dire's middle tower
right? Yep, he's got it. Yep, he's got the second Axe. Now it's Gyro Axe time.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. It's going to be a great item.
It's incredible. This is like... Vitaly is asking his captain, what am I going to play here? It's like, well, you're going to farm for Tiares and for Analog. What, you mean like I'm going to farm items like Soul Crest stuff? No, I mean like you're going to literally give him items. What do you mean with that? Picks Alchemist.
Oh, you mean I'm going to play Faceless Void and use healing cells on them in Chronosphere? No.
Something much more fun than that. Fuck, not Alchemist. Please, not Alchemist.
All their farm is belonging to them, and now we have two heroes kind of just catapulted out in front. I will say we've had the Dusa farming pretty confidently, though. She almost has, actually, Eye of Scotty online. Nice to have, as we can see you're getting recalled. Nice to have versus Bristle, especially versus this Gyrocopter, but again, this Diffusal Eggs is a big problem. Now we need Blink, though, for Vitaly, right? So he's going to go into that next before he even dares looking at the supports to give them an Egg Scepter. You know, it's one of those games where then you have El Misha going, oh boy, do I get an Eggs as well? And he goes, nope.
That's true. El Misha, talk about him. I think he's going to die. Look at this. They've relegated the strategy to just use someone to distract the Bristle while they go kill his teammates. And it's worked for now, but Darkmalo's in a pickle. Panda needs to come help him. Yes, False Promise. No, Panda! Apparently he's going to be the decoy now for the Bristle, and he's doing a good job of it for now. He's not the False Promise just in case.
I don't think Analog
Panda doesn't want to die. Look at what Analog's doing!
I don't think
How is this even allowed?
I don't think he can dive like this. This is too deep, I think.
No, they can't kill him. They really cannot kill him. Analog is gone.
Oh, he's got a haste rune.
Oh, he had a haste rune, that's why. Okay.
Okay, fair enough. He had a haste rune. I think he dies there if he doesn't have haste, to be honest.
I agree. They're going in for the counter kill. Look at this. Spear. It's Alchemist first. Stonegate as well to make sure Bristle can't come in and help out the Alp. Bristle's just standing back on the Dusa and throwing Quill Sprays. The rest of the team is weak. Dying. You can go for them. They kill the Gyrocopter. The Aegis is down, but Oscar just dies to the Quill Spray. Angel killed his teammate there by accident. Now it's Analog going for the kills here. They stun at Darkmalo. He couldn't TP away.
Oh,
they try to toss away the Alchemist, but that just makes it harder for Pakaz to retreat. And that's going to be noping. Losing Pakaz. They also lost Oscar. They have to buy back here, and Oscar might just die a second time. What, are you going to kill Analog now? It's impossible. Analog is running in, out, killing Oscar again. It's going to be the Quill Sprays a second time. Hoping to go for Matthew. Tiara's running them down, hoping to kill the two supports, and there's going to be no more distractions this time, as El Misha does get sniped by Darkmalo, but that's only going to lead to Darkmalo's death, as Analog, still with 20% HP, is capable of finishing off this big rock monster.
I think this is just GG, honestly.
Yes.
Have you do you remember when Kezu posted that Twitter video? It was a close-up of someone just spamming Q and W on a keyboard, and then it zooms out to him getting a triple kill on Bristleback.
yes. I was actually exactly thinking about that this game.
Pretty much what Analog has been doing for the past 2 minutes since he's been on the tier 4, underneath the tier 4. I mean, this is Bristleback gaming. Unfortunately, Alvaro, it's hard for you to avoid fights even with this Coddle Shard if they just bring the fights to you, and they're able to do so. Aegis is at least reclaimed, but I would say now at this stage, Diotis is fully online. Dusa just does nothing in these fights. I've Scotty's almost done. Maybe that makes a little bit of a difference, but with the Viscous Nasal Goo spam, like I don't see how you run away from him either.
I mean,
Darkmago.
Okay, get the call down. Oh, that's a good Fate Seed. But the thing that Darkmalo is still...
no.
That to the whole missile. They got that ready just in case he was going to TP. And that False Promise is going to help him out, but you don't outrun Analog. They just kill Pandabu as a collateral damage. Now finally, Darkmalo dies. Yeah, that False Promise is not going to be not from Bristle. Look at Analog go. Analog is going to sit at your base and he's never going to leave.
Yeah, I mean, the only way out of this game, I think, is by typing, what is it, Control-Enter and pressing the G key twice, I think, is the only way out from this one. I mean, Hokori, they have no reason to leave. They've got creeps filtering through mid. They've got creeps filtering through bottom. You don't split push too quickly. You're not going to force them back. They're going to get megas, and They're just gonna sit and kill you guys. And why would they leave, honestly? I mean, I guess, no, look, Analog's even got a regen rune. He's not leaving. There's Scotty, though. There is Scotty. Maybe we leave now. Probably not, though.
Probably not. Poet missile. Find Medusa. Why would you ever leave? This land is yours. This land is my land. It's never your land.
Vitali's
No
dead.
ping, please leave. And call the GG.
Okay, Analog, he's gonna go diving for Panda Boo. Oh my goodness, he almost just one-shot him. That was ridiculous. He's
got instead.
21. Wow. Wow. Yeah, and on hill, yeah, he's out of mana. Big, Mystic Snake. He's gonna try and TP, but yeah, good luck. We do not have, unfortunately, a false promise for 35 seconds because this Oracle is still only level 10. Because they've been trapped in their high ground for 10 minutes, and there we go. Okay, they did call it GG. I just didn't see it. Hokori, they're gonna go even. Hokori, sorry, they're gonna go even. 1-1.
Yeah, I don't know. That was an incredibly great pocket strat. I actually really like the draft. I think their bans and in general the how they drafted was not correct, and that took me away from analyzing this draft objectively because I was like, this is not the way you should be drafting this, right? But I think the draft overall was a good idea, and genuinely, yes, it led to a couple mistakes by noping. I feel like particularly that bottom lane should not have been that difficult. Even if Gyrocopter's good, Mars should not have had such a tough time. I would say actually something similar about top lane, where it shouldn't have been that difficult either for them. They kind of got crushed both. I think actually top was the biggest offender now that I think about it. Because Dusa plus Oracle should not be losing to an Alchemist, right? But small things, right? Overall, there was just not really a moment to think, because how do you deal with Bristleback mid? You didn't really have the heroes to rotate, and he just crushed you. It was just that simple.
Yeah, it was rather difficult for them here. I mean, like you said, it was shard on Bristle, and they just never really turned back. I think Ags on Bristle, thank you. Ags on Bristle, and they just never looked back from there. We're already on cameras, of course, because we couldn't load stats for this game, unfortunately, so we can't really see the GPM. We can't see the graphs, unfortunately, but I mean, literally, that's what it is. I mean, and Pakaz, who had, what, a 26-0-9 Axe game last time, unfortunately, just can't get the impact. You just need more time on Dusa, unfortunately. She's very much, no matter what build you go for, there's a couple of different ones, she's still a 3-item hero, right? And she's not really ready to defend that Ancient until she has those 3 items. We just didn't get the time. Ags on Bristle, and it was basically then Hokori playing on the dire side of the river for basically the entire game. Fast game 2, which means that we are right on schedule, Alvaro, for our 3rd series of the day. It's about to begin. This one is going to be BINOMISTAS versus the Backstab boys. So the battle of the bees. My. We'll see here how this one is going to get going. Of course, this was supposed to be Omega, but they were eliminated, or they were disqualified from the tournament. And Backstab boys as the 2nd place finisher, or the 1st place runner-up, right, in qualifiers take their place. And we'll get to see them now debut versus BINOMISTAS.
Yeah. So we're going to take a small break because the match is supposed to start anyway now, actually on schedule for once.
Yeah. Wow.
So do stay tuned, guys, and we'll come back shortly. We'll be back in like 5-10 minutes. See you guys then.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the Mobius.bet Maestros. We are on live with our third series of the day. Slight change of schedule here. Of course, if you have us muted, you might be confused why we see the Backstab boys, and also why you could hear us if you have us muted. That's very strange. You gotta,
that's what I always
check your speakers,
Radiant
speakers,
team
because it's
back.
BINOMISTAS versus Backstab. But boys, the draft already underway. Alvaro, you said you actually recognized the previous team of Backstab boys, because I wasn't too sure on them. Didn't get to do much research because it was pretty last minute. They were replacing Omega as of this morning, so they're the runners-up for the qualifiers. So it's not like we just played a random team. It was the next qualified team. But what were they playing as before? I think you said the team name, but I don't remember it off the top of my head.
Yeah, don't worry. I have a hard time remembering the name. Not because I think the team is bad or anything. It's just that, what the fuck is this name? It's Interitus.
Okay.
Like, dude, I am a Spanish speaker. It's a Romance language. There's definitely a Latin word. I have no clue. I'm actually going to look it up because I never did this in the qualifiers.
Okay.
And we kept having this issue of most of the casters I was working with, when I was hosting close qualifiers, didn't know what this meant. Oh, there we go. It's a Latin word starting with I.
Ah, very good. Very
Sorry.
good. And you know what's
it
great?
means ruin, violent, untimely death, or extinction. Wow, that's pretty good. That's actually a good word, to be honest. Extinction. Okay.
That is a good
All right.
word. That is a good word.
a
Speaking
Latin word.
of extinction, we've got some not so extinct heroes getting banned. Some pretty regular
I was gonna
ones.
say, I was gonna say, just to add to this, they were Interitus in the qualifiers, but you might know them as crewmates or Motoka back in the day.
Oh,
They're the up-and-coming Brazilian
Okay.
squad.
Okay.
yeah.
Now I know who these guys are. I
Yeah,
recognize.
they're quite a well-known squad. I think they're pretty good. I think they're to me they were the hope of Brazilian Dota for a while. Them and BINOMISTAS. So it's nice to see a fully Brazilian match. It was also cute when they asked like, guys, what do you rather have, Peru Brazilian server? And the Backstab boys answer with puking. The puking pudge emoticon, which I'm assuming meant Brazil.
Yeah. We'll take a look here how this one's gonna get going as we have our draft already underway. Should be now live on your screens. BINOMISTAS having already picked the Shadow Demon in the second phase, but very standard openings. AA Axe as Backstab boys, pardon me, opening with DK Marana. The power of the anime versus the power of quite literally one of the strongest demons in Dota 2, Shadow Demon. We haven't even seen the carry yet, and it's already a little bit problematic, the Shadow Demon. There aren't very many carries that mind playing into him, because that demonic purge is such a big problem throughout any stage of the game. Here, but still, some of the bigger ones in the pool is a TB. Okay, there's a Lesh, and I think that's to kind of threaten the TB. Should probably be a mid laner as we flex this Axe pick, either safe or off lane for BINOMISTAS. Backstab boys will then go with the puck, so it's going to be a carry, maybe last pick for both teams.
Don't think you want to pick up a TB here, even without Lesh, because of the Axe carry possibility, making TB kind of weak. You kind of have to consider, because last pick is for BINOMISTAS, so they're not going to define that Axe as a carry until the very end, which sucks. Because you have to deal with that, and Lesh is not even defined, so this could even be a last pick mid, right? And you pick up Lesh as a 3. So the best thing Backstab boys can do is just try to protect their pick. They're banning Naga. Maybe they are really thinking TB, but please don't. What else is Naga good against?
Bird Mother.
Yeah, but you're not gonna pick carry Bird Mother.
No, I know. I don't know. It's just I don't know. I'm also
Think of the SCR's heroes. Not sure, because most of the heroes he's been playing, like the Lunas and that kind of stuff, it's not. Spectre I know is one of his heroes, but he can't. I mean, Spectre would be great here, to be honest.
just
Ban
banned.
Medusa, sure, yeah.
Okay, so what do we ban the Drow now, and then BINOMISTAS ban the TB, and then we have to pick not meta carries? Is that what happens?
Yeah, hopefully.
What am I
Like
seeing?
BINOMISTAS will not ban the TB though. I think they're gonna let it through, and then they run X carry and Lesh as a mid laner, and then TB has a really tough time.
5 seconds.
Well, we'll see here. If it's Drow, then probably TB gets banned, because then there's not really a great solution. Well, there's still PL in the pool, isn't there?
I would ban the PL actually, and I'd go for Lifestealer if I was Backstab boys. I'm liking my Lifestealer a lot here. Good against Axe, really good against Lesh. Doesn't get bothered by Shadow Demon or somewhat the Ancient Apparition, but you have the Infest trick. And you're really good with your team as well.
Yeah, I like the sound of that. Yeah, actually. Not too bad. Not too bad.
Or Jug. Like Jug is similar, right? Most of the time when you suggest Lifestealer, Jug also works. I think either or is fine.
Yeah, they both have problems to Axe. In terms of like they can't just use their Q and TP away when they're split pushing. So in that sense, they're both equal, right? Not, you don't prefer one to the other.
Well, Lifestealer is better in that sense because he beats the axe naturally, whereas Jug has nothing to
yeah,
against
yeah, true.
Well, Jug can outrun him with Blade Fury, to be honest. Once you get the shard, Jug is ridiculously fast. And it's so hard to get him in a call.
Just trying to think which one I prefer, because like if both of these carries get Demonic Purge at the start of a fight, they both struggle, but at least you can Omni Slash and avoid a lot of that, you know, slow and harass and get the spin. And whereas Lifestealer can't do much. Okay, so there's the Sven ban. So maybe they are thinking PL?
Jug? I think they're thinking Jug, actually. They're banning this one. And also could be... I don't think you would pick a PL against Lush, though. Like, you're really in a screwed position with Illusion Heroes. So BINOMISTAS gets a free ban. I think if you ban the Sven, you're actually kind of considering Jug. Because Sven versus Lifestealer wins that matchup as AUI top.
The Arc Warden. Okay, that's... I think that is an FCR hero. They brought it up in the lobby when they were kind of just... smack talking a little bit, you know, some banter. Banter is a better word, I would say. Just a little bit of friendly banter in the lobby. And one of these guys is a level 30 Arc Warden player, so I think that's a fair ban. Again, it's okay versus Axe.
It is FCR is a ridiculously good Arc Warden. I actually forgot about that pickup. He's a spammer. I do admire him. I think in Brazil everyone shares carries or something. I don't know. So weird. You know, every Brazilian carry knows TB. A lot of them know Arc Warden, and they all play Dusa. And you're like, what? Why? Arc Warden specifically always fascinates me, but like every Brazilian carry plays Arc Warden. It's incredible. And they all play it really well as well. Mexico Stabile is like not as well known for it. RDO, HFN for sure. Anyway, food for thought.
Radiant team pick.
Oh!
That's still an illusion hero, though.
Yeah, but not as weak against Lush because you have just crazy tankiness.
I mean, I get that, but it's an illusion hero versus Shadow Demon. It's an illusion hero versus an Axe. Like, I still think even if the Lush isn't going to nuke your illusions, it still has problems with your draft. Armament builders versus AA sometimes are a little bit spicy as well because you're not going to get that lifesteal. It's okay. It's okay. BINOMISTAS, they already know what they want. Okay, so it's a carry Axe.
Yeah. I mean, when you pick up an illusion hero, carry axe is just too good. I feel like CK is the only illusion hero that can hold his own against carry axe, to be honest, right? So it's not that bad. I do feel like the Tide is kind of a freebie here, though. Where you have nothing to deal with the Tide whatsoever. You also have a great hero against Chaos Knight. Remember the meta where Chaos Knight was actually a really popular pick as a carry? Like maybe a year and a half ago.
CK carry, you're saying?
Yeah. Right before they started realizing that offlane was better.
Yeah, I do. I remember CK offlane more than CK carry, yes.
Yes. Right before that, CK carry was like kind of popular, right? People realized that offlane was just 10 times better when they remade the Reality Rift, the Chaos Strike. And for that meta, the solution, and I always mention this so people can understand where my logic comes from and how to counter CK. The solution that Chinese people came up with, well, not people, players. The whole country, China, came together. and they decided, how do we deal with CK? And they found that the best solution, and this was innovative back in the time, now it's very normal, was to actually run DK offlane. And unlike now, where the DK offlane is run because of Dragon Tail, back then, the logic was the Breathe Fire. Because Breathe Fire, especially with level 10 talent, which are still available back then, it reduces your base damage by just a ridiculous amount. And that's actually the best way to deal with CK, because even though he has big damage range for his base damage, he actually has incredible base damage, and he really scales well with stats. So you build so much strength, he becomes ridiculously tanky, heals way too much with Chaos Strike, and there's no way you beat him. But if you reduce that damage, half of his utility is gone. There's no more burst with the Reality Rift. There's no more winning the lane easily because you just hit everything and you heal constantly. There's no more being the tankiest hero and also the one that deals with the most damage. It's incredible. And Anchor Smash fulfills the same role as Breathe Fire here. So it's actually a really, really hard counter here for the CK.
Yeah, it's AoE as well, right? So it's
Thank you for coming to my TED Talk.
It's no problem. Unfortunately, I've got...
Also, on that note, before we start, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Thank you for coming today. I did promise him a shout out if he came by today.
I remember. I didn't want to cut you off because you were in the middle of your CK talk.
Look, mate. It was a huge event. I remember when Xi Jinping came out. What do we do about CK? Look, Mini goes Chaos Knight. And the K's, by the way, in Brazil is how they laugh.
Yep. Yep.
Kaka is how they laugh.
Can't say that my Portuguese is up to par. My Brazilian Portuguese.
I have no clue what that means.
Either. All right. Well, in
Oh,
he goes.
it's a meme apparently. Okay, I'm on a video of some kids in a ball pit. I don't think this is Portuguese. I think this is Malay.
All right. Well, there's a bit of a ball pit, a mosh pit more like going on as FCR is going to die. Too many. That's a great start here to your mid lane already. 425 gold in the bank. Is now Backstab Boys, apologies. I'm going to make that mistake a couple of more times here. Are going to be forced away. This is going to give at least 2 bounties then to the BINOMISTAS. They might try and even force for a third and fight for a third, but some sneaky plays here from Flash. Is he going to go ahead and fly around? Oh, preempted though by King AO. Not letting this one happen. In fact, they get another kill. No, this time it's in favor of the Backstab Boys.
Yeah, exactly. That's a great name, by the way. The more you say it, really rolls this tongue. Obviously, it's a pun with Backstreet Boy.
Yep.
Loving it. Loving it. Big fan of Justin Timberlake. That man is very talented.
Are you?
Yeah, genuinely. He can dance, he can sing, he can act.
True.
Like, in time, people would make fun of that movie, but it's actually pretty solid. Anyway, Benny. He gets hit by the Sacred Arrow there. Hijack continues. Benny, for some reason, he's had to stay here and take a bit more punishment, so he understands what pain feels like before going back to the creep.
Needs to feel something, you know. It's needs to get worked into the anger. Make sure that you can try and channel. Who was it we saw earlier with a 26-0 and 9 axe game? I mean, that's the goal here. 1 second stun, not going to be good enough. The save that Shadow Demon offers though versus a CK is especially annoying. I will say, especially because before, you know, especially if CK was able to get off the first Chaos Strike when it was a 4-second CD, he would be pretty happy. Okay, I'll just wait for all my stuns to come back or my crit to come back, and then I'll do a ton of damage. But that's not the case. You just, since they're random now, you just really want to be attacking as much as you can.
Yeah, particularly harassing, right? Because you don't want to attack creeps randomly.
Yep.
But it's just tough because Anchor Smash takes that possibility away from you, and Stick doesn't help you recover enough against Anchor Smash.
Deny to the tier 2.
Yep.
Crazy. Deny, quote unquote, but you know what I mean. Everyone knows.
We understand. There's gonna be the one person who technically didn't deny it. We know.
That's not a oh, yeah, we know. Okay.
I bet you were very fun in class. Was the one kid that reminded teachers about their homework. Right?
Yeah, that's usually the joke I make. Gosh darn it, we're guessing too much together here. It's going to be a problem. So anyway, I was talking to Chris Luck the other day.
Look, dude, there was one day when we stayed up till 7 a.m. the last day talking, so I had a lot of stories. But it was like, we talked for like 12 hours.
Okay.
What do you want me to say? There's a lot of parts to that conversation.
Sure.
This is all I'm saying, okay? It's just my point.
And he's up to a great start here, though. I mean, there's a couple of denies, but Hijack is actually having a tough time because Benny was able to get a lot of alone time there with the creep, just, of course, aggroing the wave to make sure he could still spin if he was stunned. And actually 6 denies on the axe compared to the 0 of the DK. I feel like we've seen this lane earlier, and you said this was not that bad of a lane. In fact, it was literally the exact same lane, at least for the Radiant side, wasn't it? What's going wrong this time? Can you highlight the differences between this lane and the previous one?
Honestly, I don't think Aomin is playing their lane pretty great. Because if you leave the DK alone versus Ancient Apparition plus Axe, he's going to lose that lane. You need to have your support there to be able to bully Ancient Apparition, and then DK gets the solo matchup versus the Axe. But instead we're seeing this, right, where they're constantly being aggressive, and Benny's actually participating in this aggression. He's losing farm just to participate in this aggression, because he wants to make sure Hijack does not have an easy time. I think this is the right choice as well. So, a couple mistakes on BINOMISTAS' side, and a much more aggressive playstyle by Benny, who, instead of trying to keep lane equilibrium, what he's doing is just harassing DK whenever he gets close to him, and proceed to just take the amassed creeps and all the farm all in one go.
22 and 10 on Benny's axe. He's off to a pretty blazing start. This is not something that that DKs are too used to. So Not sure here what the plan is to try and get him caught back up in the game. Mid lane Mini versus Rayor.
I
Not
just
really.
breathe fire.
Okay, we've not really caught up or talked about this matchup too much. Mini, though, with a nice advantage, was able to get a bottle and now even the full wand up in time as he's trying to bait Ryu away, but there's going to be the silence. We have an Illusory Orb in 1 second. Not enough wand charge, but he dodges the damage. Arctic Burn is going to be more than enough, and it's Rayor even getting the last hit there onto the mid lane Lesh.
Yeah, so the matchup Lesh Puck is actually not that bad for a Lesh, but if a good Puck is there, then you win that matchup most always. I would say it's like 60-40 for the Puck. Lesh can mitigate that, it's not destruction, but it's not easy. And Rayor is one of the best Pucks in Brazil, honestly. Like he is probably his best hero together with TA. Those are the two heroes he's known for the most. Rayor is crazy good on the Puck, honestly. Right now we're not seeing it yet, but we're gonna see it soon.
Yeah, I mean, I think people can definitely be flashy on Puck in the lane stage, but the real Puck game begins when you start rotating with Dream Coil. That's always what we're looking for here. So keep your eyes out for that as we get a couple of critical strikes here out. I think even 2, actually. A perfect couple onto FCR out from the Disruption Illusions. That was pretty lucky. See if Flash will take any. Of course, damage reduced. The red numbers for Illusions are all fake, but they still do a lot more than you might expect them to. It adds up. Arrow is a good one here onto Benny after the Dragon Tail, but he is getting a couple of spins here onto Hijack, and that's going to be another level 1 Battle Hunger here for the Mirana, who's going to have to just run home because she's out of regen.
King Al on the top lane now is taking over the lane completely, by the way, but he might be a bit too far under tower. No, that's okay. He has no 2 bracers. That's fine.
Benny's stealing stacks right now in the triangle. Just 1 minor stack. But it's still efficiency ruined, right? Free farm for him, basically, especially with the Vanguard already completed. Yep. Those will get the boots online even faster. King Ao's a bit low on HP in this top lane. I don't think they kill him, though.
No, he does not die right now. He has 2 bracers. He's immortal. Once you get the second bracer, a divine light shines upon you as Tidehunter. You go, and you ascend. No, it's how evolution, how like fish left the land. It's kind of when they got the second bracer.
I think we all remember that. After the Cambrian explosion, you know?
Yeah, I remember that. This was great. It was one of my favorite events.
Cambrian
it was
explosion.
That and Woodstock. Those are my favorite 2 events.
Yeah, Cambrian explosion and Woodstock, dude. That's those are the ones. Those are the ones.
Truly rad.
Mm-hmm.
Berlin Wall was nice. Not as good as those 2 though.
I think you're missing your favorite moment there, which was when the country of China figured out how to play CK correctly.
That's true. That was a great moment.
2-second stun into the arrow. Great active rotations from Mirana. If we're at least going to lose the bottom lane, so far we've been able to make a bit of an impact here mid and top. So at least we're able to at least kind of try and mitigate issues down bottom. But they might actually get a kill here onto Hijack. I almost called him Flapjack, but that's not him. He's getting ran down cold feet. If we get a call here, no call for 7 seconds. We have a donk, and we have a kill even onto the DK. Puck is rotating on through, but they're going to cancel the TP. And I wonder then, no, it's just going to be farm top lane, as in fact, BINOMISTAS get a second kill top. That's Mini, who goes top lane. I think that's why the TP got canceled. Now Mini, with Maxed Edict, is going to be able to take the tower.
I apologize for an earlier comment, by the way. Justin Timberlake was not in Backstreet Boys. He was in NSYNC.
He was in NSYNC, yeah.
Yeah, it was boy bands. I'm sorry. I apologize
I didn't want to correct you, because to be honest, I wasn't really sure. I just remember NSYNC. I didn't know Backstreet
all
Boys.
All boy bands to me look the same, so I don't know. From Justin Bieber to Backstreet Boys, I just thought there was one big continuous band.
I honestly thought that Backstreet Boys was a song by NSYNC, so I can't even correct you. Like
I apologize for that though. Thank you for correcting me. Reaction with an SH.
Flash.
Flash.
Ooh. Dodge. Good dodge on the split earth. A little split earth, but do the trick. Benny is going to force Hijack away. Hijack just not able to find really anything. 2 denies, 30 last hits. And he's doing a better job than I would here in this game, but maybe he can look to now try and apply some pressure. He's got Elder Dragon form ready to go, but right now it's BINOMISTAS kind of just taking over control in this top area as well, and I don't think they have the strength to boot them. Even with this Puck rotation, I don't think they kill King AO.
No, they really don't. I mean, the lineup is just not looking too great at being able to get kills just yet, so they're going to go for the easiest one, which is support. But he was taking a lot of damage from the tower, finally getting Jupiter. And D-Flash will sacrifice himself for this. Definitely not what they were looking for in this rotation. Because King Al dominated top so much, and Benny had a much better matchup than I think even he was expecting in the bottom lane against his DK, it's made the game for Backstab Boys kind of difficult now, where they are supposed to be putting pressure before the Axe gets online, or right now, honestly, before the Lesh even gets online. That's the idea, right? Just make sure that you can kill him a couple of times, take some towers, enlarge your map. But instead, it's BINOMISTAS accomplishing this, giving Axe a wide open window for him to be useful later on.
My goodness. Raj is taking him for a bit of a ride. Into the trees he will go. Elusive Orb eventually is going to pick him up, and that's a lot of mana for Rayor, just to be able to get this kill here onto the Ancient Apparition.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
They are still farming away. Needs to get this armlet, then he's at least able to farm a little bit faster, do a lot more damage. But this man, he fears no thing, but this Tidehunter, the Cthulhu, is a real hindrance for him. I've not even seen a Ravage from King AO, but I mean, just look at FCR's net worth continue to kind of tumble as everyone starts to eclipse him. Rayor, at least, decent farm, almost a Witchblade completed. So we are going to have at least damage out from this mid laner soon enough, and that's when we're going to get to see some of this razzle-dazzle that you were talking about here for this Brazilian puck.
We'll see. It's just difficult for them to gank right now because I don't think top or bottom are valuable ganks for Rayor, so he's found himself in a pickle where, yeah, I'm a great puck, but what do I do with this puck right now? You can't kill Tide, you can't kill the Axe, so you kind of are reserved to killing the supports, but that's not going to do enough, and Mini is doing much more by just taking towers here. In fact, he's found himself a little nice niche as he goes top lane, and they take tier 2 up top this early? This
fortified.
is looking bad.
There's no
They have fortify. They have a puck too as well. Rayor wants to get a kill on Mini. Actually, might be his best target, honestly, now that he's on the side lane. And he's very far away from a tower. Okay, Mini going a bit too far in. FCR wants to punish it. Big fall on top of this. Ravage will protect them though. Mini, he's not going to be able to get away. Dragon Tail does cancel him, and they lack the damage now. As Ice Blast coming in though. Might turn things around. Everyone's really low on HP, but will anyone shatter? They're going for Flash first, who definitely has the Ice Blast debuff on top of him. The Shadow Poison just trigger it. It's going to be Rayor who does first. Now, I mean, but they don't use the Shadow Poison in time, so D-Flash can get away as the Frostbite doesn't last that long.
No. Frostbite effect not lasting too long enough. Very unlucky there. Puck literally on the last tick is going to end up dropping. The Infused Raindrops did help quite a bit in that initial damage, but it was just way too much at the end of the day. They at least get the Lash. That's a pretty major kill here, especially for our Puck. That is almost now Witchblade completed. Recipe's only 600 gold. We have Hijack here to defend the way, but that means he's not pushing bottom. And bottom is actually going to be pushing here quite heavily in favor of BINOMISTAS, and we don't want to have TPs to defend it. Jupiter in trouble, pulled back by the Reality Rift, and that is going to be another kill here on the Jupiter as Flash keeps himself alive. Not psyched on the high ground even, but keep himself alive thanks to the Cold Embrace.
So in the end, even though BINOMISTAS, that fight top was not ideal because that still gave a lot of space for the Axe. I don't think they're too concerned with what happened there. It's not like they have to be winning right now, right? So Backstab boys need to be the ones that are destroying this game early, and they haven't accomplished it. They need to find an opening here. At least take a tower. Like, they haven't even been able to take a single tower. They have a DK on their lineup. The push is that bad.
That's what I mean. The DK, he had to go top to counter push the wave. That he just had to, right?
No, you're right. And then he couldn't push mid or bottom. I mean, the fact that bottom is only half HP. Half HP, dude, with the DK in that lane is sad.
Well, he did not have a good start. May I remind you, there was, what, like 20 denies here for the Axe in this lane, so it's...
That's true. He was destroying it.
Yeah. We're at least getting farm online. Here's... Yep, there's Armlet right on cue for FCR. So he's going to have, again, more damage as long as he's not hit by this Anchor Smash. Anchor Smash, like you're saying, especially with crits and one of the highest base damage in the game, going to do a lot to reduce your crits and your damage. Benny, who we haven't seen in a while, having an awesome game, 1-0-0, over 100 last hits already, almost having the Manta style completed. You can tell he's a carry player because he's got the recipe already on the courier in the secret shop. Just needs enough money then for the ultimate orb, as the rest of the BINOMISTAS without him. We'll continue to look again for this tower top lane. This time around, we do have a fortify. They're probably going to have to use it here. Yeah, there's another creep wave already on the way, and we'll just need another edict here to get through it. So BINOMISTAS forcing the issues. Backstab boys. Exactly. Yeah, they're gonna go bottom instead.
Well, Ron is already TPing top, and they're using the Moonlight Shadow. Maybe for a surprise attack top.
We have Ravage,
and the Dragon Tail's there too. Oh, sorry, the Dragon Knight. Already calling him by the only skill I care about. Take a courier, but that's definitely not enough. We have Ravage here. They want to fight this. They're trying to force a fight. They block the arrow first. Trying to save the Shadow Demon. Impossible. Asking Al finds himself in between 4 heroes, not wanting to use that ultimate. They're still chasing him down. They're hoping for a kill. Has 3 points from Kraken Shell though. 8 magic stick charges, puts himself in the middle. There's the Ice Blast, he's joining. The Ravage as well from King Al. And that Winter's Curse will reset the fight, despite the fact that they got the kill on Mirana. That's not going to be sufficient. There's the fight, the Ravage usage. We want to kill at least one more person. And he's like deflashes the target with the Battle Hunger. The axe is a bit too fast. Culling Blade will prevent that Cold Embrace from healing. As Rayur is trying to get him from behind. Hijack's still going in. Oh, because FCR is joining in. And with that, FCR will be able to burst out Mini, or so he hopes. Mini, there we go. They took him down. At the same time, Hijack will fall. FCR trying to go for the easier kill on the Ancient Apparition. Benny's a bit too strong. They actually get the help as well from the Shadow Demon. They disrupt Nuages, and they're going to save his life as Rayur has to retreat, tail between his legs.
Good fight there. It's FCR taking a pretty costly death. Wyvern with a great curse, at least able to finally get down King EO, who turns off of just the Ice Blast. Backstab Boy's really going a bit too far for that one, unfortunately. They've got a good ward here in the river, which is scouting rotations, but they don't have a tier 1 tower to fight with. While, of course, BINOMISTAS, they still have all of theirs. We didn't even get bot lane with that push because they actually forced the issue top. BINOMISTAS, of course, with their top tier 1 still very healthy. I don't think it's even taken any damage. It's completely flawless. So they are able to reinforce pretty quickly there, especially when they start fighting where the laning stage would begin to break out. So just a better fight for BINOMISTAS because they can bring more people. And they did. Benny makes a great rotation up there, gets a couple of kills for it. He's going to have Blink pretty quickly here. It's once again going to be one of these games where Axe is limited not by his amount of money, but by the 20-minute mark before he can get this shard. Solo kill here.
Find the Winter Wyvern and the tower now, finally getting what Mini was hoped for this whole time. Is this a similar timing to what we saw last game with Bagaz? Yeah,
it is. It's so far, yes, it is. We'll see here. What's his GPM already? 590. Yeah, I think Pakaz was like 680, I want to say, right? Around 22 minutes in, so we still got time for that. 21 minutes, because he didn't get the shard right away, you know, because you have to get it flying to you, right? So 21 minutes basically was the activation period for that GPM. He's doing a great job though, keeping well ahead of the puck, who's got a blink dagger for itself now.
Radiant's bottom tower is
with that blink dagger, I mean, you just don't really, you just don't do enough, and CK playing from behind feels awful. I think with the Phantasm you can far a bit faster than like a CK usually would, but you're still not, like, you don't have a Midas or anything, right? You can't really build Maelstrom or Battle Fury God until you get level 15, you don't get a cleave. So you're kind of at the mercy of whatever BINOMISTAS wants to do until the axe comes online. How long will it get to take you to get level 15? Probably at least the next 4 minutes. And even that's a bit of hopeful, wishful thinking. And by then, you already have a shard on Benny, and he's already online and ready to fight you. It's looking really bad for them.
Yep. I'm not sure why Benny just doesn't farm this. Oh, it's because they know someone's in the trees. Okay. They're hunting for a puck. They've got the D ward now. So Ryuri's going to go cut one more wave. Look who's already on the way, though. Ancient Apparition and Benny. They could potentially punish him. The Elusive Orb is out. Is that just a bait? It is, but he didn't jaunt on over to it, so Benny easily making the jump in. Does not have enough damage immediately, or the time, I should say, to be able to get the dunk off. The Ice Blast, though, debuffed, still taking him away. A secondary maxed phase shift here is going to allow him to live, avoiding a lot of that damage. Still alive.
I'm very surprised at how chill Backstreet Boys are. Backstab Boys.
My. I don't even know a song by the Backstreet Boys. I really only know In Sync, I think.
Is it, I'm back. No, that's Michael Jackson.
First of all, it's I'm bad.
Oh, yeah, right.
Not I'm back.
I'm back street. Right? That's how I thought the song went. I'm sorry. Anyway.
Gotta be careful singing like that, Alvaro. Otherwise the DMCA system is gonna take us down when it's that one-to-one.
I hope they don't recognize that in the song. Anyway, I do find that I'm very surprised that Backstab Boys is playing this defensively and not really doing anything to BINOMISTAS right now. I mean, I understand that you can't really. I think even a pickoff would be in order with DK Mirana puck, you know, like going for smokes and stuff. But they've just been trying to farm and get their items.
Well, they're gonna maybe try for a bottom.
Okay,
yep,
that's what they have to do. But Ravage? Why under the tower? Why specifically under the tower? That's the perfect time for a Ravage. And the Ice Plus on top of that, Hijack's dead, so is Ryu. What?
I mean, I agree, right? You know, I have the same reaction as you. It's just instantly 5 heroes there. Oh, except for Mini, who is just going to get a quick solo kill. I am lagging. If you could please describe everything word to word for me.
Oh, me too.
Okay, we're good. We're good.
It was a server lag.
Server lag a little bit.
Or maybe exclusive lag to SEA in Europe. Oh, maybe more.
More lag? I'm fine now. I'm all good to go.
Oh, interesting.
Blink Dagger is up for King AO now, but he showed it off in that fight. It's a little bit of extra gold now for him to play with. Benny, once again, I mean, 2,400 gold already. He's going to have enough now for the Ogre Axe and the Shard just immediately. Once again, it's like half of BKB here. What's his GPM at? 630, so he's climbing, Avo. We still got 2 minutes to increase that by a bit. We're going already for this last tier 1 tower, mitigating that with a right click. The Axe Illusions continue to cut waves behind. Shard is about to be flown out here. 3k gold. I mean, he's got so much money. He's literally, again, he's limited by the time of the game before he can get the Shard online. FCR at least has Echo Saber, so a lot more damage than going into Heart. So as you say, the stats build here is going to make it a lot more difficult. Tell was for an Axe Illusion.
Sure, at this point they're honestly kind of scary too. They finally got Shard, or can finally buy it rather, to get enough gold for a while. They're gonna find D-Flash in the process. That's D-Flash dead.
Yes.
Anybody able to buy BKB before Shard? No, he goes for the Shard. He's not gonna brag about how much
gold but it's a Shard and BOTs in the same kind of purchase, which is very impressive here.
That is Ice Plus. Yep, are you?
Oh, they got him?
Guessed that. That was impressive.
Wow.
Very well done there by Nuages.
Wow, that was real impressive.
Yeah,
I mean, you don't tip your puck, you tip your AA for that one. Did whatever they tried to do, but wow, that was impressive. And now Hijack, what is he to do? He can't even get in range for a stun, and even if he has, Jupiter is here to keep him from running away. Oh goodness, 2 more core deaths here at 12k net worthly. Basically, even if you removed the Axe, the game would be just about even, really, is what that is indicative of. Benny now with the Shard online, Manta style BOTs. 21 minutes, Avo. Drum roll, please. 660 GPM, so he's just 20 behind. Still very impressive.
Not quite Buckeyes. And it's because Benny lives in Argentina. That's why he's 20 behind. If he lived in Peru, where he's from, then he'd be 20 above.
There it is. There it is.
It's the country makes all the difference. I don't know. I got nothing to say. I mean, this game just seems like Backstab boys have given up a while ago. They don't seem to have a game plan or anything, so I'm just waiting for BINOMISTAS to really start to put the pedal to the metal and go forward.
Wyvern's got a blink, so if BINOMISTAS are a little bit too careless with how they're playing things, they could potentially find themselves in some troubles, but that's not really where BINOMISTAS are going to put themselves into. Instead, they're going to spawn more Axe Illusions and try and get through this Roshan here with all the spins. My goodness, that is a dangerous area to be in. It's like a blender in there. Will it blend? Do you remember when that was 2010? Prime YouTube viral videos was throwing iPhones into blenders. Good times.
I actually think that content was better than what we have today in some ways. So.
I mean, I don't know. I don't know if I agree with that.
I don't know. What would you rather have, the Will Blend era or the Logan Paul era, if you think about it? That was peak YouTube content. I remember, what is it, Epic Mealtime? I remember those videos.
Epic Mealtime. Yep.
Yep.
Good old times. Well, it's going to be epic mealtime here for Axe if he can get his hands on these
transitions. I want to make a point that's actual Dota. I think the Shadow Demon plus Axe combo, while seemingly pretty good because you get all these illusions to farm, I don't see the point, or like to push out lanes. It's not as good as the Luna to actually take down objectives. I don't really see the point of doing that because you're not going to blink in and disrupt the Axe right after, right?
I mean, yeah, I think that was just to get through Roche faster because they don't have any real right clickers.
So I was thinking, oh, this is great, and then I realized, no, how many uses can this possibly have? Not really that many.
Well, you cut off the joke I was going to make because I was also making a Dota point, and now, thankfully, I've got the times, so I can I can really take my time with this analogy. You know,
What is
this Axe
Mikata?
Blender, ladies and gentlemen, this is a 2021 brand new carry model, right? He comes in only in two forms. You can get him with the blade or with just fist if you prefer. But that's not even the joke. Oh yeah, that's not even the joke. Is he's actually going for the basher? So he's actually changed it up now into BKB. But if he does decide to go for basher, not only is he going to have a blend mode, he'll have a bash mode. So it's going to be You know, this blender, it's got two options.
Is this your analysis?
Sometimes, you know, you need to really blend something, and sometimes you need to go a little bit choppier right on the setting. And that's what Axe is going to allow you to do here. He has switched it up, though. I think BKB is the right choice at the end of the day, because Rior is in no position to go for an Axe yet, which is going to be necessary. And then there's not really a whole lot that scares you other than Winter's Curse just to hold you down. That's this Axe. But I do like Abyssal eventually here for him as well.
I like the BKB first more though, because for the reasons you stated, I feel like that's it. If you don't curse them, you just kind of go rampant. I also would like them to actually start forcing a fight now, because at this point you're only giving Backstab boys a chance to come back into the game, so you might as well go in, right? Like you might as well go and force objectives with Lash at the very least. There's no reason for you to continue to farm this as much as you are. Mind you, you just got the shard, right? So I would take like the last tier 2 here down bottom, which I think Benny's already committed to. I wish his team was with him, but Benny at least is doing it. And then after that's done, maybe wait for. I mean, you already have the Roche advantage, so just go for the tier 3s, right? What's stopping you?
And Flash, who is otherwise in a good position here, he can't really take advantage of this Tinker Ward he put down, because they already have your mid tier 2 tower, so you have no control over your triangle. So BINOMISTAS, instead of hiding in the trees, they're just hiding on the enemy high ground, which is a better position to behold in, obviously, for them. And you can't, they're not scared of a flanking maneuver because you have no tier 2 tower. They're just going to go up to your base, and now Flash here is in a great position. We'll see what he can find. Okay, that's going to be a kill onto Jupiter. Actually, no, it's not, because he has Aeon Disc.
Nice, that's got to save him, and D-Flash will have to pay for his sins here. Chaos Bolt to stop Mini here. They just used the Ravage? Just think, because they thought they were going to go on to Mini apparently. Instead, they're going to lose the Mirana here. Hijack is also in trouble. Ice Blast will hit. And Hijack will disintegrate.
Yep.
Nice.
It blends.
BINOMISTAS.
Dragons blend.
Will it blend? The dragons.
Yep. What about fairies? What about magical fairies that like to quote Shakespeare?
Maybe. Oh, they're going to find the incarnation of Chaos first. Will Chaos blend? It makes sense that it would.
It would.
It's Chaos.
Yes. Shadow Demon.
Now it's time for Puck. Are you a little trickster, Puck? Whose eyes will you put sand on today? Apparently he's nobody. As you're going to go and... oh, no, he actually survived.
He escapes with a little bit of that pocket sand. He's able to find enough space. I mean, not enough pocket sand here for the bottom lane, though.
I realize that's what Waning Rift must be. I never realized that, huh? I
No,
guess it is a reference
it's
to
not.
Midsummer Night's Dream.
I guess it could be, yeah.
Because the sand puts him to sleep, so I guess it's a
No,
silence. Yeah,
no, actually, no. It's true. It's pocket sand.
Oh wow.
With a
Can you imagine
mischievous grin, Puck
how heavy
spreads
Puck
its enchanted
must
powder.
be?
No, it is. It's true.
How can you imagine how heavy Puck's pockets must be at the beginning of the game? He has all this like sand.
Nah, it's
like
like
dust rather.
It's like an endless pouch, you know, where Puck gets all of its dust from.
The Puck's ripped is what we're not giving him credit for. He's carrying like 5 kilos on top of him, sand, one each leg. That's why he's flying. He couldn't support his way with legs. So he found the DK, by the way.
Alright, he's gonna buy back instantly.
It's harder to ask for Penny. Arrow, okay, stop the illusions, but you continue pushing. What's gonna push you back? Backstab boys have nothing. They really haven't had anything the whole game.
We've got a curse at least.
This has lasted so long. We have a Ravage in 35 seconds. If they can hold on to the second Ravage, there we go. Berserker's Call. Who keeps the curse when you kill the team? The FCR acting in the BKB for nothing, as Benny will just decide to man fight him, and he is going to win that mano a mano. GG called. BINOMISTAS will win the first game.
Yep. And pretty convincing game out from them. Axe, very flawless game. I mean, that's the second flawless Axe game we've seen on the day. And BINOMISTAS might be on track to keep us on schedule here. Very surprising, but actually, Backstab boys, pardon me.
That's okay. We're gonna butcher that name.
Yeah, the fact that bottom lane just goes as poorly as it does, I think you pointed out, yeah, maybe the Mirana could have stuck around a little bit longer. you know, unfortunately, Mirana stacks a little bit. Benny immediately steals those and says, thank you very much for your time and efforts. I will pay it back later by dunking you with my axe. Top lane as well goes into very difficult, I think, because it was what the Tide Hunter last pick right into the CK. And mid lane was just barely fine for Mini, right? A couple of deaths for him, but he was able to play basically the Dreamless Shrek game, which was just forcing fights around you because you get to push towers for free and there's no one to push you back. Maybe we needed a little bit more wave clear for Backstab boys, because it felt like really the only one to do it was Puck. And whenever Puck tried, Benny, as soon as he had Blink Dagger online, was immediately hunting, right? We only saw Rayur try it a couple of times before he's like, this is too difficult. Just no wave clear, right, for Backstab boys means that BINOMISTAS were able to really, really press their net worth lead very easily.
Yeah. And in the end, I feel like it just... The draft wasn't ideal for Backstab boys. I think that Tide Hunter pick really destroyed the CK idea. I liked what we were suggesting more with Jug Lifestealer, honestly, because at least it gave you a good contingency plan in case your lanes didn't go as well. But to be honest, despite the draft issues, I do think that BINOMISTAS just played a better game. It's hard to. Like, they made, honestly, zero mistakes. They kind of baited you out multiple times. Backstab boys fell for that bait every single time. I don't think Backstab boys is a bad team by any means, but BINOMISTAS is a bit superior to them, as we also saw in the Division 2 for the most part, right? Especially now with the addition of King Ao, who, as per usual, just a monster in this game, and starting to gel better with the team. I'm glad for BINOMISTAS to improve. I think Backstab boys are just getting the rust off to begin with, and as the time goes on, they're going to look a bit stronger in the tournament.
Yeah, we'll see here if they can even look stronger for a game too, because that's what it's about, right? It's about these small improvements game to game. You don't all of a sudden, what is it? Rome wasn't built in a day, and you know, TI winning teams as well, not built in a day. It all starts from somewhere. We'll see if Backstab boys can get a little bit of improvement going for game number 2, guys. You're watching the Mobius.bet Maestros with Seeking Strike and Alpha Plus on the ePulse gaming channels. We're live on Twitch. We're live on Trovo. We're live on YouTube, and para español, estamos vivo en Facebook as well, so make sure
en vivo, huevón, en vivo, no vivo. Estamos vivo, todo el mundo está vivo, cabrón. Es en vivo.
En vivo. Well, we'll be back here for more BINOMISTAS en vivo, in more BINOMISTAS here after a short break, guys. Hopefully you're enjoying the coverage. We'll see you soon. Hola y bienvenidos a nuestro cobertura.
Nuestra cobertura. Oh my fuck.
Well, okay. My goodness, I can't even start speaking Spanish around this one. Otherwise, he
Speak actual
explodes.
Spanish. Speak well, Richie.
Mobius.bet
You know,
Maestros, we resume now with our second match. It was a very short break. Our draft's already underway, Alvaro. Would you please get off your snarky comment so we can go ahead and switch it over to the draft?
Sure.
Okay,
go
there
for
it
the
is.
draft.
There's the snarky comment, everyone. With that, we are live drafts on your
It's not a
screens.
snarky comment.
Okay,
So
sure.
Remaining.
Look, mate, if I start a broadcast by butchering your language, then
Sure.
you can call me.
Sure.
Out. You can call me out.
Okay.
You can also call me if you want to. My phone number is 555. BINOMISTAS. They start out with less Trent. I'm surprised with the train so early, but it is something I did see for Nuages a lot. I know it's a pick he enjoys, so not against this. Less Trent and Medusa. Whereas Backstreet Boys, they're gonna now copy the axe. I think it might be an axe carry because I know FCR has definitely played that a couple of times. And then Ancient Apparition plus Lion. I'd like to start by Backstreet Boys much more than the last one. I think it gives you many more options this draft. And the Ancient Apparition's great, especially against a Twin Protector. But the Medusa does make the Ancient Apparition not look as great. However, you answered with Lion. I'm actually thinking Backstab Boys is doing a good job.
Okay, I was wondering if we were gonna go just and call them Backstreet Boys now, or what the
I'm sorry, I
what
have
the
it in my
plan
head
was there,
now.
because it was like 3 or 4 times in a row. Like you could have just said they, them, the Dyer, but no, you went the Backstab Boys. You see, they're on the Dyer side for the Backstab. It's okay. Thought it was getting a bit excessive there.
Sorry, I didn't mean to
Yeah,
do
I
that,
mean,
but-
it seems like BINOMISTAS really want that to be a carry axe, because they've banned lots of heroes here for FCR nonetheless. Really just the TB of the Arc Warden, right? I should say. But if you already think it's going to be a carry axe, I think you don't actually look to ban those out. And actually, again, I don't mind the carry axe here, even into this Dursa. Clockwork is potentially a bit of an issue. But I don't really mind it here. We'll see here. I think you just pick a mid laner now, and you protect it with 2 bans, and you continue to flex this axe, I think, if you really want to. Versus Lash.
Versus Lesh. Lena's looking pretty good. Lena I like in general.
But
against those
Lena
upper
into
clock.
Clock? Yeah.
Yeah.
So
I mean, I've seen Lena's into Clock in Eastern Europe and it worked fine, but I agree with that.
it's risky.
The classic Lash counter was always, or the hero that really liked to go out and Slash was Quap, but that hero's dead. I'm thinking what other good mid laners, because the spirits are not very good against Slash. It's really just Lena that has an even matchup. DP is okay. DP's okay against Lash too.
How do you feel about a...
But
I was going to say Pugna, but into
oh,
Clockwork.
Puck is available again. I would just
Take the
make it
Puck.
easier.
Okay, fair enough. Easy enough.
Dire team ban.
Invoker. Okay, yeah, Quasbox Invoker makes sense. Yeah, I can see that. Also something that Rayur likes to play. I mean, Quasbox is very good because you dispel the living armor. Because people think Trent is all about the healing, and he somewhat is, but the Ice Blast won't get rid of the armor, which is, I would say, the biggest asset of the living armor. So Tornado with an offensive dispel is a good way to deal with that.
5 seconds
And
remaining.
the MP, of course, brutal against
Radiant's
Dusa. I like this
team
pick a
ban.
lot. I think the lane against Lesh is meh, because once you could rotate, Lesh punishes. So I think Puck is definitely the better option in that sense, because Puck can actually shove the lane better than Invoker and then go and rotate, whereas Invoker can't. But, you can't have it all in the pick.
Yeah. That is a pretty big issue, though. I mean, because basically you're almost giving Mini the opportunity to play the same game as before,
5
right? Where,
seconds
oh, you
remaining.
goodbye to your mid lane
Back.
tower. I'm going to go push top. Okay, I'm going to push 2... Like, it's... I still see similar issues here for Backstab Boys because of the Lash. Like, right now, he's going to have a slower start, I think, because of the Invoker. But he's going to keep Invoker tethered in the lane, as you said. So we'll see what the solution is here. As we ban out now the Brewmaster... wonder what
10
else we look for
seconds
here. That's a very late Viper ban. Surprised he made it so deep into the draft. Normally that's a pretty early ban, especially in SA and, well, basically anywhere, I think. Aces Void.
Void.
Toque, tu não é nada perto de mim, meu filho. Vem cá, velho.
I think that's one of the Vietnamese lines, right? No, sorry. Wow, that's Portuguese. Wow.
It did.
That means... What?
10 seconds remaining.
You were what?
Like, what you doing? What you
Oh,
doing?
yeah.
You're
5
nothing.
seconds remaining.
You're nothing. I don't know, something about his son. And come here, you old man.
Oh yeah, no. I think you're right. I think you're right. Actually, I think you're right.
That's a good line. I thought it was Vietnamese because of the intonation, but the quality was not very good as well. But that's a good line actually.
Darkseer, last pick then.
Select your heroes.
I'm very surprised with this Void pick, honestly. Because usually, like, when Void is meta, what's the hero you always think of to deal with him? Wraith King, of course, right? But then afterwards, it's Dusa.
Yeah.
It's Dusa Morphling, the two heroes you think about against Void, because you can sustain the Chrono. I'm very surprised they picked up the Void. It must be a Diffusal Blade and Void. There's no other way you're going to run this. I'm fascinated by this.
Yeah, I mean, hey, maybe you can take care of it, right? Because I agree with you that the Dusa is a little bit too tanky, but with the Quaswex Invoker, eventually able to flex into the Exort, right, with that Ags, if the game goes late enough, you know, EMP, Diffusal Void, on top of a Cataclysm, and I don't know if the Dusa tanks through all of that. That is quite a fair amount. Plus an Ice Blast on top, right, is probably guaranteed. It's a lot just for the Dusa. I like this Darkseer pick, though, quite a bit.
5 seconds remaining.
I think we're going to see King Ao up to some mischievous stuff here, like vacuuming enemies, I should say, into the Chronosphere. Is going to be really, really incredibly annoying. So something that Lion, AA, Axe especially going to need to really watch their spacing here, because it's not so much going to be Faceless Void, you know, putting a Chrono on top of, say, their Death Ward, as much as it is going to be a Darkseer getting the vacuum and kind of ruining their game that way. We also have Dream Protect. I mean, I agree with you, though, because we also have Dream Protector, Living Armor inside a Chronosphere, which early on, especially without, like, a Snapfire or a Queen of Pain, doesn't make me confident at all in early Chronospheres. Because I don't believe Ryur, he doesn't go for Quas Exort, right? This is going to be probably Quas Wex almost certainly.
It has to be Quaswex, but he can rotate. He can do the thing where you go Quaswex for only a bit in the beginning, and you go Quas Exort afterwards, right? With a Cataclysm Midas build, like Midas into Cataclysm. I think that's the idea. I think that's what he's gonna do. So he might even go for the build that we see sometimes, where you only get like what 2-3 points in Quas, and then you start putting points into Exort as soon as the 8th level. Remember that?
Yep.
So it's not like you're Quas Exort, but you are somewhat there to a degree. And I think you can build into Cataclysm somewhat early. And you can use the Sunstrike kills, as you were saying.
We'll see here how they're going to look to play it. Again, but I
had to look at this translation, by the way. That line means... Because I knew most of the words just based on Spanish, but I couldn't put it together. The line means, you what, right? You're nothing next to me, my son. Come here, you old man. What? I translate to make sure, and what? That's a great line. Come here, you old man. You're nothing next to me, my son. What? That's wonderful. I'm gonna go buy this pack.
All right. Lesh again.
Oh, he goes, Lesh again. You're imitating Whisper. And he just went. Ponea thought. I know. I think that means. Oh, Whisper. Okay, he just said blue pony, fucker.
Oh, that's...
Yeah, blue pony, fucker. I was reading that. Like, there's no way that's what it means, right? You know, it is. It's blue pony, fucker.
He's calling him.
He's awesome.
He's an MLP Dota fan, you know? What can we say?
I have never seen teams use this many swears when they talk to each other. It's wonderful. They do it every single game as well.
Really, I mean, it is banter as well. It is banter, 100%.
Oh no, yeah, it's for sure. It's definitely not meant ill whatsoever, with any ill intention. I do follow FCR's interaction on Twitter in general. He seems like a really cool dude. Okay, they're going for Mini here. Mini's dead. That's going to be a really easy first blood with a cold snap. In exchange, though, for Almina and D-Flash. And all these kills go to the offlaner. So King Ao kind of happy with this. The golden offlaner gets early is not really that relevant most of the time, but the experience you get from these kills is kind of nice.
We got here for the Darkseer. Yeah, you know, it's not bad at all. Basically, you're guaranteed...
It's a little bit extra, right? Like, if they deny your first lane a bit or something, now you get level 2 regardless.
Oh, exactly. That's exactly what I was going to say. Yeah. That's exactly what I was going to say. Especially, and for Darkseer, that's huge, because you have kill threat here. Not so much because you have Time Walk, right, for FCR. But you're not scared of him anyways, is kind of what I mean to say. Like, look at this. Yeah, he's going to Time Walk that off. 24-second cooldown. See you later. Clockwork in the meantime is going to go ahead and cut the wave. He's going to block the camp here, even though it's already blocked. Yeah, just might as well. And making sure that he's going to be able to reestablish equilibrium here, forcing FCR to tank a little bit of the creeps. As Flash was willing to fight here into this Darkseer Ion Shell level 1. Might be in for a rough time. This is King Ao thinking about going for more. Letting the Clockwork do what he needs to with the creep. FCR in the meantime, just taking the creep wave for a bit of a run. Running some laps. His bottom, Treant, he might need to run some laps as well, because the right click from the Lion is going to put him down. Good damage here, especially with just utilizing that Battle Hunger nice and early. Set up for the kill.
Not an easy lane for a Treant to be in, because Lion can always punish you with the Earth Spike immediately. And if you walk over to try to get a hit on the axe, he doesn't have much armor, so it's not hard to hit him. But if he gets the creeps to aggro around him and everything, all of a sudden you're taking like 2-3 hits, and the one hit you get to land on him, right? Or 2-3 counter helixes. So it's not ideal. It's a bit difficult. Nature's Grasp is also not that great in this lane. And I think you actually just max the living armor. Especially because you're up against the Void. I actually didn't even consider that. The Void is even thwarted not just by the Dusa, but also by the Treant.
Yeah, that's what I said in the draft. Yeah, like I said, I have no confidence whatsoever in these early Chronos. I don't know how you kill anyone. That's when I asked, oh, is this an Exort Invoker? Because that's the only thing I could see to get kills in early Chronos.
Yeah, and that's why I said, like, yeah, okay, the Invoker can transition into Exort, but you're right.
Not for a level 1 Chrono, though. He's not going to have it then. Ice Blast is fine, but... and it's going to do well to stop the healing from living armor, but it's the bonus armor that more scares me. Is, my goodness, Backstab boys just really ate that full level 2 Mystic Snake.
Jupiter in the top lane, he's going to get frozen solid. He actually really wanted to kill him D-Flash, and instead he's going to get killed himself. I heard the Clockwork is good against Ancient Apparition, so... that was way too aggressive there, but it's fine. It's not that big a deal for him to lose his life. Of course, now they can continue to go against King Ao. And even FCR was actually not believing how strong he is. If he gets a time lock here, King Ao's dead. He doesn't want to risk it, though.
Doesn't want to risk it. Level 2 Ion Shell here. This is something we've seen before, right? The 1 point in time dilation, the 1-1-1 build, the sampler for FCR. It makes him pretty strong and really annoying for a hero like a Faceless Void. And a kill down bottom here onto New Aegis. Yeah, though, out of regen, should probably get a healing salve here. Yeah, there's it is for the Flash. FCR very eager for it, says thank you very much, support. Make sure you don't hit your Ice Blast, or make sure you don't miss your Ice Blast later. Hijack is going to die basically for free, just got a little bit too aggressive there. Does not respect this, even level 1 Nature's Grasp. That move speed slow is absolutely brutal.
I think to your point, by the way, about the early Chronos, I think that if you have Ice Blast and Finger at death, I think most things die in that Chrono.
But then you have nothing for, what, 3 minutes?
No, I mean, I'm not saying it's going to be easy, but I think it's not impossible. I'm worried more about the mid-game Chronos before Invoker transitions. That's where
dead?
I don't know what's going to happen.
Oh, yep, especially because of the double bash. Nicely done.
Nicely done. Just press the bash button.
Really good,
Level
really good
1
bashes.
bash, by the way. Level 1.
Very skillful bashes from FCR.
12% chance my ass.
He outplayed him. I mean, King Ao, he can't be made. He got outplayed there, honestly, by the bashes. Bottom lane is a bloodbath, though.
Yeah.
And not in favor here of Backstab boys. I think they've gotten the Treant twice, but they've failed to get really anything or apply much pressure to Benny. He's CSing 22 and 8 as what? That was weird because they paused themselves and then the Treant Protector decided to unpause.
Is it what? Okay, I cannot translate that.
Yeah, I was
gonna leave that. I'm gonna leave that to be.
We're gonna leave that one in the chat. Even I recognize that one. I think.
Yeah.
That's gonna be some banter between the boys, I would suppose. Either way, it's Benny who is really coming out ahead in this bottom lane.
Benny. Finding all mean for now, but if the Mystic Snake hits him first, that's going to be impossible to actually kill him. Nuage is instead fighting his own fight against Hijack, and he's surrounded by creeps, but Nuage is winning, actually. He's only level 3 on Hijack, so Nuage is stronger than him.
Got another Nature's Grasp.
2 levels in it, actually. Because the lane has been going so well, I guess it justifies it. D-Flash dies in the top lane. They're going for Hijack, though. They're committing for this. Mystic Snake's going to hit, and Hijack's dead. There we go.
Yep. They almost got FCR top lane as well. barely surviving. I want to say thanks to the infused raindrops that he has. The Void is actually still struggling a bit in this top lane. Second point now in the time walk at level 4. If he wants to continue laning here, he's going to need that third point, I want to say, into the time walk. I just don't think there's any other way around it here for him. This point, again, in the time dilation is really nice, especially versus a hero with what is 4 actives, but and one of them with a 60-second cooldown does feel like 60 minutes sometimes. But he needs to be able to sustain himself in the lane. Thank you, Carry Dota, for the quick correction in the translation. There's Surge, though, able to get him out of harm's way, as in the mid lane. Bit of sparring to keep Ryu alive.
No, I understand the translation. It's sometimes harder to bring it to English because, like, it's technically "fuck you," but I know he doesn't mean to say "fuck you" there, right? That's what I'm understanding. Because I think the words are the same as in Spanish. So that's why I translate for "fucker." But "fuck it," I think is fine. I think "fuck it" is better, to be honest. So yeah, thank you for that. I'm not used to doing Portuguese-English translations. It's not my forte. Mainly because I don't speak Portuguese.
Yep, same.
Yep. It's okay, Richard. We understand. You're the American.
Barely
you don't
speak Spanish.
Speak any more languages.
All right. Well,
it's not that big a deal. Don't worry about it. We're accepting of you people.
Sure, in trouble. Oh no, he's gonna be fine. Even with this time dilation slow, he's still pretty fast. Might look to turn. Oh, great cogs just to secure the creeps, but he goes back downhill. No, Jupiter, go up the hill. Go up the hill. Oh no!
What is happening in this top lane? I don't understand. Like, bottom lane's a bloodbath, sure, but top lane is just a circus, right?
Yeah, a little bit. And
Void has maxed the time walk, another time lock. How is he getting these bashes? Stone Gaze, by the way, in bottom lane.
Just for Betty to chase for the kill. I think
he got Mystic Snake, though. I think is dead. Oh, don't turn around, dude. Oh, just barely. He's fine.
Fine. He had it calculated. He had the 2 GG branches. Those gave him a 40 extra HP, or not even. Yeah, and wait, is it 20
That's
HP?
where you drop the friamente calculado, papa.
Mm-hmm. That would be a good one here. Hijack has calculated this as well. Vanguard already completed. But again, this Dusa is really has not been bothered whatsoever. In the jungle already. I wonder if it's going to be Dragonlance first. No, it's going to be straight into the Yasha then. I don't know why I would think it was Dragonlance with the Blade of Alacrity and the Band of Elven Skin. But, you know, straight into the Yasha and likely Manta style. Needing to get rid of the Cold Feet. Cold Feet actually pretty annoying for a Dusa because she doesn't really like moving around in the fights if she can avoid it.
Mm-hmm. That's true. So once you get Manta, that changes, right? That's what.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's why it's Yasha first, yeah.
I mean, I think you got Manta anyway on Deuce every single time, right? Just especially because Manta gives you the possibility. Is Ags a good idea here?
What are we reflecting? Cold Snap, Cold Feet.
Well, not reflecting, but you know what's triggering.
Yes, thank you.
Cold Snap, Cold Feet. Sorry.
Finger, Hex.
Yeah, Cold Snap, Cold Feet, Finger, Hex, Drain.
Lion, basically.
Yeah, the hero gets reflected. Yes, and Battle Hunger even if they want to land on you. So even Calling Blade actually might save you from some certain situations. So I find that it's kind of useful here, especially because your mission against Void, I always expected it to be tank, right? Just tank as much as possible. So I actually do see the logic behind the Axe. Depends on what build FCR goes for. If FCR goes for Diffusal ability after this Maelstrom, then you're screwed, no matter what. So Axe is pointless.
King out. He's going to have a game here as well for the Darkseer. I feel like a lot of the Darkseers we've seen have been into a lot of Enches, usually. Sometimes even picked into the Enchantress, right? We've seen
Always it's picked into the Enchantress.
Yeah, which is really weird. But at least now he's going to have a game, right? So he can go for whatever build he pleases, and he's not going to be too hard countered by anything in particular. Tornado is a problem, right? But that aside.
Panda was telling me group stages are sprints, so maybe that's why. They're practicing how to deal with the Enchantress. Ryur, oh, that's good blur by Mini. Mini is going to get the kill here on Ryur. Good Nature's Grasp as well. He didn't go for the Living Armor build, which I think was... Oh, wait, D-Flash, sorry. Yeah, Clockwork. He wants to kill D-Flash. Do you have a Rocket Flare? No? D-Flash? No, he didn't make it out. And the Overgrowth even caught Almin, who had a Haste Room, but that doesn't make you invincible. It just makes you really fast.
True. You have to be a mid laner to be able to get away from deaths with a Haste Rune, unfortunately, and you're just simply a lion. Too many times.
I love, though, that from like 1k MMR to literally 10k, which is what we're watching right now. In professional Dota, haste rune still means invincibility. A lot of things changes, but when you get the haste rune, the excitement as soon as you get it is that is equal for all MMR levels alike.
I like how you refer to the MMR levels as life.
What? No, I said I like.
Oh, at life.
that was a bit of projecting.
Well, you know.
Amin?
He's dead.
I think Amin is dead.
Yes.
Wait, this spray is awesome. Is this all the old crewmates, or there's BINOMISTAS, I'm assuming? Yeah, there's BINOMISTAS.
How can you tell?
Because of the logo that Mini has.
Oh, okay. Well, that doesn't necessarily mean he's...
No, it's true, it's true. You might have bought both, and
Yeah.
but I'm pretty sure that's the BINOMISTAS one.
Okay. I believe you. I think it would be an unwise decision to challenge your expertise in SA. So
one thing I really, Mirage, side note about the packs. One thing I really like about the packs is they
wait, hold that thought. Sorry, Jupiter is fighting versus 2. He might get deflash, and he does, but the cold feet. He just really likes getting cold feet here, doesn't he?
I was gonna say one thing I love about the packs is how many languages that one person in the game before are now thanks to the packs. It's awesome. Mini?
Chrono?
Finger of Death is also available. There's the Sunstrike, not helping enough, but he'll get the kill. He'll get the kill.
Okay.
With Maelstrom and Finger, you get a kill relatively easily, and that wasn't even requiring Ice Blast, so it's not impossible, particularly on like lesser parts.
Sure, particularly on the heroes with no HP, right? But for the
Well, I mean,
Dusa,
it's Flesh Darkseer, Clockwork, or Train Protector. I think they all die. It's just Dusa that's a problem.
pretty
And if you
good.
get EMP, you might even still kill Dusa, honestly.
Okay, right over. Oh, okay. They will maybe. Yeah, they're gonna get him here. He's got absolutely
him.
nowhere to run. As there's the Dust even on top. They're gonna send now Jupiter into battle here with the Surge. The call to close the gap. They're gonna look to turn here. Ice Blast into the Earth Spike. No more Surge. No more time to run. And guess what? Some more cold feet into the dunk. This time they're switching it up a little bit. He's just bored of getting regular cold feet. This time he also wanted to experience the Axe Dunk on top. A Mini with the Surge running after them. Cold feet's gonna hit. Oh no, it's not gonna hit. He's still a little bit too fast. Omin. There though.
Oh.
Dusa's farming basically the entire enemy jungle right now, just pretty casually. And it's actually Sanjin Yasha for the Dusa.
Interesting choice over the Monta.
Agree.
It's like Star Resistance. It does affect the turn. Oh no, they changed that, so it doesn't affect the Tornado. It doesn't affect the Chrono.
Oh.
Only affects Berserker's Call.
Berserker's Call, Battle Hunger, Hex, Lion.
Battle Hunger's like whatever. Right? I'm thinking of stuns here. Or Spike and Hex, you're right. And maybe Cold Feet if it procs.
Yep. Oh, Blink, Hijack. Oh, third time's the call. Nope, there it is. Third time's the call. Not somebody but the Vacuum into 3. We don't have the wall to follow up, and the EMP is going to do well to burn the mana and going out the rest of these supports. Now the Tornado here onto 2. It's not going to catch anyone.
Yeah, so maybe the SNY I think is not for Star Resistance. Oh, Benny. You gotta test the Stone Gate, see if it works. It works.
Boy, I think it's because he has Arcade, so he's like, guys, I have Arcade Rune. Look how much I can use my spells, and then he uses Stone Gaze.
Yeah, that's pretty funny. I think the SNY logic was the idea that was the idea that I think it makes you more tanky in the Chrono, regardless of strategy resistance already. Like the strength is better than getting them off the style. I think that's the logic.
Okay, call will come through eventually. Interrupted a couple of times, but we got to redial. And he's going to be awarded with the kill, but a very, very nice overgrowth here. Again, super high impact overgrowth from Nuages all game. He's going to set up for 2 core kills in response. And I think with these 2 dead especially, unless we commit a Chrono, Mini's going to take this tower.
That's true. And if you commit a Chrono, what do you accomplish with that? Because you have no Ice Blast yet, so it's not possible to get kills. Or you can't guarantee kills.
Lion with not
Also,
enough
the
mana
best
for
part
fingers,
is Stone Gaze was used outside of Vision, so they didn't know that was not good enough. Penny with a 4D chest playing here.
He's got it back now, you know. He's got it back.
He did. That's true.
Yeah, but there goes the tower. Last tier 1 tower. Interesting, BINOMISTAS. They decide against top. And I think that's just to give Dusa the most farm possible. Is there's a triple bash under the courier of Nuages.
2 bashes for Nuages, triple bash for the courier. Nuages will die.
There he goes. Oh, bash to end his life. FCR with the haster. He's invincible, and also the mathematics are all in his favor here.
FCR, I don't know if he's gonna win this game, but if he's not, I think he should go play the lottery because today his luck is really on his side.
I should go play poker with who's the team that plays with Infinity? Is it? That plays with
Hokori.
poker. Hokori, thank you.
Obsessively so. I think they all play poker, but like Hokori is ridiculous. Dude, they play a lot of poker. Apparently, they played after every single Dota day. That's what they do to relax.
I mean, it's
And they talk Dota.
a nice thing. It talks some Dota, talks some Smack, you know, some steak.
I didn't say they talk to Smack. Also, stay.
Yeah, steaks. Some Dota steaks. What are you talking about?
No, it's like it's Peru, so they're probably having ceviche and pollo al
It
ají or
was
something.
steaks. You know, when you like play poker, there's stakes. You know, on the line. Goodness, this guy.
I don't know how they cook the steaks. It could be on a line or on a grill, but I'm telling you, like there, I think it's probably chicken and fish.
Oh, okay, okay.
I'm not really understanding what you're saying, but okay. They're gonna push a lane at top with Mini.
In his little hidey hole.
I didn't know this hole in the top lane actually. I knew the one in the mid lane. I didn't know this one in the top
he-
lane that Lushkin hit.
Yeah, made it himself here for him. They pinged him
Oh,
immediately,
okay.
so. Yeah, he split earth the trees. I think he had to split earth these 4 or whatever.
I was wondering. I didn't recall this hole existing here. It makes sense if he did it for himself. I guess I didn't notice the cut trees around the area.
Yeah, that'll
Lesh
do
going
it.
back. But this time they figured him out. However, Nuage is actually in a really good position to block the smoke.
They know he's here, though, because he threw it on the Nature's Grasp, and he hasn't quite finished farming this camp. Gone immediately here, by the way, into the Holy Locket, so that's completed. So again, lots of healing now without an Ice Blast. And speaking of an Ice Blast, there's one coming top lane now. Blink Dagger at the ready for Hijack, where you are with Sunstrike and Cold Snap ready to go. There's the vision. Sunstrike, Cold Snap on top into the vessel. Deafening Blast to follow suit. Edict Explosion's not going to do a lot of work here. But it is going to be a caught and killed goat. There's going to be some... That's what Hokari's going to eat later, that goat, the blue goat. Hook shot. They're going to go for a free kill here onto the Lion. Mirage is nearby. No Nature's Grasp yet ready, though. And actually, Lion a bit too tanky. Nice two-man call. Out comes the Overgrowth. Sunstrike into the Lion Finger here. They still will get down the Nature's Grasp, but they will get another dunk on the Jupiter. 7th death of the game here as FCR now looking for Nuage is in the trees. He's going to go for the TP play out. They're all on top of him. The call, the bashes, just about everything else here. And that's going to be 4 dead here for BINOMISTAS. Only in exchange for a Lion.
Yep. And what's most impressive about the overall game is that this Void is keeping up with Medusa's farm really impressively. Like, it's only 1k different. That's not enough for Medusa to actually get away from the Void. FCR did not itemize whatsoever against Dusa, though. No Diffusal Blade Manta build or anything like that. But he might still have the option. And if you do get into the late game situation where Void actually can fight head-on as opposed to relying on Chrono, he's pretty good against Dusa. Because he just stuns her perpetually, and she never can get off anything.
Yep. Or simply Chrono, right? Which is obviously the be-all, end-all for a lot of heroes. Even Dusa into the late game could be problematic for her. But I wonder then, because this does not... I want to talk to you about this, because I think Hijack... A lot of the popular skill builds or item builds for axes have been, okay, I'm going to get BKB, and then after that, I'm going to go Manta and still play, you know, that spin axe. Is that what you want to do this game, though? Because with Chronosphere, it does strike me as a bit counter synergy, but obviously we can only Chrono once every 3 minutes or whatever, and we need something in between to still be threatening. So I like the idea of still going for the Manta Shard Axe build here.
I actually don't like it as much. I mean, I think a lot of times when the build is this strong... Oh, Benny, tower there with out of range. When a build is this strong, people forget to experiment, because like every time they experiment, even if it goes well, they always think, hey, if I just went this build, it'd be better, right? Overall. So I understand what he might not, but I think this game it'd be a good time to consider the Ags actually on the Ags. Reducing the battle hunger. Sorry, the Berserker's Call cooldown, in addition to reducing enemy armor, right? In addition to you getting a ridiculous amount of armor, makes you so that you can fight into him without the need of the Chrono and using Void's damage instead. Has great synergy if Void goes for the Axe, which he will if this goes late game, of course. Really just works well to make the Axe a secondary Chrono, essentially. Constantly being active as well, and makes up for the weaknesses in your team. You don't need damage, you're right. You don't need it. Not with Ice Blast, not with Invoker, with his Cataclysm eventually, but you need a bit more setup. That's not just a Chrono. And I think the Axe can fulfill that role. After BKB, of course.
Yep, after BKB.
I hope he considers that. I don't know if he'll go for the Axe, but we'll see. Otherwise, I would be okay with mobility build like Shadowblade or Force Death. I'm okay with that too. But I would go for that idea.
Tier 1 tower still not down, 20 minutes in. This is the first tower the Backstab boys are going to try and get. They even fortify it. That's going to ensure another living armor level 4 with Holy Lockets. And this tower is going to get basically healed here to 1,000 HP plus. FCO is going to have to make another push here for this one. Look at the Sanj, BKB, Maelstrom, into the Yasha next. So stats here for both carries, really is the name of the game. Speaking of stats, Dusa now is going to be coming out punching, a little bit more punchy here with her stats as she's finished up the Eye of Scotty and Dragonlance. And even is actually holding on to a Pupil's Gift. I think she's probably one of the best heroes to hold a Pupil's Gift, especially if you're going all out for stats. So good for her.
That's true. That's true. I think the item is usually not that great, but on heroes like Dusa, for example, it really shows its value, honestly.
Yep.
It makes you such a ridiculously tanky hero.
She just wants everything, doesn't she?
Yeah,
I mean,
exactly.
she just uses stats so much differently than any other hero in the game. Ice Blast is going into the Roche pit. The Nuages is just going to hold them down here. Even committing the overgrowth. They're going to hunt for him, but now they know that Roche is in progress. There's a good call. They should be able to kill this Stream Protector quite easily, but they're, again, committing time here, which means that that's time for BINOMISTAS to finish up Roshan. There's the dunk, but Roche is basically already dead in the meantime, and they just got a tier 1 tower and a Stream Protector out from this.
Yeah, the Clockwork, let's see. We do have Finger of Death. They go for Jupiter next. They have the Ice Blast very soon, though. I think they should be able to kill Jupiter here with the Ice Blast. Oh, but they lack the mana for it, actually. I mean, he wouldn't have gotten anyway even if I had not used Chilling Touch, so I guess, yeah, Jupiter's getting away.
He is.
And now BINOMISTAS can take a mid-tier 2 tower, which you shouldn't let fall that easily.
There's a 4 to 5, but they're just going to let it go. A bit of a problem here because BINOMISTAS, now they can go for bottom. They take control of the enemy triangle. There's a DD rune that spawns, or they just go up to high ground, Avo. As Mini, no, he's just going to push the wave a little bit, being a bit cheeky. He's got a BKB, Blink Dagger next for the Mini Leshrac. He is full size, but his name is Mini. That's it. It's very confusing.
What do you mean full size, but his name is Mini?
Well, because I called him the Mini Leshrac, but he's actually full size. His name is just Mini, right?
Right, because he is small. He's also a Mini's old name for a long time is Amelia Clark fan.
Wait. Amelia Clarkson?
No, Amelia Clark.
Oh, okay.
Isn't she the Game of Thrones?
It's Amelia. I actually don't know. It is Amelia Clark. How could I forget?
Yeah,
Chrono,
he's a
onto
big
2.
fan. He's a big fan.
Mini, he's got BKB.
BKB. Oh no, Amelia Clark is not here to save him, but he has enough
The
healing.
bash?
The power of his heart. Can he do it with overgrowth? Mini's avoiding everything. He did it for Amelia. He's going for Hijack next. Split Earth. They caught Hijack, and Hijack is in trouble. In fact, he might just die to Lightning Storm. Mini's still alive here. Benny has not moved an inch since the fight started. He's decided to hit whatever comes near him, and he finally found Hijack. I'll meet the next target, but he's not going to be able to kill him off.
I can't believe he kept alive. He actually sidesteps the Axe call. Axe the only one to die, but that was all the ultimates we had here for Backstab boys. And now they're just going to have to watch this top tier 3 tower crumble. Mini, without BKB or even the hood, he's not as confident as going up to the high ground, so we'll just let Benny with Aegis do the work for now. Benny, who, by the way, finished up this Eye of Scotty only but a couple of minutes ago, already has 2,000 more gold in the bank. We are only about 1,200 gold away from getting Cataclysm online, but again, I still think we really struggle to find kills with the Kata unless we have Chrono ready to go. Oof, didn't even get anyone there.
What else do you go for here? BINOMISTAS, so I think they're giving mangoes to Benny to heal him back up. They found the Ancient Apparition here, Jupiter. That's going to be a free kill on T-Flash, but SCR coming in to join. At least they can kill Jupiter in exchange, and they will get him. How did
the courier get denied?
Yeah, I'm not sure. That's exactly what I was about to ask. How do you even deny a courier?
Did it die to battery assault?
That's not possible.
That was so weird.
Void's coming in. That's no Chrono. We don't have Overgrowth either, though, so they're going to kill him before he can get it off. That's a Vacuum Wall Replica as well, but not going to work out. Benny's out of mana because the H is still on him. AKB already activated, FCR. He wants to outrun Mini, but the Surge will save Mini's life. But leaving Benny for last because they know he has H's. They want to keep with Benny as they're killing off Hijack in the backlines. Here comes the Lion to save his life,
Ooh.
and the Lion will do so in exchange for his own.
Yeah, Hijack barely lives there. I think he lives because the Dusa rolled a little bit low on damage, to be honest. Maybe once or twice, really. And he's dead there with that uphill attack that does not miss. So at least he finds a little bit of luck, and he's able to escape. But that is a buyback then for the Dream Protector. They're going to go right back in. There's the wand charges used as well for Benny, so if he sees Invoker, he's just going to throw a snake at him probably. Try and get a little bit more mana back as he just sidesteps this Tornado. There's a big creep wave as well, pushing bottom. The Backstab boys are not in a good position here. They've absolutely got no breathing room to work with. But here we go. Aghanim Scepter is ready to go. We have the Chronosphere. We have Cataclysm, but we still have 2 lives on the Dusa. 2 lives for a whole minute.
Yep. And Deuce is already a tough nut to crack right now. For you to have to deal with 2 of these nuts. You understand what I mean. She's even going for the
like
AC
chestnuts.
here. Yeah, thank you. He's even going for the AC here to even tank a bit further and actually add a bit of damage to that high ground. Cataclysm, okay, that's gonna kill Mini, that's for sure. That's good. You also did not help out whatsoever.
Nope, it was a good
Without
effort,
Mini,
though.
you're lacking the big damage source, though. I think you do need Mini to distract
Aegis is reclaimed in 20 seconds here. I don't know if BINOMISTAS really want to look for a fight.
They have Stone Gaze, though. They're still fine. They're going for Hijack here. Look at that, Stone Gaze. Hijack's dead. I got one. And with Overgrowth, he might actually put FCR in a pickle. He has Time Walk, though. EMP, not going to find Benny. He's going to lose the Aegis soon, but he still wants to fight this. There's Darkseer nearby as well, with Vacuum Wall available, and even has the punch.
There goes.
Hijack tried to go in, but couldn't surprise him. Now it's Benny. They need some help for him.
Alone.
They can't just leave him behind. Again, Vacuum Wall, the hookshot first, to use the Ice Blast plus the Chrono. That might just be enough to kill the Dusa, but yes, with a Finger of Death, it'll do the trick. They overstayed their welcome, as Richie said himself. And Backstab boys will get the kill.
Yeah, BINOMISTAS, they just not really, I think, respecting the cooldowns and the power of Chrono. I mean, the Backstab boys were kind of just sitting around the Dusa waiting for that Chrono to pop, and then it was immediately like, you know, cold feet. It was almost comical, wasn't it? It was like cold feet, Vessel, cold snap, like everything was already onto the Dusa as soon as we heard that horn. So obviously they had timed it. I'm surprised BINOMISTAS, especially without Leshrac, was still willing to kind of fight around an area where they don't have a tier 1 tower. Outpost is a really long TP. Like, they just, I guess, felt really, really strong with that Aegis, but immediately lost confidence without it. Even the rest of BINOMISTAS were like, Benny, you're a little bit alone over there. And now, King O, there's the bash into the Ice Blast. Okay, plenty of bashes, even though he's surged. Leaving armor for the bonus. Armor, really, as the heal is not going to be allowed. That is going to be then another kill for FCR. He's now 11-0-3 on this Faceless Void.
Yeah, that's true. He's doing really well, honestly. Like, the playstyle in general. I feel like, as well, the fact that he has this much farm. And I don't think the game is ever over for Backstab boys. I keep wanting to call them Backstreet boys. For Backstab boys, they always have a chance to come back into this game just because of the virtual other void. It just comes at a really late time, and they're getting closer and closer to it. The fact that FCR has been keeping up in farm with Medusa this whole game, despite even losing for a long, what, like 5-6 minutes? The last 5-6 minutes, they were straight up losing the game. This is very impressive. You know, I think this is at least a good badge of honor for FCR. Even if he looks at this game afterwards, he looks at the mistakes he might have made. I don't think his farming patterns are one of them. Of course, this is also at the expense of Hijack, who's been putting a lot of pressure to make sure this occurs. A Hijack who hasn't been able to get his BKB yet. I mean, just trying to gain some space. They know they've trapped him. He's dead for sure. But right now, BINOMISTAS, will they try to go for that last tier 2, or will they wait for the next Roshan before they force the next fight? They know Chrono's not up right now, but it's going to be up in 30 seconds. And with MKB as well.
This is a problem, though, because this is a really good strat and has been for a while. But if you see what Mini has now already, and he's got it locked even, it's this Aeon Disc. I don't know how we get through this for him specifically now, because we didn't even kill him top lane, granted without Cataclysm. Bottom lane, we got him with Cataclysm, no Chrono necessary. But Aeon Disc presents a serious issue, right? That is kind of we need some way to proc it. And we can, with a good Ice Blast, maybe a good Sunstrike, we can proc it. But it's going to be, I think they're going to not be able to catch him too easily. All right, instead it's Benny. Hookshot in to buy him the time. Ice Blast, everything here for the Dusa. The finger's not quite in, though. As Benny, he's now free to go in. But Benny getting forced to wait. Will Shatter, the meatball chasing him down into the grave. 2 dead already for BINOMISTAS. With the cooldowns, they're just so strong. And Mini here has to assemble that Aeon Disc. Nuages is killed off. And they're going to have no problems getting through Mini as well. Out of mana and out of life. It's basically a full wipe. They only are able to escape here with King AO.
Nuage's Overgrowth almost saved him as well. That was a great Overgrowth. I saw Void from pretty much murdering the Dusa there. We're starting to see that we've reached the breaking point. The Assault Crest is not helping Benny against this magical damage the Void is bringing from the Time Lock, MKB, and the Maelstrom. So even though it's reducing damage nicely and it was great for pushing, now it's looking more like a much more dead item. Because, I mean, he didn't go for the Butterfly, right? But the MKB will pretty much cancels both Butterfly and the Assault Crest. at the same time.
Radiant structures.
And he doesn't have the damage to now be able to burst the void as he'd like, because AC doesn't do as much.
Yep. We don't have raw HP either. King AO did not go for the Axe builds here. I think for the risk of the tornado, the threat, I think it makes sense. Don't get me wrong.
Yep. Yeah.
But raw HP is still pretty nice to have versus a lot of this just damage that's coming through. So we don't have that really to buff the Dusa either. I mean, it was one Chronosphere. It was only one person in the Chrono, and we don't have save. We don't have enough anymore, right? We're well past that stage of the game where I was concerned about, do we have damage to kill in Chrono? The answer is obviously yes, right? We've just killed Dusa, as you said, one of the better heroes to be playing in the Faceless Void, other than the Wraith King, has died now twice in Chronosphere. Clearly, it's an issue.
No, that's true. And now, I feel like Void is getting to the point where even without the Chrono, they're able to beat the Dusa.
They need to fight though. They can't let this Aegis go for free to BINOMISTAS.
That's true.
This is a
Chrono's up in 40 seconds though. How do you fight this without Chrono? I don't think you're strong enough just yet. You need the Axe. Axe is the big turning point.
It's gonna have to be a Cataclysm. It's gonna have to be a Cataclysm. Cataclysm into Axe Call. I mean, again, S and Y's may be an issue here, but we don't have Manta. I don't think we even have too many Force Staffs. There's one Force Staff on the Darkseer to help Benny.
It's not enough of an issue. You can pierce through it. Oh, hookshot! Oh, that would be amazing. The hookshot actually separates the Ryuru completely. He's forced into the high ground though. He's gonna be surviving for now with a vacuum wall into 4. That's brutal. Ryuru's going to die here. He has no way to escape them and catch him with the overgrowth. They've killed both supports. It's now FCR's turn to do his job, but what can he do when his teammates are already dead? FCR can only retreat here. However, they've used actually a lot of resources, and we still have buybacks used by Backstab boys. Normal points to finish off Ryuru. They do get him. He did die back there. That's crucial. As they also finish off Mobius in the backlines, Hijack might have to pay for his sins here. He has TP in the face of danger. Will this succeed? He will. A Split Earth, though, does catch a Lion who also fought back. He can't lose his life. There's the Chrono immediately. They decimate Jupiter. They're going for mini next phase, an Aeon Disc. He's trying to pierce right through it. The BKB's activated. He's been slowed FCR. He needs to finish off Mini, but he's getting no bashes. He has to go for King Ao instead. King Ao's not the great of a target for Thunderberserker's call. That does get the kill, but FCR might die as a result. Time blocks to safety just in time.
I think King Ao, I think he thought that normal punch goes through BKB. It does not. I think he tried to walk up and punch that Faceless Void. I couldn't tell if he didn't get the chance or because he just got permabashed, or if it doesn't, but it doesn't go through BKB. But he ran right up there and unfortunately was met by the face of a magic immune purple dinosaur. Benny is going to go right back into Roche. At least now no Chrono. Still a Cataclysm, but an Invoker dead for 40 seconds. So we can't be able to take advantage of it. Okay, well, Mini's back alive. So he can now at least kind of run on over and try and make the best of this. Did he even die? He didn't even die in that fight. My apologies. They tried to kill him, but of course the Aeon Disc was there. Okay, Hijack and FCR, they're back here fighting in their jungle. BKB active as FCR is going to jump into the cogs. The Force Staff, though, is going to get Jupiter outside. And Benny here, he's got actually the cogs to help defend him. Jupiter is going to be blasted, though. FCR now his 15th kill of the game, but Benny starting to put in some work here. The call is going to come through, but they've already turned the axe to stone. And Nuage is here, can't even get off a spell before he's taken down, but the Split Earth here has caught FCR. Into the river he will go. Does have the BKB and the Mjolnir active here to protect him. It's a buyback now from the Train Protector, a buyback from the AA, but the Ice Blast has only hit here the Dusa, and right back into Roche they go. Dusa, I think, realizing at this stage, I lack damage. We need to be able to burst through the Faceless Void here, and she's got to be the one to do it.
But the lacking damage now is a big problem because they can't even take down the Roche, and they're coming on time. The Scan will detect them. They don't care. They go right through it. Tornado.
We have Cata, but what's the setup? It has to be a big... a line doesn't have Blink. What's the setup?
Time block. You just have to believe in the Void. If he gets the first time block, just go.
I guess so. 25 talent now, 20% backtrack, so Void now approximately a bit tankier, right, is the way to calculate that.
Yeah, if you had 20% and move the 1, a lot tankier.
A lot tankier, yes. A lot tankier. Basically,
okay,
600 HP.
It's going to fall to the Iron Shot at this rate. It was just afraid of taking
Great hook shot.
The Ice Blast. Okay, the hook shot. Let's find Ryuru. The axe to go in. Ryuru's going to die yet again, though.
Mini.
No chance for him. They've bursted the line as well, and it's Hijack trying to bring down King Ao, but it's impossible, as Nuages will be brought down thanks to FCR, who also has the Shard, so he's capable of retreating just in time, thanks to a Time Walk.
Okay, Roche is about to go down.
Hijack and FCR against the world.
Hijack's ready to
Can
go.
they take down the Dusa? They walk in. They're going to go for the Roche instead. They snatch the Aegis. They don't get the Chrono as well. Trying to burst on the Dusa. Are they going to succeed? They took down the Illusions first, but they lack the damage. There's no Cataclysm. Hijack is in trouble. He's trying to force down Delta safety, but he's going to die instead. And FCR, he's out of Time Walk this time. One more for the audience, and he's going to get it away.
One more
He's
for the
gonna
road.
survive for now, as Ancient Apparition does not share his fate.
But he's
He did
alone.
get the Aegis at least.
He's alone, and he had a chrono in there as well. I don't know if the chrono was really necessary, unfortunately. And as far as to who got out with what, it's Aegis, of course, for the Face's Void. Dusa was the one to pick up the shard. She's now going to go ahead and consume that. And I'm not sure Cheese here is on King AO. I don't think he was the one to actually pick that one up. But they know there's no buybacks here remaining. It's a 2v4, 2v5, really. Well, it's a 3v4, I guess, with Aegis. But how do we get in here? FCR, he's just going to have to give it his best effort. Ignore the Dusa here. Okay, that's a good start. They almost actually get through Jupiter, as FCR is going to go even more. Finds another bash here. It's going to be hit by the split Earth, though. Mean at least able to slow him a little bit, but there's a great hook shot back in from Jupiter. Oh, we don't get the bashes, but actually FCR is going to chase him down. Rayor's back alive here yet again. Has not been able to get off a Cataclysm yet in his past two lives. They've at least gotten through the Clockwork. King AO is a bit harder to tank through and has the cheese. Without the bashes, FCR is going to struggle to get him there. This reverse time walk, actually, and BINOMISTAS can't deal with him. So they're going to go back down to the low ground, or they're going to go back down and go later. But that's both tier 4s. The throne's exposed.
I actually don't, I can't believe that they're lasting this long. Backstab boys genuinely have a chance to get back to this game. Once the axe comes for Void, I think that's the turning point. Yep. How are there 2 bounties here at this point of the game?
Oh, Benny, DD rune. Okay, that's some damage now. Benny still does not have enough money for the Crystallis even. He's been kind of just fighting Roche and then walking in and out of the pit here. I assume you go for split shot uses modifiers this game. Is there
Yeah, you do.
Okay, he's just waiting to put the point in.
I had a whole conversation about this on one of the panels with AUI and 1437, and they were both like, they both apparently had tried 75 intelligence, and they both said it was really underwhelming. Like, there was never a match where like, oh, this is a good talent. It just feels bad.
Yeah,
compared to the split shot.
Figure it's not really that amazing.
Oh, it went for the intelligence though. Okay.
Now, see, that's the thing. He seemed to be thinking about it, because obviously as a Dusa, you know, you hit 25 and you go, okay.
Right. I want to see it. I'm gonna send this replay to Aoi after, if he wins.
I mean, what's the idea here? To help me live through this Cataclysm chrono combo?
Tank.
Right?
Yeah. I mean, he won for AC, so clearly damage is not the name of the game. He's just hoping that he'll tank forever.
Isn't bad. Isn't bad. 70% incoming damage, 2.5 damage per mana. Not bad. Is it enough though?
I don't know. I really do feel like the mano-a-mano between Void and Dusa eventually gets won by Void. Like, just tanking this aside, right? Out of sheer, the stuns and the backtrack are just too much to deal with. So you need to have more damage against the Void. And you honestly do feel like you're missing damage. But a split shot uses modifiers. It's not going to solve the mano-a-mano. You're already killing the rest of his team.
It's not. I think this is a decision. To me, Abba, what this is BINOMISTAS saying, what is losing us the fights, right? And that is pretty much just Medusa just getting bursted and killed, right? Split shot uses modifiers is not going to help her with that, right? Because that's not the problem. Maybe if you wanted to say, okay, I'm going to get Daedalus and just kill everyone, that's my solution to the problem. But it seems like they want to take a more defensive approach with this Ents. And I can't really blame them. I think that's some sound logic here, especially as you say with the AC. Yeah. Bad. Not bad. Only one buyback in the game right now. For our Clockwork, 9, 14, and 14 here for Jupiter.
I don't think the Clockwork buyback matters at all.
What was that?
I don't think the Clockwork buyback matters a lot at all.
Not really. Does he have Ags? No, he's actually going Andis first.
I did check that too as well. And that's like immediately my thought as well. If he has Ags, then it might matter a bit.
Double hookshot's always nice to have. We're going to hit this farming period because, yeah, Backstab boys, we're just waiting for their cooldowns. Now we've got everything. Chrono. And just about everything else. I can't imagine. I mean, we look for anything else. I don't think any of these... Oh my goodness. Ancient Apparition is level 13.
Oh no, really? Wow.
Yeah.
Can you look at levels for a second?
Yeah,
He's 4 levels behind. Oh no, D-Flash.
Give him a book, someone, please.
Much like your brand of USBs, you are a thing of the past, it seems. You just got left behind.
It has been. Really
but the only time people buy flash drives these days is when they confuse them for capture cards.
Oh my goodness. Not even. You can... an SD card.
Oh yeah, SD card.
Goodness, this guy. I send him to go get a USB drive and he comes back with an SD card. He goes, is this it? They go, no.
No, the opposite. You sent me for an SD card. I came back for a USB drive.
That's right. That's right.
To be fair, I asked the store clerk, and he was like, "Hey, do you have any SD cards?"
Just look at it. You look
was...
at the package.
I trusted him. Why would I mistrust? He even charged me for that. He was very confident. I don't, a confident man. Something shakes inside me. That's why I like the DK.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Yep. They give him Quiver though, so at least they're hoping D-Flash will eventually recover.
Yep.
So you might not have levels, but you have range.
You do have range. You have one super projectile that's not even maxed yet. Chilling Touch level 3.
I mean, he hasn't even maxed Ice Blast, at this point.
I mean, I guess so. I guess so. Look at that. I like how we're searching for the Treant Protector now. If you come in with the bash, he's basically dead. Nuage is, if I stand super still, I'll blend in with all the other trees. Hopefully for now,
yeah, I don't have the shard, but it's okay. It's all about believing.
It'll work.
Oh, they found
Whoa.
Okay, there's the buyback gonna be used.
Bye.
They're going for Nuage.
There's no Aegis.
There's not the Chrono here. They're gonna fight. This is SA Dota. They're not gonna wait for this. They did give the normal punch to the Axe. There's the Chrono for the Dusa. Cataclysm used on top of that. Do they have enough damage though? No! No! 75 intelligence. My lord, Benny is flying around, skating like a penguin on ice, and Benny will survive this.
Invoker's from Stone.
You'll find Rayur by accident, who's just stunned, but the Stone Gaze walked immediately right into it.
The Hex?
Void trying to kill everything but Benny, but Void, he's been hexed. They got him with the cogs. He's finally dead.
He's got buyback. He's got buyback.
It's true. It's true.
Well, was that really it? Was that really 75 in making the difference?
That's insane.
I don't know.
I will never trust AUI again. Lion.
He lied. Dude, what does he know? What does he know, honestly?
He only won one TI.
He won one TI.
Dyer's bottom tower.
I mean, that's insane, though. That was... The Void dealt no damage.
Mini? Okay, careful, Mini. You don't have... I mean, you got Bloodstone
SCR's
active.
in
He's going to
trouble.
try and end the game. Okay.
Oh,
little-
SCR might die. The
Hex
Hex!
up.
The
Normal punch. Hook shot. Beautiful. The buyback making a difference here, and that's GG. BINOMISTAS take game 2. Backstab boys, they make them work for it, but a very, very tanky Medusa towards the end of the game is going to make it a little bit too easy for BINOMISTAS. That must have been the... I think what it was is we started that fight on full HP for Medusa, or full mana even, which is basically full HP. It looks like, unfortunately, regrettably, again, we're not going to get to look at these stats. Oh, no, we do, thankfully. Because to me, it felt like when we started these fights, Dusa was already pretty low on the mana. Not even though. Maybe really 75 inch was really the move here.
I honestly do think I made a huge difference here. It made a huge difference. I think Void could have eventually beat her, given more time, but because you were the only person useful on your team, let's be honest, right? You did not have the game you wanted on the Invoker, right? It was up to you to do everything, and you couldn't kill the Dusa in time for the rest of your teammates to not die. They would die before you would kill the Dusa. That was what Dusa was doing. Like, she actually couldn't beat the Void either in the mano-a-mano. It just so happened that by the moment that you were done with the Dusa, if you happened to kill her, she had already... The rest of your team was dead, and they were all going to jump and converge on the Void, like on the very end of Dusa's life.
Yep.
So he realized that soon enough, and he chose to play that teamfight, I think, well, but 75 intelligence still was crucial. I love that. That was a great game. Congratulations to FCR, by the way. I mean, what a game on the Void. Even if he didn't win, that was a performance.
Yeah, especially because he had a kind of a difficult lane here versus the Darks here. The two purple pointy-headed men going to battles. We're going back to cameras here very briefly before we bid you guys adieu for our third series. Are we still on schedule? Unbelievable, Avo. We've actually stayed on schedule today. You know, you casters cursed it at the beginning of the day. You grumble, 2 hours for a best of 2. That never happens. And now every single series has started on time, so we are going to have to make this a little bit of a quick one, but a preview, if you would, for our final series here of day number 2 of the Mobius Maestros. It is the battle to see who gets to keep the INF, as it's Infinity versus Infamous.
Yeah, so do you guys know the meme from Invincible? The meme of the guy going like,
Think, Mark, think.
Yeah, think, Mark, think, right? So the Infamous, a long time ago, when they beat Infinity in the DPC, they went and they made that meme. And they made the piensa, piensa. So think, you think you can steal our letters? You know, Infamous made that. And then Infinity did the same thing as they beat them in the close qualifiers. So they're currently 1-1 when it comes to keeping the INF. So it's actually a storyline's building up. And this tournament might not mean as much as the other two, because definitely not DPC, but it's an honor battle between them. So it's quite exciting to watch. Regardless, Infinity also has Papita, which is Infamous's old captain, at least in-game captain, even if Accent is the drafter. So that's also another storyline. There's actually a lot of bad blood, or not bad blood, but a lot of like drama between the teams, you could say. A lot of stories between them. So I think it's going to be a great match for honor and dignity here between Infinity and Infamous. I really recommend you guys stay here and watch it.
All right. Well, it's already going to be here. We're live on Twitch, YouTube, Trovo, and of course the Spanish stream on Facebook. Guys, highly recommend you tune in for our fourth and final series of the day. We're going to a short break. When we come back, Infamous versus Infinity. welcome back. We had to battle some trials and tribulations. I murdered single-handedly the Dota 2 coordinator in order to talk about vaccines in life a little bit more with my friend Avo. But guess what? Coordinator, he's back, Avo. He dies every now and then. What is it, Tuesday? It is actually Tuesday, so maybe that has something to do with it. Yeah, so, right. You know, he dies every Tuesday. He comes back. This is, you know, the next version. But I'm really happy it is back because, Avo, we've got quite the exciting match now. Infinity versus Infamous Gaming. The draft's already underway. Do you have personally a prediction? I know you can see the draft, but do you personally have a prediction for how this best of 2 is going to end up?
I think it's going to be a 1-1.
A 1-1. All right, the safe answer. The safe answer. And, well, we'll take a look now as we get underway with our first draft of the day, whether or not we'll have a 1-1.
Enchantress.
It just makes sense that it's Tuesday if I think about it, because I know that Valve has like a special button where they push the updates, and they have like an alarm that goes off when there's an SA tournament going on. They're like, now, time to push the update exactly now. If it's between matches, perfect. Infinity, they start out. I like to start by Infinity Nyx Dusa, right? Like a Nyx to protect the Dusa to a degree, and you bring the Hoodwink in, so you have a lot of ganking potential in addition to a solid carry. So you can actually bring up most offlaners and most mid laners will work with this lineup to make you space. Razor, I was not thinking of that actually, but it is a really good option and very great against TA. So actually, really solid lineup by Infinity for now.
Yep, yeah, I like it. I do like it quite a bit.
Oh, you know what's really interesting I hadn't thought about is that Infinity means we get to see Mariano draft again. Because I was pretty certain it was him that was drafting for Infinity. Because in Infamous, it's Axel or Chompy who drafts. It's never been Mariano. Mariano is the in-game captain. So, I'm fascinated. We get to see his wacky ideas once again.
I like it. Maxing Dragontail, which we've seen earlier today. But looking forward to seeing this one again for him. Because there's your favorite hero.
Maxing Dragontail was not wacky, by the way. I just want to remind people that what he did was not Max Dragontail. It was he took the first 2 points in Dragontail and only 1 point in Dragon Blood. Proceeded to die 3 times in the lane. That's what it was. And he also decided not to buy boots. I don't think that was an experimentation as much as just him being him. Brew's great against Razor, so I actually love this pick. Brew is actually so good against Nyx, really good against Razor. Dusa, Brew does nothing against
10
them.
seconds remaining.
So.
Wait. Sorry, I'm sorry. Can you repeat that? You said Brew so good against Razor, nothing against Dusa. Was that it?
And Nyx.
And Nyx.
He's so good against Razor and Nyx, but he's very bad against Dusa.
Okay.
I mean, you can technically cyclone her and kill her teammates, which is a possibility, especially into the late game. So you do have some utility against her, right? But you just bring so little damage as a hero in general and with your ultimate that it doesn't feel too impactful against Dusa. And she does kill your Brewlings relatively quickly if they're running around in the team fight.
That is true, right? What is it, the 20 talent that gives you the HP, right? 1500. I feel like that's going to be pretty crucial here. Or is it the 20 talent?
You know what the problem is with that?
Yeah.
With that talent though, against heroes like Dusa and Sven, is that talent gives you no armor. So when the Dusa and Sven gets crits, right? That HP doesn't actually mean as much, considering they just crit you, right? They just get crits and they just burst your Brewlings, and 1500 HP when the Dusa is like super farmed, like 40 minutes in, it doesn't mean as much, right? So that's why the talent a lot of people find a bit underwhelming against these kind of heroes. So very often against Dusa, your choice into the late game is you just need to cyclone her. There's no other option, or else you die. Or you go for the shard, actually. The shard is their solution.
Radiant team
For the Brew.
That's true. Yeah.
Wow.
The shard disarms her. Right?
Yeah, shard disarms, and it's a slow, percentage-based slow as well. And so for Stone Gaze, she might not even be able to outrun you, stuff like that. Yeah. I wouldn't.
She doesn't outrun you, even with Stone Gaze. Not the Fire Panda, at least. Or the Storm Panda with invisibility.
Last pick's coming then. Infamous. We can still flex this TA mid or safe, and Infinity, with that in mind, are banning the Void Spirit. Might look to ban one more Spirit here as well. Someone that would have a decent matchup versus the Razor. Think of Faker.
I'm very
heroes.
surprised by that. I guess because they know that if Faker gets the TA, then Razor just dumpsters him, right?
Pretty much, yeah. So that's they got to keep that in mind. TA AA lane is a lot of A's, but I don't know if I would give it like an A+, to be honest, as a letter grade.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
That lane just doesn't have a lot of synergy, but it's better at least than just giving Razor a free start and having your TA start that far behind. Like that's, I think, just an unacceptable way to play this mid lane Razor, or to play the mid lane. But the issue is it needs to be some flex hero. I think that's what Infinity are thinking of, because they have last pick. So they ban a Mars. Well,
actually, Quap is awesome here. because you run Quap as mid or carry, because she can be run as carry too, and wherever Razor goes, Quap follows, and Quap has a really good matchup against Razor. I'm not even kidding, and it's one of Faker's best heroes. It used to be, at least.
10
Back when Quap was
seconds
good.
remaining.
But can't we just send Razor into the offlane and then pick something else to
5
dumpster the Quap?
seconds
Isn't that the
remaining.
issue here?
That's what I mean, because then
Yeah.
you run Quap carry, which is actually a viable thing that people have done before. In fact,
Yes.
it's actually, I think, more viable than Quap mid these days. Yeah.
Salmon
Arteezy's
Boy's done it.
too.
Salmon Boy's done it.
I mean, if Arteezy's done it, clearly it's not like that stupid, right?
What'll it
Arteezy
be?
is not
Yell? Yell's still in?
somewhat of a flex as well. Yeah, I'm very surprised it's still in. Did Infinity not ban that?
No, they didn't. This was a first phase Dusa, so you had, what, 5 bans? And the PL actually got on through. Wow.
10 seconds
I'm surprised you banned DK over PL here, honestly. And Mars.
5 seconds remaining.
That Mars ban seemed completely necessary.
I also didn't understand the Mars pick. Maybe they thought it was a mid lane Mars TA safe then for Faker. Mars a decent versus the Razor, right? But yeah.
It's like you committed too much, I think, to the idea of the TA being safely. And I just got surprised by this. And like TA will struggle against Razor, don't get me wrong, it's a very bad lane, but at least you have a good core-to-core matchup. I think Legion is a very solid pick though.
Is she? I think she struggles here
Yeah,
a little
'cause-
bit.
So
Because what I was going to say was the shard is good, right? The shard for Legion is good. It's going to get rid of Cold's Feet. Shard is OP. It's going to get rid of Enchant, but you cannot use it to save people who are swept up in the tornado and the cyclone, right? And I think that's, to me, what I would be hoping it could do, but it can't. So if your Deuce is out of the fight twice cycloned, there's not much that Legion's going to do in that respect for that shard. That's the issue. That's the only issue I have with it.
that's true.
It's a save that
So
doesn't really
you're-
save you from the
you're right
biggest
about that.
threat, right?
You're right about that, but so I know Sacred is a good brewmaster. I don't know if he's as good as Vitali, because Vitali really impressed me yesterday, but he's a good brewmaster. However, that 1.5 seconds of invulnerability that you get with press the attack plus the attack speed, and I mentioned already Deuce is good at killing brewlings, makes it hard for you to be able to like you have to micro your storm very precisely, right, in the beginning of the fight. So you give him a couple of seconds. If you actually can predict when he's going to cyclone, because that's not an immediate cast, actually takes a bit. He lifts his whole hands, like I think 0.5 seconds cast point or something. It's actually quite long. You can press the attack in the middle of it, and the longer you delay that cyclone, the more Infamous Gaming is relying on this one stun that's never going to come out, right? So it's pretty strong in that sense. You have a long stun as well on the duel that can actually just decimate Brewmaster before it even gets the Primal Split off. That's great. Overwhelming odds deals with Phantom Lance for obvious regions, right? And the press attack also gives you a bit of a vulnerability against the Fusel Blade if Legion is still alive by the time that you've done that cyclones, whatever. So I actually think it's a really solid pick. I still think you kind of got, like, you kind of let the Phantom Lancer go away for free, honestly. I'm very surprised by that. But besides that, I think Infinity has a good draft.
Yeah, this PL's an issue in case that's not clear, right? What are the two answers, right, to the Dusa? Usually I think PL is kind of just number one. Naga, maybe, but like just bad hero, right? Whereas PL with this shard is incredibly annoying.
No, it's PL. PL is the best answer to the Dusa, honestly. I think better than Naga for sure.
Yeah, I'm just saying that the Naga is always another solution that sometimes we'll even see get banned. But usually it's PL first, but neither of them getting banned, right? So even if we wanted to, we could have gone for a Naga Sire in this game. Not that I think it's good.
Yes, PL... the current solutions that are meta are PL Drow, right? Ursa as well. And then Naga is like the extra solution. But in this region, for some reason, they've just forgotten Ursa as a hero. In Europe, they always ban Ursa, they pick Dusa.
PL's just
I love
cutting
this.
down some
Lumiere is
trees.
just cutting down trees.
Yeah, they got the wards, and now they see him. They're playing
Oh,
very
he
patient.
found him. I cannot believe this. Lumiere.
Oh, he saw Mariano, though. He saw Mariano. He's out of there.
He did.
Yeah.
Mariano's too big.
Too big?
That's incredible. I can't believe that he just discovered this gank by quelling blading the trees. That's incredible. I've seen it all in Dota, my friend.
Mariano is going to be able to rotate away. Runes 2 for 2. And no sparring here early on for the battle of the Infs. Or if Lumiere is going to have an inkling that there's a ward in this lane. Let's catch the mid lane block, because I think actually the first wave, whether or not we push it, what we take first is going to be pretty big. Faker's actually messed up the block. But PB doesn't have a great one either. But he's able to at least... Yeah,
The battle of the bad blocks.
yeah, seriously. They both kind of messed it up a little bit. Faker let one pass a little bit too early. Static link level 1 into Sideblades. You know Faker plays this. into the tower. Minus, you know, basically half of his damage. Yep, denied underneath his tower doesn't feel amazing.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Faker's already like, I guess this is my game. But it's what happens when I got Lumiere into the team. I knew Pacaz was selfish, but goddamn, Lumiere's another level. Sacred in the bottom level, in the bottom lane, sorry, will die, by the way. That's why they paused. Just so it's like Richie and Cat.
Yep. Yeah, they're very, very kind of, though.
Very kind of them.
Honestly.
Gee, there you go. Richie got it.
I got it.
That's
I'm
fine.
ready,
We
guys.
can
Don't worry.
watch
I
it
got the
tonight.
camera here. 7th game of Dota on the day, you know.
Oh, the tip.
Sacred?
The tip for
Sacred?
good measure. Oh, Sacred with Fairy Fire?
No,
Is
certainly
he getting
not.
away? Oh.
was
Oh, right after the
close.
tip? Oh, better not got him.
It was
That
close.
was very close. Yeah.
They had to. They had to.
Yeah,
after the
so
tip.
the mid lane matchup, I think, is just at one point TA. It's a kind of a test of endurance. You see how much TA can withstand this disgusting lane, and then eventually just leave and go to jungle and do your thing, right?
Yep.
That's kind of how the lane goes against Razor. The difficulty is that Razor, as opposed to all the TA counters like Viper, Veno, or Batrider, Batrider actually is similar to Razor, in the sense that you hunt the TA down when she goes jungle. So it's not as easy to just avoid the Razor completely.
Yeah, and I think Faker here, unfortunately, he's actually gotten both of the range creeps so far denied. Here they're playing a bit with each other. Oh my goodness, just no damage. He's really been unable to contest a lot of these creeps. He finally got his first one. First range creep secured. But he's going to have a little bit of a difficulty here as I focus mid lane. There's action top. Mariano's going to make it out alive. Lumiere unable to do a whole lot there to help out his Ancient Apparition.
Alright. Well, you lose the Ancient Apparition. I think the kill earlier would have been more impactful, right? Because I mean, this lane is just very weak for poor Sacred. He can't really do much as a Brewmaster, at least in the lane. Even if you go for the Drunken Haze build. I think this actually might be one of the lanes where you justify the Drunken Brawler build.
Radiant's courier has been
That's kind of useful. In fact, he might even be able to go for the Crit Master. It used to be a thing into the late game. It's a consideration. Rather than go for the Brewling's health, you go for the attack speed talent. And then later for the Drunken Brawler critical strike damage. Considering you're kind of lacking damage. Well, we'll see.
I haven't seen that one in a long time, though. 'Cause I feel like
Yeah,
it's
I know.
just,
It used to be
everyone's...
the only viable build on Brew for
Yep.
a while.
I remember. It was that one we would see some pretty ridiculous attacks come out, and the other one that comes to mind as Mariano is going to be able to escape the cold feet procs was the the Night Stalker with the 20-25 attack speed talent on Hunter in the Night that really buffed the passive up quite a bit. Those are the two I would used to see. You would get a Basher. Oh my goodness, that was terrifying.
Oh, right. When Dark Ascension first came out, and
Yep.
it was just absurd. And you just built K Night Stalker.
Yeah.
And then the Axe got buffed. They're like, oh, I guess I can just
Oh
build
my
that
God,
instead. And I
yeah.
actually can build a carry Night Stalker.
Yep, that's right. That's what I'm remembering here. Yeah, the Ags just avoid just so much damage. Absolutely. Another build I'm kind of interested, focusing a little bit more now on the supports actually, especially for Infinity, because our support duo is not bad by any means. 5 Nyx is sometimes a bit awkward, but he can still find a place in the game because he's a smoke breaker along with Pamplona, right? So at the very least, he has value there, and he's good for vision.
Impetus gonna kill him. Oh, yeah, the Spike Carpus ready. Oh, but he still took the damage actually from the attack, not from Impetus.
True, it's 2 separate instances.
Yeah. That's why Drow's actually pretty good against TA in the line.
Yep, true. You
That's
get
how
two of them.
unique attack modifiers work all the time.
Oh goodness! Remember when unique attack modifiers? That was the biggest thing that confused the crap out of me when I started playing Dota. And I was a support player. I was like, I don't understand this.
You know, back in Dota 1, micro was obviously the same term, right? But macro, which League of Legends players now mistakenly use to talk about like map movements or whatever the fuck. But I don't know. Back then, it was actually literally referring to how you position your items, because it used to be the first item that used to proc. So it used to be like built on clinks. You'd be like, okay, first you put Desolator up top, then Lumiere needs to be fine. Needs to bush fight. So first you put Desolator as the first, and then you get 1 hit, and then you change it for Diffusal Blades to get the rest of the hits, and then you change it for MKB when there's an evasion. And like, what is this? And I have to actually be swapping your inventory constantly in Dota 1 because of that like unique attack thing. It was very annoying.
This Yogi might be in trouble here. Yeah, they're gonna ignite twice, 3 times, maybe even thrice. So we still have another boulder to be hurled, and he is going to die.
Activate the crit. There you go.
That was really
And
good.
Sacred's
Actually,
gonna be
from
fine
Sacred.
now.
Sacred juked him. Yeah, the
Yep, there
invasion.
you go.
He baited him really
Very well
hard
done.
there with Underclap. That was nicely done.
I think the point in Drunken Brawler here is great. You don't get this against TB ever, which is the lanes you've always seen Brew against. But against Dusa, it like frees you up to actually go for the crits, and you can actually go for phase boots and be more useful than just the Earn Brewmaster. You might not even need to go for Earn this game. It's not that useful, honestly. With a Dispel on Legion, And not really any tanky hero with healing.
What a cheeky line, by the way.
Weaken side because that's a
Better
spell.
line. Yep, Mariano gets the kill. That 10% chance to evade the attack, and obviously he got it. Faker gonna look for some damage on the PP. Oh, the boulder! Actually, from the shard golem and into the trap damage now. PP cannot run, cannot hide. Only has 15 damage stolen. Gonna try and get himself denied to the ancients. They're gonna attack Faker though, and PP, he's gonna get the kill. Unbelievable.
No.
Is he even gonna make it out? No, no
PP?
way, right?
PP?
No. Axel, what the attack?
They got
got
him with the chilling touch.
Okay.
That's crazy. Chilling touch finished him off.
I don't know
Sexy
why.
Yogi's the next target.
Sexy Yogi,
They have the enchant, but Sexy Yogi, he
he's
doesn't impale.
He stunned the small camp. I don't know why. I have no idea why he stunned the small camp.
Did he not stun Axel?
No.
Oh, I didn't notice that.
It was so. I maybe he was like, if I stun the creeps, they're gonna come out and they're gonna bully Axel, and Axel's gonna be afraid. But of course, Axel's not afraid of a small camp. Not a level 4 AA of a small camp. You know, if it's ancients, sure. But I can't believe Faker got outplayed right there. That was his kill.
Well, okay. I mean, it's not okay. It's pretty terrible actually. But Faker's not having the worst lane in the world, honestly, for being up against a Razor. I would actually, he's even winning in terms of assets. How's his net worth broken? Yeah, they're only 100 gold apart. I don't think that's what he expected to Razor. I don't think it's that big a deal for you to lose this lane. If this was SCA, PP would be out of the team. Like, in SCA, they consider this the biggest counter to TA. You notice this in the major, right? Where everyone's like, oh, Viper Veno, and T1's like, TA? DNC was doing the same thing, actually, for a long time. Our Mel loves that Razor. So, I don't know. It doesn't seem too good for Infinity. And I feel like you give Infamous the fighting chance they needed this game by just making that lane a bit more livable.
Yep. Top lane, though. Mariano, he is an LC player, right? And I remember him a lot for the
He loves it.
for his what is it? Nature's Prophet. Sorry, not Treant Protector offlane. But I also recall a large number of matches where I'd see him play LC, and I would go, "What is this guy's?" I can't believe it. Even he plays it when it's, like where he is right now, when it's not really too popular a pick. We saw a bit of LC because of how strong the shard was, giving save for your offlaner especially, not needing it for your position 5 or 4. So we saw a bit of it, but I do quite remember here seeing a lot of LC on Mariano before the shard was even added.
Yeah, no, he loves LC. It's one of his favorite heroes. Michael? He likes heroes that he can either have an easy time winning lane with, or he can lose lane and still be impactful. And LC commits both, so it's fantastic.
Oh my
LC's
god.
ideal for him. Sexy Yogi dies.
Beautiful bait.
He also likes heroes that he can itemize a bit crazy with, and I think LC does fulfill that condition, because LC is actually quite varied in her build. Yeah, Blink Dagger, but then afterwards, whatever you go for is kind of up to you, really.
I have a feeling
It's long gone are the days of LC going for Blade of Blink for sure, and you can't go for anything else.
I've seen like Armlet even, I feel like on LC
Yep.
sometimes. Like I agree with you.
Drums as well.
Drums,
There's
yeah.
a lot of options here for LC. The BKB directly afterwards.
Oh.
For some reason, Ag.
Eggs, this game,
No, never.
not a great
It's
item.
been buffed to being viable, but
Has it?
yeah, because now it's only 50% of damage.
Oh, wow. And a cooldown.
Yeah,
okay.
so you can
Wow.
actually use it, and the cooldown reduction is kind of decent. Like,
Wow.
there is a place for it.
Yeah.
It's still trash. Don't pick Ags.
That is pretty impressive. I didn't know that was a thing, actually. Thank you for bringing that to my attention. AA, top lane, though, in a lot of trouble. Hold feet. Sexy Yogi trying to body block. They're looking to give the first duel of the game in a 3v1. Not a very honorable duel, but there's going to be the first 10 damage of the game for the LC.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And the rest of Infinity, by the way, it seems like PP really wants this kill against Lumiere. I don't know if he's gonna find it though. PP? Yeah, he's been stopped. They even committed a primal split here. PP is definitely gonna die there. Very cocky attempt at killing Lumiere, trying to use the haste room to his advantage, but the Master Spell took that away.
Exactly,
So he
yeah.
couldn't really take advantage of it.
Exactly. That was really, really well done. I think that's definitely worth it, right? Because we said earlier today, when you get this haste rune, especially on a mid laner like Razor, you're like, I'm unstoppable, I am God. And then all of a sudden a panda removes it from you.
Oh, as Razor, I think Haste Rune is like definitely the most unstoppable god hero you can get it on. It's like Razor and Lash are my two favorites to get Haste Rune on, and Pudge actually.
Pudge is a good one. Who else is no, I agree. I completely agree with you.
But those are definitely where, like, you're Razor and you just get the static link, you go, how is he ever gonna hit me? He's never gonna be able to. Oh, and then he just stun you and you die.
Yep.
Because you're surprisingly squishy early. Even though Razor's one of the few heroes, one of the few agility heroes, I think it's together with Arc Warden, who actually has bigger strength gain in the agility game, so actually becomes kind of tanky. But ever since the patch where they just kind of buffed everyone's primary attribute, that kind of screwed over Razor a bit in that department. So now you depend much more on items to be able to out-tank the competition.
Interesting. I wonder if we're going to get more attribute changes coming up after TI. Definitely not before TI. That would be too big of a change, but especially because some people even don't think we're going to get a patch, and you're one of those people.
Some people.
Radiant's bottom tower is
Believe
under
The
attack.
right people, you mean.
Okay.
Radiant structures are
Okay.
fortified.
I think we're gonna get a small patch. I don't think we're gonna get a big patch, that's all I'm saying.
I agree. I just think we need Shaker buffs.
Radiant's bottom tower
That's it.
is
I think
under
that's really
attack.
all it's going to do, is it's going to buff Shaker. It's not a TI until you have Shaker.
I agree. I agree with that. Michael? He's dead.
He's
I
dead.
feel like the Hex is only strong because Echo Slam is no longer a viable option. I feel like we should buff Shaker and Disruptor to have more like instant stun or silences.
Yep. Good idea.
Maybe even
of that.
Skyreth Mage. I'd be down for Skyreth Mage.
Yeah, I agree. Just not as a
Mallow.
core. I think I'd like to see him as a support.
No. Just as support.
Yeah. I think core Skywrath Mage is like a little bit sleeper, to be honest. It's, oh my god, he pressed 3 buttons really fast. He's amazing. You know?
Also, more importantly, I really like my pubs do not have those. People.
Yep.
Dyer's
Yep. It's
bottom
bad
tower
enough
is
whenever
under
you
attack.
play a turbo game, you're like, oh boy, 9 hours of casting today, gonna unwind with some more Dota 2 because I have a Dota 2 problem. And then someone insta-locks Skywrath Mage and you go, okay, guess we're not playing this one for fun. And
Yes, true. In a turbo match, like, come on.
yeah, exactly, right? It's okay, dude.
Yeah.
Dyer's middle tower
Amir?
is under attack.
I love that Mariana's like, nah, we can't catch it. It's fine. Nyx will find him in the second round. Oh, this is a much
The
bigger
AA though, yep.
What, you think you're the captain? I'm the captain. Oh, no, wait, yeah, I'm sorry. And Mariana leaves immediately. They hit him with the sharpshooter. They do kill him.
Yep, Vendetta.
But in exchange for Sexy Yogi, it's going to be 5 for 5. And they use the sharpshooter for this.
Wow.
I mean, not that big a resource, but still, not what he wanted to do.
Who's got the medallion here? Did I see that correctly? Oh, of course, it's
Dyer's
Michael.
middle
Okay,
tower
of course,
is under
Michael.
attack.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, I mean, I don't know why I say of course. We've seen a lot of benches go straight treads into Dragonlance and go, hey, I'm a carry too, and they actually do some serious damage. Michael's not about that life though, as the position
No,
4 Ench.
To be fair, my favorite build I've ever seen in the Hoodwink, it was particularly in SA, which for the close qualifiers, a bunch of teams kind of got together and decided the only viable build on Hoodwink I thought was hilarious was Ether Lens and Decisive Vice. Those were the only 2 items they would build. On a 4 Hoodwink as well. And in half the game they would spend trying to build a Decisive Vice. It would take them forever.
That's really true. I don't see too much Hoodwink Aether anymore. Mariano was in trouble, pardon me. They're going to ignite him. They're going to
Blast, they
Ice
hit him with a
Blast him.
Thunderclap, Mariana's dead.
Yep.
I just thought it was funny because it was like the stars aligned or something, and everyone decided that was the build for like 2 days, and they stopped building that.
Radiant's middle tower.
The
is
Ether
under
Lens
attack.
maybe sometimes, besides the Vice was the most curious part. Why? You know?
It's the Yogis.
Like see Yogi?
Trouble.
They hit him with a Cinder Brew, so he's slowed, but instead they're gonna kill the Enchantress.
Good enough.
The Sharpshooter will certainly deal with her. As Faker tried to kill Sexy Yogi, and he used the Stone Gaze here. Faker is stuck between a rock and a hard place, and he's found a way out actually for
But
now.
no damage.
As the Brewlings covers escape. They do lack the damage. Pampana does have a Bushwhack though. Who else is gonna help out? It seems like Sexy Yogi.
Mariano's back.
He's gonna avenge. He's gonna avenge
Oh,
himself.
they
They
get
do
him.
have the duel here. Mariano
Wow.
ready and says, Faker, I loved you like my son. Now die.
Now die. Give me the 10 damage. And then he opened his wallet and took 10 damage out from it and threw it back down on the ground.
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, Mariano got Faker back on the team. You know, where's the appreciation?
Because, yeah, this is 10 damage? No,
He
no,
also
no.
took him out.
I'll be back for more. Be back for more. Good
Well,
stun.
much more for that.
Good stun on the Sacred. Oh, Ice Blast. Oh, he actually... Wait a second. Oh, he got him with Cold Feet, I want to say, a proc. Okay, Sexy Yogi, though, is going to struggle to get out of here. Does have the wand charges, but the Ice Blast debuff here doing a little bit too much
it was-
work. That was the projectile that hit
It
him?
was the proc from
Middle
the
tower has
the Frostbitten, yeah. Well, you remember, you know how it applies the debuff immediately as the projectile hits you?
Yeah. That's... I wasn't sure. That was weird.
Yeah, it was that. It applies the debuff immediately as the projectile hit you, and then the small tick from Frostbitten, which is the Ice
Yeah.
Blast debuff.
That was so weird, though, because he totally missed that Ice Blast. I thought he was going to use Ice Blast for... Oh, you know what? He didn't want to get screwed over by this Carapace. Right, okay. So that was a good play by Axel, though.
No, he missed that Ice Blast because of the stun. Because it's Carapace.
You can't miss... The
why he
first
missed that.
projectile doesn't do damage, though. The first projectile doesn't apply the debuff. It's the second one.
No, it does. That's what I'm telling you. The debuff, though, is what stopped it.
The first projectile, you're telling me...
Sorry.
I think that's what I'm telling you. I think he missed it on purpose, so he didn't get reflected by the 400 whatever damage, right? Yeah. Because there's two. There's the release, right? The first one is the release projectile, and that's...
No, you're totally right. That's not that. You're totally right.
No, that's all right. Late night Dota, everyone here. Mariano.
It is late night Dota.
He's got himself this Blink Dagger. 20 dual damage. Plenty of gold in the bank. I wonder what you consider this game here. But...
BKB, I think, is too valuable to pass up, though Pipe is a consideration. Pipe used to be the build on Legion every single game, remember?
Yeah, but then that item
Pipe got really expensive.
Yeah, exactly. Sexy Yogi ignited yet again. Bedna is here. He's got Stone Gaze. Oh, Sexy Yogi. Yeah, they're just gonna... Wow. Wow. In case you weren't sure if TA had the 10 talent and the Dragon Lance.
Sharpshooter? That's gonna be
Nice.
a good kill, right? Yep. Nice job. Very well calculated, actually. And Marina has 30 damage. Hey, nothing to scoff at, honestly. 60 minutes there, not bad.
Yeah. Three level 1 duels. They made it a lot easier. In case you haven't seen a lot of LC, I'd be a bit surprised because, again, she was semi-popular, at least in Europe, towards the start of this patch because of the shard. But
The shard,
yeah, 10, 20, 30 damage. Very easy to calculate now instead of like the, 12, 18, 24 or something it was. So decent Legion buffs all around, but I think this is interesting because...
It was 12, 18, 24.
Was it?
I think you're right.
Yeah.
It was 12, 18, 24.
I just remember because when I started playing Dota, LC was popular, and I fed lots of damage to LCs. But it's going to be Blade Mail, actually, is here the item for Mariano. And this is something I was considering if we were going to go for, considering we've got a lot of heavy hitters that don't have a lot of damage. It's not an item I particularly love versus a PL, of course. But the armor, at least in that aspect, is nice.
I don't love the Blade Mail pickup against PL. I'd like the Shard, which he's considering too.
Oh, Berna.
Don't love this pickup. Oh, Berna. He did activate Stone Gaze, but it's not going to stop the Brewlings. They stop the Cyclone. There we go. He actually used the Brewlings to reset the timing. Now with the Master Spell, they get rid of the Cyclone. They help him with the press the attack. They give him more damage. Michael can catch up to him, though. And from behind, it seems that they're going to deal with Sexy Yogi already. But that's going to be the only kill they get. They don't actually finish off Berna. They needed the carry there. Finally, the second assault, but they've been bushwhacked. And now with the duel, they're going to find out the PL, and Lumiera's dead. Sacred in a similarly bad position. He has no Premo split. He can try to TP, but the damage is too high. Infinity will get 3 counter kills and not even lose Berna in the process.
That's huge. They don't, for example, we were talking about, plus 30 damage, nothing to scoff at, plus 40 then after that duel onto the PL. And that one auto attack is all he could get out. But without that plus damage, they actually don't get this follow-up kill onto the Brewmaster. Like, that's how big of a deal it makes into the early game, trying to TP away. But Mariano, dude, he's hitting pretty hard already. They don't get the kill onto Berna either, despite getting a perfect 5-man smoke onto him. Just couldn't quite connect the abilities. Bit concerning for Infamous here into the mid-game, because that went pretty disastrously for them. At least we keep Faker alive. But he went Blink Dagger, especially to secure kills like that, to get right on top of the Dusa and try and burst her down. But without Desolator, I think they do really lack the damage here. Oh, they got baited this time, though.
Mariano's the guy. So sorry. Got the right illusion, though. It was the illusion that tanked the most. Axel does die to PP, but that's what Axel does.
Yep.
Die, I mean. When he's playing AA, he's like, oh boy, I'm sure gonna beat this game.
Playing AA versus an LC, Nyx, and a,
yeah, right.
Hoodwink. It's it's
not
the
really up to him.
What was the clip? Wasn't that the what's his name? Dubu clip? Wasn't he playing AA versus a Hoodwink? Or it was Maiden. It was Maiden versus a Hoodwink. The Dubu clip when he kept getting sharpshootered and he couldn't live.
Oh. I mean, yeah, it just sucks because if you don't die, you're just not doing enough this game, right? So at this point, you just have to sacrifice your life constantly. You're not worth that much, to be honest, as a kill. You're only worth the dual damage.
Oh, exactly. That's the issue, though, right? It's you have a hero with that quote-unquote infinitely scales off of these kills, right? We don't have too many of them that are popular, like Slark, Pudge. We've seen a lot of Pudge today, I guess, so he's one of them. But Elsie, very much one. Gonna get it.
There's no point, by the way, Sexy. Well, I guess, yeah, Spike Carpus, because the impetus damage comes first. Never mind. My bad. It is the overfed damage from the attack. So
Berna. He's got Butterfly online. And again, this is always the solution for Medusa versus PLs. Like, now the ball is in PL's court. Actually, the ball has been spiked towards his court, I would say. It's not in his court, because he's got to respond to this item. And whatever he decides, if it's not the right one, they will lose the game.
Yeah, and now you go for the Mjolnir here for Dusa. Once that happens with the level 25 talent, the PL really cannot deal whatsoever. There's no more scaling done.
Milk.
You just lose.
You know, it's just off the mark, though. Faker too fast on the Blink Dagger out, but PP still giving chase. Bedna as well is going to be able to kind of force them into the jungle. A Sexy Yogi. Now he's going to have eyes on Sacred, but the rest of the team's not quite as fast as him. You know, I dare to utter this word, right? And at the very least, we're not going to see the Midas here for Bedna. This is a game where I would consider going for this Orchid Butterfly, you know, Skitter build, right? Into the eventually Maelstrom.
I don't like it. I really do like the fact that he's rushing the Mjolnir immediately now.
Okay.
Because it boosts up his farming in addition to be able to deal with the PL. So I think there's two birds with one stone. But yeah, no, there runs Axel. He is going to punish him. It's going to be Axel there, but Marino might suffer for this. He did get a dual damage off as well. I think he's kind of happy to die here, even if the trade is not too great. Because the objective for Infinity now is to avoid fights. The Pummel Split has been forced out. It's like Yogi. I think give him more space, but the Brewlings will deal with him. Nice Cyclone to make sure the Razor cannot have much impact in this fight. Bushwhack does catch one Brewling, but you're not going to catch the Earth one, which is the one that matters. So Sacred's going to be capable of escaping. What is that?
It's a really good fight for Infamous. They only lose, pardon me, the AA. It's bad, but it's not that bad because Mariano did get level 2 duel off of the kill, so it was a level 1 duel. So it's only another 10 damage, and you end up getting the kill onto Mariano as well as the Nyx Assassin without even the PL in the fight. So pretty promising, I would say, stuff. Lumiere is going next into the heart for the Phantom Lancer. I think after this, we will see Aghanim Shard eventually, but this Butterfly is you know, it's duly noted, and he's going to have to, again, decide on what to build here eventually. Being tanky is not going to really matter much if you can't actually get your damage onto the Dusa.
There's Yogi. We do find Axel here, and then once more, Axel will die. He does get the Ice Blast off, but I mean, that's really nothing. Mariano? Get the duel off. Just get the duel off, Mariano. Mariano!
I don't understand. They want to save it for Roche, maybe? To stop Faker, perhaps, from jumping in? It's a long cooldown, and he knows what he's doing on this
seconds.
LC.
What long cooldown?
50 seconds, but you're going to do Roche right now, and these guys are going to be back up in 20. I think it's to stop, like, Faker or PL, if they...
Maybe.
I agree. I want the damage. I don't want the damage. I'm greedy. Maybe dumb, but greedy. Maybe it's one of those things
that you said. I
just didn't
think they could have interrupted you when Primal Split was off cooldown, you know?
That's a good point.
I think if Lumiere goes in, he dies.
That's a good point.
If he wasn't the only stun, that's fine, but your two supports are, what do you call them, Bushwhack? Hoodwink and Nyx, you know? What else do you need? For
Squirrel and Cockroach, you know? They have...
Yeah. Squirrel and Roach having adventures. Both are pests in different countries.
It's true.
Actually, roaches are everywhere, no matter where you go.
It's unfortunately also true. And unfortunately, squirrels are also everywhere. You know, they're on your college quad. They're crawling around on your roofs. They chase me into the elevators. It's a problem.
That's true. But that's mainly because I gave him nuts, though. That's why they chase you. It has nothing to do with the squirrel. That's my view. I'm sorry. Yeah,
well, you know, BINOMISTAS is about to have IF Scotty already completed on top of this Aegis, Butterfly, and the Manta style. So he's actually decided to not go immediately into the build that you were suggesting here. That is, of course, the Mjolnir, pardon me.
Yep. I mean, I think Scotty is actually a better choice than go Mjolnir immediately. I just thought Mjolnir, I thought, okay, you can go for that. But I think this is the best choice. Where you go Mjolnir once you hit that level 25 when you're close to it, and I think that's when it becomes useful. Maybe you can get like a cheeky Maelstrom beforehand, but I just don't see the point of maximizing that to Mjolnir until you get the level 25 talent. Scotty, on the other hand, helps you tank, so it's always great.
They, as well, just bulldoze this tier 2 tower in exchange for a tier 1. Of course, with Aegis, you do get these favorable trades, but they're going to force him back now. Do we fight here? Is Infamous ready? The heart's not, though, for Lumiere, and I think that's going to be our answer. He still needs about 400 more gold. The Fortify will come through from Infamous, and that actually is going to get Infinity back. They're missing vision here on the PL. They're not sure where he's gone. They know he was in their jungle, so they might just smoke and sweep across the map. But I don't think they're going to catch him here because of this tier 2 tower. Instead, Faker might just be... He might just walk right into their sights, actually. Oh, yeah. Now with the blink, you can see everyone from Infinity immediately. They're going to change course and lock on right onto Faker. It's a big gank here, Mariano to lead the charge as well with the duel. they're going to have this kill, and that's going to be plus 20 damage with the sharpshooter. Very, very nicely played by Infinity.
Yep. And look at his choice for items, by the way. In the end, he decided to go for Heaven's Halberd as opposed to the Blade Mail. Much better choice. I think that's very awesome. Yeah, and now you have two ways to deal with the team. Killing her like this or just using Heaven's Halberd.
Berna's 1v4.
is deciding that he can 1v5 this team.
Yeah.
1v4, right?
And he can. The heart on these PL illusions now are slightly problematic, though, for him, is the thing. We don't have the best illusion clear, I would say, without a Maelstrom, without Mjolnir, and I think now Berna goes, okay, there's the heart, now I need to deal with these things myself. I would say overall main odds is okay, a little mini Echo Slime, but...
Yeah. That you do need to have the Mjolnir eventually, otherwise the illusions won't die.
Yeah.
Especially once we get the once you get the shard as well, so the illusions can actually start multiplying even more easily than right now. So right now, at least PL has to get in the thick of it to actually get the illusions. He might get stunned in the process, but once you get the shard, you can just use it from far away.
Yeah, PL not thinking about that shard yet. Maybe you're gonna try and fight for the second roach. Of course,
that courier was a freebie.
This first Aegis.
I guess Axel got tired of dying himself, so he sent his courier too. What was that?
Damage on the Berna, but again, they can barely hit him here, Albo. This evasion.
Oh, nice to bail. Berna with a sharpshooter. They can turn this into a kill on Michael. There we go. The break helps him out. Kofi did trigger on Berna. They stop the Razor for now. Stone has been used. They're trying to protect this Razor. And they killed the most important Bruling.
Yeah.
They're going for the Earth one. They shouldn't kill it though, because the Fire Panda is still alive. They should just keep next to it. Sacred in the end, actually, with the Axe. So just turn back in. Sexy Yogi. In trouble, Sexy Yogi won't die. The
on the Faker.
Catch up the TA though, this would be ideal. They can just finish her up. They have enough damage. They do. Mariano barely getting the kill on Faker as the Ice Blast hits Berna, who still has the H though, so he should be fine. He did get stunned though by the Rome Boulder. Mariano will die in exchange, and Berna still doesn't have the damage for Lumiere. At least they have the help from Pipi here, but neither of them can deal with Lumiere. They can deal with the rest of his team as much, but Lumiere is still nice and alive. They might have to give up these racks. No, Berna's already on the retreat. He knows if he loses the Aegis here, he dies twice.
Berna knows.
Actually, the Aegis is about to expire anyway.
Exactly.
Do they have any way to cancel this TP? They do not.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it was 30 seconds, but you weren't making another push with the rest of your team in that 30 seconds. You're strong with Aegis for sure, but they were just waiting for you. They were saying, okay, you know, we'll wait here and just wait for you to get a little bit sleepy there with that Aegis. Then we'll come on in and try and get the kill onto you. Good high ground hold from Infamous though. Really, really great high ground hold. That's Ags, I believe, for Brewmaster really coming in to make the difference. And he's able to keep PP out of the first fight. Gets a second lift on the second Brewmaster ulti to the Medusa. Really makes it difficult there. And then Mariano, despite getting the dual victory over Faker, isn't able to escape. So it's still pretty heavy losses for Infinity for what is only the tier 3 tower. Sexy Yogi with Blink. Thought about going for Michael. Might be able to go for Michael. But he's all alone, so he's probably not going to.
So Yogi's just gonna be scouting around for now to make sure that Berna has enough space for him to finish up the Mjolnir and at level 25. He's still pretty far away though, still 3-hole level or 2-hole pretty much.
Question for you, as I assume you've seen quite a few Faker games, even in this patch with the TA. He actually bought the Aghanim Shard.
Yeah.
Do you think that's? I don't know. I don't know about it this game.
Very good. I mean, there's the Legion, which makes it not as good. Legion needs to get the first attack off. There we go. So erase it completely. That was awesome. And Berna follows the Stone Gaze. Sexy Yogi gets a really good stun. Stone Gaze got wasted thanks to the
real one.
The duel though. They cast the real Lumiere, but they have the damage to finish him off. The sharpshooter hits. That's not going to be sufficient. Mariano's instead just dying himself. He pressed the attack to try to save himself, and for now he'll succeed. Another cyclone stopping Berna from killing off Lumiere. As in comes Sexy Yogi, they go for the easier target. Seems to be Faker, and Faker now is at the mercy of the Stusa. That is not going to save you. They have a sentry there. They're going to destroy Sacred as well. Infinity take down the 2 killable cores. And they go, Lumiere, you can live as long as you want. You're still doing nothing this game.
Yeah, pretty much. That's the problem, right? When you go for hard, is you're tanky, but you just don't really have the damage yet to go in there. They don't kill him. Michael at least does a great job. Actually forces PP all the way out and tanks most of the Eye of the Storm, but he still ends up dying 3 for 0. And that's without even Aegis here. Full Mjolnir finish for Berna, closing in on this 25 talents here. And this is a game where we definitely take Split Shot, uses modifiers, and become basically Zeus for this Medusa.
For sure. Yeah, she's going for BKB as the last item to amplify that even further, so they can't really touch you.
This is definitely going to be 2 lanes of barracks. Might even be a... no, just maybe one. Just
Yeah,
one
no, it
lane.
could be a third. Oh, yeah, I guess you don't want to force it. Stone gets is up in 10 seconds, though. Duel's up already. I guess fine. You want to take it safe, sure. That duel was great, by the way, Mariano. Catching out the PL. I don't think that catching the PL was that important. It was because you're not going to kill him, but it was about forcing the Primal Split and the double cyclone into the Dusa in that process. So then afterwards, when Dusa came back, there was no way for the Brewmaster to save the TA, right? So it was all about forcing really all your resources to try to save a PL who is just not accomplishing that much in little time.
Nope. Now Berna is considerably scarier. Almost farmed his way to a full BKB. I mean, he's pushing what is very close to Avo, a 10k net worth lead over this Phantom Lancer, who, again, is tanky, and they will struggle to kill. But, yeah, now PL, he's had to make the unfortunate decision to queue up the MKB instead. There's no other way out of it for him here. Even then, with Mjolnir, that's not going to be the greatest solution. There's enough money now for the BKB, but I sold something. Forget what it was. I have very bad short-term memory. So whatever that was just in that slot that now the Mjolnir is in, maybe it was a Dragon Lance, I don't remember, no longer has it. So that's going to then be BKB delivered.
I think it was. I can't remember any other item that better than bought this game. But yeah, I'm assuming it's just Dragon Lance.
30 seconds until next Roche is up. Roche on number 2, if I'm not mistaken. Aegis, Cheese, and the Shard.
I'm surprised he didn't sell boots, to be honest, actually, because you have spider legs already. I guess you're keeping up the option open of getting another item that's better than spider legs, but...
Yeah, that's true. I think Dragonlance is good if you're... I mean, we are versus a TA with a Dragonlance, though, so... But for the PL,
yeah,
it's...
I feel like that... I mean, it's just that the boots just don't give as many stats. It's just that simple, right? There's just 10 to compare to Dragonlance. And like, the movement speed does nothing, because spider legs already...
Oh, they got XL. Oh, goodness. He is going to be extremely dead. Oh, Mariano, he wants the duel? Mariano did not want the duel. He couldn't reach him. That's a gem fed, though. Oh, no. That's tough.
Why is Axel carrying the gem? That's not really his fault. It's more of what? Why is he?
What's going on here? They got Faker.
Oh? That's huge. I can't believe Mariano actually solo killed Faker. Oh no, sorry, Berna was Faker.
Yeah. Okay,
I was wondering there, like, why is he going down so quickly? It was Berna from the low ground.
All right, well, that's Roche basically for free. Second Roche as well. It is second Roche. Aegis, Cheese, and that Egg Shard. Full-blooded, maybe?
Give Shard to Razor.
Razor, Storm Sword, sure, okay.
That or Dusa, honestly, one or the other.
Yeah. So
I guess if Dusa's your carry, so you go, Dusa deserves one.
Yep, she's grabbed it. That'll be slotted in very quickly. Faker with no buyback here. Was trying to farm up his BKB. He's been struggling here a little bit on the Templar Assassin. I think a lot of this is due to the early picks they had on him. Oh my goodness, this is a very trippy effect here on PP. Is that the Shard, or is this like the phase? It's the phase.
No,
boots
that's the phase boots with the
Nemesis, whatever.
Berna still has the Aegis. Plus, sorry, still has the Stone Gaze here, so first life is still covered anyway, even if they get close to him. Sacred has the 2 Primal Split charges, but I wonder how much you can do against that. Especially with the press the attack now happening all over the place. So difficult to get the right Cyclone target.
Well, there's going to be Faker back alive.
There we go. Cyclone immediately. All right. With the Cold Snap as well. Hopefully because of the stun, but not going to happen.
Okay, they're going to try and ignore him. Ice Blast.
Mariano seems to be a better target. He has to press the attack, so at least he's saving from some of the damage of the Ice Blast. Berna coming with the Stone Gaze, trying to protect his teammates, and then kill the Brewlings at this rate, Sacred. He's about to lose the last Brewling, but he's invincible. They catch the PO instead. If he dies here, this is over.
Yeah.
90 seconds without him, second Primal Split. That's not going to do enough. You don't have the damage.
He had to end it early.
Well, he's going to just end it immediately.
Yep.
And Bushwhack will end his life.
Can't even get the Andes.
Sacred. He can't even get the Thunderclap. He's actually just using it to, like, troll. No se mire. I don't know, my king. I think Infinity won this game.
I agree with you. I do declare I think Infinity as well are going to have this. Is Axel trying to keep creeps off the buildings. If there's the GG call, Sacred, he's got to type the GG, though, as down he will go, unfortunately. Couldn't put it together this time around. Infinity with the Dusa, getting that Butterfly second item. I think this PL pick feels just a little bit weak. And that is going to be the 1-0 here for Infinity. Like, I think was very, very good here on the LC. Oh my goodness! Once again, the game server unable to get our stats here. So I would have really loved to see his impact in this game kind of displayed on the graphs and kind of interpreted through there, because I thought his early duels, what was he, 5 for 5 on the duels, right? Which was pretty great. Early Blink Dagger. Yeah, unfortunately, we're not going to get to see it. But we'll come back to cameras here, and we'll talk just a little bit more about that game before we send it over to a break, because this is going to be the 7th game of the day done. I mean, what did this come down to for you? To me, it felt like Faker, although the lane wasn't bad versus the Razor, he did struggle to find a way to do damage in the fights without Razor just being instantly on top of him.
Partially, I felt like the Brew pick was not really justified this game. I feel like, yeah, the Cyclone was useful, but just didn't really have much to do. And you needed damage in your offlane or control, right? So PL can actually stay and hit. But instead, PL kept just ignoring like the Dusa because he couldn't really stay in hitter, right? Because he was just either being Cyclone and PL had to kill. Like, Brew and PL do the same thing in this game. Why would you pick that? That was my question. You know, PL avoids the Dusa because he avoids the main carry and goes for the supports, and Brew sends her flying. So you already have that. Pick a carry that deals more damage then. Or, alternatively, pick an offlaner that has a stun, so you can actually use the PL's damage. It's sustained damage. I think that was the big issue in the draft. I'm a Brew fan. I don't think this is the best Brew game. I understand that the draft wasn't like thought out from the beginning. You kind of had to mold the draft a bit more, but I was expecting TA to mitigate the PL's matchup or PL's weaknesses, and she didn't really do that either.
No,
that was the other issue I saw.
Yeah, that as well didn't make it the game easy whatsoever, but it's going to take us to a break here. And when we come back, guys, we will return for the Mobius Maestros final game here of the day, number 2 of the group stage. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. Seeking Strike and Alpha Plus on the call. We'll be back with you after a break. Welcome back, everyone. For the last time for day number 2 to the Mobius.bet Maestros, we are live with our final draft of the day because, of course, we have best of 2 group stages here, and we are locked in game 2 between Infamous and Infinity. Seek and Strike, of course, here. And joining me is Mr. Avo Plus. How's it going, Avo? How you holding up?
Excited for this last game. I want to see how they solve their issues on Infamous, because I did find the last game. I mean, it just seems very similar to what we were watching before on Infamous, and the same criticisms I gave them, which is that they just don't seem very connected oftentimes, both in draft and when it comes to the game, where it seems like we are having it's very similar to BINOMISTAS, where they're like 3-1-1, right? And I feel like Lumiere, like he used to do this on Hokori, and it was fine because Hokori's floor, as that's the reason they stayed together, were so good together that they formed a unit, and since he's the carry, it kind of works out, right? Like Lumiere was a unpolished version of Hector, essentially, right? Where he was a really good carry, very solid, but when it came to coordinating with his team, he sometimes struggled to do that. And it was fine because his team was so good that they worked together. And over time, you were hoping that they would eventually find that synergy that Hector found with East Coast, for example. But in this case, I think with Infamous, with the change of team, it's not working as well because Infamous is already struggling for the other 4 to work out together, for then Lumiere to be able to add to the mix, right? So it's actually difficult for them to find that footing. Well, I think Infinity actually is working really well together. They become very different. I think Berna is actually really, really solid, both with his sexy Yogi support and with PP. I'm very impressed with that in general. Great carry.
Yeah, no, I agree. PP has really impressed me quite a bit this tournament, and
PP's great too. Yeah.
And I think,
but Berna to me is so surprising because he used to be kind of like he was okay, right, for a while, and then he added the second Berna to his name, and he just became god. I don't know what happened.
Well, he doubles his power, obviously.
10 seconds.
You know,
I guess that makes sense. Right?
The more Bernas, the more brewskis you're clinking, because you're getting that many W's. So we'll see here how if we'll get any more. And to get a W, we know it starts with a good draft, right? And it's funny that I mentioned that, Alvaro, because we're actually already pretty much halfway towards our final, or through our final draft of the day. So without further ado, let's go ahead and take a look at what we've got here on the field. Like in here. I'm liking the... Oh, it's a Faker Invoker. That's what I do like. I'll tell you that much.
I love that.
I love that.
He's really good Invoker. Invokers like that... Fakers Invokers like Dark Mago's Tiny or Conka, you know? Actually, it's just like Dark Mago's heroes in general. I don't think there's a single hero he's not very confident in because there's like a pool of 4. Dark Mago or Faker used to be known for the same thing. The difference between Dark Mago and Faker, that was a very big one, and that's why Faker was not as worshipped or as loved as Dark Mago, is that Faker was a space creator, right? So what Faker used to do was that it doesn't matter that his pool is bad, because even if he gets countered mid, since his whole role is not to be the win condition, his role is to be the one that creates space for your carry, it's fine. He's going to be poor anyway because of the way he plays, regardless of how the lane goes, right? So you thought, oh, that's fantastic. But you realize because he has much less impact, him being that much better on these heroes than other mid laners doesn't matter. As much as Dark Mago, who has heroes that are very impactful and gets at the tempo of the game. So you much rather have someone who can like essentially carry your early mid game, who's good on these heroes, than someone like Faker who didn't have that. So they forced Faker to revamp or even expand his pool of heroes, and he's still working in that. So that's why I think the major difference between these 2 players, who are actually very similar in their ideas.
I like that. I like that perspective. Let's move on and talk a little bit more. Sacred is going to get the Timber Saw pick coming through. So it's going to be probably the Tiny 4. It's been, I don't want to say years, but maybe months since I've seen Tiny in the safe lane. It's almost certainly the 4 then, with these last 2 picks from Infamous.
Yeah, they only did it in China, right? They only it probably took off in China when the Shard came out.
Could have been. I don't remember. I've seen Tiny mid with the Shard is really fun, but I've not seen a lot of the Tiny safe lane. But Infinity, okay.
AIM did it in a game. I'm sure of that.
Husk Hoodwink. Not a bad combo here, especially because Shards, even if you're a little bit slow on the dust or the detection, usually is good enough to catch an Invoker. We have 1 4-staff builder for the Nyx, but that's going to slow down his items like quite a bit. Ursa actually still in the pool versus the Timber Saw. Okay.
Yeah, this is the classic Timber Saw counter, and this specifically good because Infamous thought we have a really good Timber Saw game. So when you have that is you pick up a 4 that can rotate. And in this case, you picked the 1/4 though, as opposed to Mirana or say Earth Spirit or whatever that really has no lane. I thought he's so useless in lane compared to a Mirana who can do actually a lot, or an Earth Spirit. Actually, a good Earth Spirit can do a fair amount as well on lane, even if they want to rotate, right? Tiny doesn't do anything. So then Ursa completely decimates the Timber Saw because he has to not really concern himself with the Tiny whatsoever. So it's really hard punish for this pick, honestly.
I like it. No, I like it. That's a good point you bring up there. The only saving grace I say Timber has in this matchup is that he's good at kiting around in Ursa until like a Bash or Abyssal comes through, or maybe even a Blink. And he is a Yules builder, right? This is someone who will not really mind building Yules. And that's, I think, a really crucial item, because if you take a look at what Infamous now need, we need a safe laner. And I don't, other than a Lesh, I guess, I can't really think of one safe laner that would build to Yules that would be able to make this a bigger issue for the Ursa.
Razor.
Yeah.
That's the only
I'll tell you what, though. This might be crazy, because we still have Bush. We still have good nukes, though, is the problem. But I feel like this is a halfway decent Weaver game for Infamous.
Is this the meme of this tournament?
I think so.
I think this is a Weaver game.
I think this is a Weaver game. I think this is a Pudge game, and then they never pick it. They never pick it.
I don't remember seeing Lumiere on Weave. I think I've seen him once, maybe DPC season 1, because I only got to cast like a bit of season 2 or Division 2 and season 1.
Do you see where I'm coming from this? Because Maelstrom, you know, Geminate attack for the
really
TA.
good, I agree.
Yeah. It's the Ursa easily.
There's not much catch.
Yeah.
Like reliable against you. You're never getting caught by Bushwhack unless you're bad.
Agreed.
You're really good against Ursa. I actually think it's a really good Weaver game too. Well, let's see, because Lumiere has to pick up, or Infinity has to pick up an offlaner here. So let's see what the offlaner is first.
Okay, that's a good idea.
Infamous turn to pick.
Pango. Yeah, Pango's very good because you need something against Timber.
Definitely.
It's a Weaver game, honestly.
What did you say? Sorry.
It's still a good Weaver game.
Yeah, the Pango's a bit scarier because if you get caught, like if we go full utility, like Blink, Yules.
Pinball.
Yeah.
Yeah,
oh,
Morphling. Okay,
similar reasons I would
That's a
say
very
actually. Similar reasons to the Weaver that he's good for.
And better hero.
Better hero. I should have seen this one coming.
What's surprising is that usually Ursa is actually considered a counter to Morphling, so still not the greatest. Like, you don't have the good core-to-core matchup, because as long as you get him stunned, like, even for a bit, Ursa just decides to stack Fury Swipes on you, and no matter how much you're trying to attribute shift, you'll die, right? Because he'll just kill you if you have enough time of Morphling being caught. And honestly, with a Hoodwink and a Tusk, you definitely have enough time, or a Pango, or whatever it is. So I'm surprised. It's not the best pick. And now with the Fusel Blade Ursa, Morphling becomes much weaker because now Attribute Shift costs mana.
True.
Even though for some reason the ability doesn't state it.
Yeah.
It states it in like the description, but doesn't actually tell you.
It doesn't tell you the mana cost. It's very confusing. It gets people confused in chat all the time. You do need mana. I mean,
we'll always criticize you for saying that.
We'll just look at it, and then if you don't believe us, then clearly I don't know what to tell you. You know.
We'll show you. But I know it used to be the case a long time ago. That was like that. I know, and they changed it. It's back now to costing mana, guys. I swear. Much like Medusa Stonegate's Predatory Illusions.
Yes, all the time, all the time.
Morphling Attribute Shift costs mana, and that's why the Fusel Blade Ursa is actually a good counter to him. So I'm very surprised by this pickup. I'm not the biggest fan of Infamous's lineup, honestly.
Yeah, I guess in that sense, I would have liked to see the Weaver a bit more, right? For that specific reason, but
I still like Morphling more than Weaver. Don't get me wrong, because of the carry potential it has, right? But I agree. Like, I think there's a lot of weaknesses that you can exploit here as Infinity. All I'm saying.
Yeah, I would have liked this a bit better if maybe instead of the 4 Tiny, we had a Willow, for example. Like, you know, because then we have the possibility for eggs. There's more Brambles for Ursa, you know, a couple of other things. But yeah
exactly.
It's not a bad pick here either way. The lane is not bad, actually. Nyx, Pango versus Morph. Like, we don't really have anyone to put too much pressure here onto the Morph lane in the lane. You know, Hoodwink, she's great catch. Pango doesn't really bring the damage too early, you know. You're not really too surprised. I think you never find yourself like, oh my god, that Pangolier just swashbuckle. Like, no, it's a Pango. He's swashbuckle.
Tusk Pango, though. It's Tusk Pango.
Oh, okay. That's different.
Not Hoodwink. Yeah, because the Tusk Pango combination is pretty good. Because before you get Orbital Corrosion, even though the Swashbuckle will not trigger tag team damage, it triggers the slow, though.
Prepare
so
for battle.
That's important. And the combo is not as strong as you initially think, because it's not like a Weaver combo, for example, with Tusk, but it is pretty solid overall to just like slow down the Morphling and put pressure on him. So there is kill potential, but I do agree the lane should not be like super difficult, at least for Infamous. They should still find on Morphling. And Lumiere is a really good Morphling too, as any SA player is at this point. Except Hector.
PP?
He refuses to play
PP? Ooh, he could get caught here. Faker wrapping around with the cold snap, Michael. Okay, let's see what he can get going as he's going to lead it off now. PP is invis, but they know where he is, and he's still taking damage stunned up. He's going to try and at least get the melt strike off, but to no avail. He will still drop.
It's that easy?
You know, what PP should have realized, and what's more important than his death, is actually that they blocked his small snap. That's very important.
Or if Lumiere dies here, you can see the mana going down as he ticks into the strength game, but they're going to get through him too fast.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, it's tag team level 1, and the issue with the great thing about tag team and any sort of physical burst against morphling is that the more you morph, the less armor you have, and the more vulnerable you become, even if you have more HP. So it's never a full trade as it is against magical damage. So if you get physical burst, it's the best way to deal with morphling. You have Tusk and Ursa here. Both are great. Oh, that was a great steal by Axel. That's 3 bounty wounds there. I really hope they noticed, though, that they took the sentry there, because it's a weird route to take if you go through the triangle and you don't block the camp. So hopefully TA realizes this soon and she unblocks this camp, because this small camp is vital for TA to have a good lane.
This is something I saw Viking GG do all the time, if I dare utter a European team name. Because look, they've gone through and they've also blocked the small camp rather, and they've also blanked the ancients. So we're not going to be able to stack whatsoever for this TA.
Oh wow.
Yeah. They would always really commit for this, and I think it's a good move, especially because that's where a lot of your early momentum comes from, right? Oh, great stun as well on the Sexy Yogi. That's going to force the solo top lane here for Ursa. Fuzzy Wuzzy does not enjoy a solo lane here too early on.
No, I agree. That's very good, actually. Being able to cancel those 2 camps. Super important, I'd say.
Why not? No, he's fine. He's fine. It's just toss. It's toss level 1.
I think they're going to go for fire level 1. There's secure last hits on the tower.
What?
Oh, toss. I think he might die.
We need a little bit.
Chain. Better trying to avoid it desperately. He has a fairy fire, though. He's fine. There you go.
Okay, now Sacred?
Tank too much tower. Ooh. Berna has the overpower, but deals no damage, though, unfortunately, with only 46 base 8 damage. Where's your support?
Wow.
Where's Sexy Yogi?
They canceled his TP.
Come help Berna. He has Fury Swipes. It's not going to be enough.
They canceled his TP.
He will get the kill, but he won't get the experience.
Axel did it. He saw the scroll run into the trees, and he just threw the stun, because he's like, well, if you're TPing or if you're running. That's why, yeah. It was great. It was a really great play. It does make bottom a little bit more difficult, but top lane, I think that's the matchup you're more concerned about if you're Infamous, for the lanes anyway,
yes,
right?
For sure. So at bottom now, they're trying to take advantage of this tag team. There we go. See if they can kill Axen. That was a good stun, but it's not going to be enough.
That was a cheeky play. Pamplona,
Pamplona?
Oh, 10 HP. We needed one more. We needed one more. Just the agility. The adaptive strike actually would have killed them, but you have to save mana. You can't be throwing these adaptive strikes willy-nilly. You do need to save mana, but what a play actually coming through there. The little adaptive strike strength to push him underneath the tower, forcing him to take a couple of extra hits. That was really cool.
Very smart. Sexy Yoga commits suicide because it's faster than blocking all the way.
Yeah.
And
low
now he's
mana.
going to help Berna finally.
Exactly. He's going to be bringing probably like a salve or something, some more regen for Berna. Yeah, who's not at the earliest start, and in fact, the start up top lane, this is huge, Avo, because Timber's already up to level 3, and we've freed
2 though.
We freed Michael, yeah, but I think we care more about. Well, let's see what he puts the point into. Actually, this has freed Michael up to gank, right? And that's a kill for Faker. Still going to Michael.
Mistake there by Pamplona. He had him in the Ice Shards hit though. That was a big mistake actually. If you had punished Michael there, it wouldn't have been as big a deal. I mean, it still would have been win for Infamous, but at least it would have been a nice counter kill. But now you lost even in the rotation. That's bad. Yep. You're totally right. And the third level for Sacred was, or even if he didn't put the second point directive armor, it still freed up Michael regardless.
Yeah.
Michael knew this.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was bringing up, because I think XP is important in this lane as well for the Timber. Solo XP, basically a free time versus the once you get level 6, Ursa no longer really enjoys this matchup too much. So I think that's oh, nice catch here actually. 2 points now in Fury Swipes. So Sacred does have to be a bit careful. He's up to 5. Have to make sure that those get reset.
The difficulty in this matchup, though, is that Ursa, despite how much he can annoy the Timber, he also struggles against Timber's constant bout of damage, and he has to get a lot of a lot of healing brought to him by the support, right? If your support has no healing innately, which Squirrel definitely does.
Nope.
So it's just going to be constant healing brought to Berna so he can keep himself up in this lane, because otherwise it's going to be very tough to actually deal with Sacred and harass him as he should as an Ursa.
And Davo, not only...
This matchup is not as good as Luna.
Yeah, and I wanted to move on real quick because we brought this up early after the first blood. Not only did they get PP a second time here already, first death doesn't make that big of a deal. It just gives a nice advantage to the Faker. His camps are still blocked. They have not actually gotten the D wards out here. Both camps. There we go. Finally, we're going. But yeah, they're gonna walk up here and find themselves no ancients that are yet available. I don't know if it's actually been scouted yet, to be completely honest with you. Look at the kind of start that we're off to here for Lumiere. There's a stun. Mariano, oh, he's gonna get away. Bit spicy, but he's got the stick charges, Fairy Fire, and a salve. He'll be fine. Mid lane, Faker getting ran at though. Pamplona this time on the money with the ice shards, and we've got detection right underneath the sentry ward here. Michael's going to be a bit too late to do anything here. Now PP's going to go for the tip, maybe try and shift the mental game here just a little bit.
Berna, oh, that was a great bushwhack up top. They can kill Sacred with this? No, they need one more. He actually went for the full stacks of overpower here. No point in Earth Shot whatsoever. Just trying to deal with Timber essentially, and also helps him farm a bit faster, so I understand this. Pamplona, by the way, finds Axel. I'm very confused why Axel is doing this, but okay. Stack team activated. There's a swashbuckle, and Axel is dead. He's trying to get the impale. Snowball stops this. Okay, Axel. Mid lane, though, that turns into a kill against PP, which is much more valuable. Why was PP there?
He must have just been looking to play aggressively. I mean, he saw the TP from Michael.
Oh, he must have been tossed.
It was a toss, but now that's the first 2 Urn charges. This lane is a lot more difficult now for him to return to. Because Urn, sure, it only takes twice a second, but that's on top of... Oh my goodness, Michael just gets bashed by Roche instantly. That was actually kind of scary for him. If Roche bashed him again, I think he might have just been dead. But Faker is actually a big threat now to PP, who does have to put more points now into Refraction. Only 1 point in Sideblade, so he's not able to as effectively harass this Invoker. So Faker, of course, having great stats as well on Quas Wex, and generally Invoker, that's why we see him so much. Just great stats in the lane. He's maybe able to not bring kill threat and gets the deny on the wagon. Tough lane for PP this time.
It is tough, yeah. It is very tough this time. Sad PP sad.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And I'm not talking about the podcast this time. Berna dies in the top lane to Timber Saw, as you mentioned. Once you get to level 6, Berna has to suffer.
Yep.
They're actually being crushed in all of their lanes,
they are.
honestly. Even Morphling, like I said, he's just going to have an okay lane against Pango no matter what. You can't really deny him.
They're going to get the Squirrel top lane.
Invoker and Timbersaw won. Oh yeah, they got sexy Yogi too.
This is the tower, I'm pretty sure. Who do you send to defend
Invoker?
this?
Mid, Faker, okay, they might be able to get this kill. This might turn things around a bit. They have thoughts as well for Faker. Tag team about to end, but it's okay, that's enough damage. Oh no, tag team just ended!
Oh, they're not gonna get him!
Running in the trees, he has the urn, he's gonna be fine. He has Tornado in 3 seconds. I think this Tusk is dead. He doesn't have Snowball. Can he guess though? Oh, okay, he didn't guess correctly.
No,
there's a ward there. The Tornado won't snipe him exactly.
Well, they know it's TP into the tier 3. Excuse me? Oh my god, Faker?
He really wants this kill.
EMP's gonna be
Here's the
died.
close up already. He has no more urn charges. Wants to recover them.
He does need these urn charges,
They
though.
need to get Pamplona, so
They
they
got
get the
him.
urn charges back. There we go. Avalanche. Toss. No, they want to let Invoker have the kill.
It's fine. He was in range. The urn charge range is very generous. Yeah, that was very necessary. I like the play, though, and most importantly, he stays alive, right? Because they did try and kill him almost, carbon copy to the way that they killed him a little bit earlier in the lane. But this time he's ready for it. He's ready for it.
Yep.
Very good.
This time also, of course, I think his supports were ready for it, to be honest, more than him.
That's fair.
And also the urn helped a lot, right?
That's fair.
The urn was huge there. They miscalculated the tag team ever so slightly. It was just the last bit they needed. What really sucks now. And getting away with that is just Infamous getting more space for Morphling every kind of rotation that happens here. So Cold Snap, Pamplona. Oh, they deny the ward. He guessed it because of how the rotation went. That's very smart, actually. Well done by Pamplona.
Yeah.
That's a very nice D ward.
They knew they
Top
just.
lane?
I don't know. It's going to Axel. Sacred. 3 stacks of the Fury swipes. We have Enrage. I think Sacred would like to force it out of him so he can continue pushing this tower. When I asked who are they going to send back to defend the tower, I honestly wasn't expecting it to be Berna. He's going to cut himself free, though. Nice job there on the Chakram and Michael. In the meantime, going to look to kill a Squirrel. Faker, he's actually going to go and secure this kill into the Squirrel himself, seeing that the Ursa's a bit too far away already.
Okay. So Hoodwink dies, but you don't get the Ursa kill, which I think was definitely more valuable here.
Do
Michael's
you?
the opportunity to cancel a TP, though. There's the toss. Let's cast Point and Avalanche. Michael might die as a result. Avalanche to actually give him like more space. There's a tornado as well. Berna, the check hits. And the MP as well. Cold Snap will do the trick. And that's going to be another kill for Infamous. Doing very well in this game number 2.
Yeah, especially in the laning stage. It's pretty incredible. I've had CS up for a little bit too long now, but I just want to highlight the 20 denies for Lumiere. They're going to try and actually kill him here, but he's so far ahead. Yeah, he got the strength gain off, so good luck. And yeah, they're not even going to try any further. So he's on the money here. And that is then going to be the top tier 1 tower taken. That was the effort to try and open up some space down bottom here for the kill. But again, it's so difficult, right? As soon as you see that acorn shot, that bushwhack projectile, you just press the button and you're good to go. Fast hands. Michael, he's got really good progress on this blink dagger too. That's a little scary. Let's see if they keep kind of finding kills here on the tiny. It's not going to bode too well. And in fact, they're going to start sieging mid. A bit early, but I think that if they stack the creep waves correctly, they can push with a 10-minute wagon. There goes Michael. Another kill here, going to Faker. Didn't even need the urn charges there, so now he's got 3. Mariano threatening to go in now with the Rolling Thunder. He's going to commit now. Wants to go for Faker. Needs to jump back down. Tornado's going to find only one. Pamplona then right on top of him here with a level 2 tag team. And PP with even more minus armor, even more out from Lucky Shot. And the meld is going to be able to find that kill. That's at least now the Heaven's Halberd finally coming away towards PP.
Okay. But PP... Wait, the Heaven's Halberd? The Dragonlance, you mean?
Dragonlance, thank you. Why did I say Heaven's Halberd? Sorry, it's...
I was very confused, like... I was very confused there for a second, sorry. I was analyzing your statement.
I did say the wrong item, so...
Yes.
I thought it was a very innovative build. I was about to comment on that. Mariano has a swashbuckle ready. Michael the target. Berna... No. It does feel like Infamous has a bit more control right now over the map, and these attempts by Infinity are always being thwarted. Look at Pamplona. He just has no chance. Wait for him. He's dead. Yeah. And we also have Lumiere with almost E-Blade completed. I mean, he's very, very close to it. He's got the Eagle song, that's for sure.
They might be able to collapse on a Sexy Yogi in the mid lane. Cold Snap, urn charges, cutting down all of his trees. Nowhere to scurry, nowhere to run. There's a pushback at least on the Invoker. And you know what's funny is it actually tied up his orbs. I don't know if you saw that.
Yeah, that was pretty cute.
That was adorable. The little orbs couldn't even get out. Mariano. Rolling Thunder yet again is PP. He's going to get off a Meld Strike on a Sacred. Oh, they got Ursa. They got Ursa, so now we need something out of this mid lane, but look how far he is already. He's going to throw back the Chakram to slow PP, who's swept up in the Tornado. He's up to the high ground. Mariano's going to chase. There's a snowball at least to bring at least PP on top of Faker as they almost get the Timbersaw, but he's still alive. Faker now in trouble. The Nyx Assassin, unfortunately, already having used the stuns, not going to be able to stop him from going any further. Pamplona then continues to give him vision, and that's a second kill here in exchange for the Ursa. Is a somewhat fair trade, actually, for Infinity.
Yeah, I think Infinity acknowledged that they weren't the ones that were proposing. They didn't really have these chances, so they had to do something elsewhere in the map to force Infamous into a bad play, and this led to these kills, right? They made a slight mistake there, and they acknowledge one of their strengths is that Lumiere cannot join fights, whereas Berna can to a degree, right? Like, Berna is still farming, of course, but the threat of Berna is bigger than the threat of Lumiere as of now. Once Lumiere gets the E-Blade, these things change around, and the E-Blade is now very, very close. Like, he's literally 600 gold away. He's almost got it. We have Sexy Yogi by the way from behind with a pushback. We'll catch the Morphling. If he gets the Sharpshooter off, he gets the kill on Lumiere!
Okay,
oh, you sneaky, sneaky squirrel.
That's big.
Sexy Yogi, that was so good.
And now this fight's awkward.
We'll find Faker as well. Do they have a dust? They do. They use it, but I don't know. They barely got the Invoker. A toss, bringing back Sexy Yogi. Rolling Thunder keeps Faker at bay, and Faker will die. The damage from TA. Easy for Infinity, recovering the game in one fellow swoop. Now going for Axel next by Carpus. Not gonna save from a snowball. I'm sorry, bro.
Michael.
Axel's dead. They also find Michael. You're right. And Warriors Punch. Michael disintegrates. And Second is actually in trouble himself. Has 8 charges of reactive armor. The feed train was ready to leave the station, but instead the feed train found some food itself. Mariano trying to retreat. That shield crash not quite up to the high ground.
Yeah, there's a lot of trees there.
He dies instead to a Timbersaw.
There's a lot of trees in that pocket. It's really awkward. It's not the first time for some reason I've seen someone not be able to get up to that cliff. Okay, well, a little bit too deep there for Infinity. I think they were feeling themselves. It was the vamos, vamos, right? And then, oh no, oh shit, Morphling's back. he's not dead forever. And Sacred as well, staying alive. Again, he's a tough kill. He's a tough nut to crack, this one. even especially now with rank of armor max. So Infamous still managed to hold their own, and there's now going to be E-Blade completed here. Not a whole lot of stats for the Morphling, but not a whole lot of HP for the Hoodwink. That 880 HP that she's holding on to is, you know, we're going to see a brand new perspective on life here for the Hoodwink. Life is fragile here, and Hoodwink's about to learn that thanks to the E-Blade.
Thanks. Radiant are scanning.
Gonna go aggressively with the smoke.
I think that's the best target. Do you stay near the Tusk for the snowball just so you can save you from the evil projectile? Maybe.
You could.
At
Let's
least in
see
the
here.
beginning.
Michael? Oh, he's not near any trees. Great tornado.
Walrus punch him? Who just died with Walrus punch? Just use it. There we go. Pamplona will die for this. It's fine. You got the kill on Michael. It's a fair trade for now. It's best you can muster for a dive, essentially. The tower is much more valuable there.
Exactly.
And you got that.
I'm surprised, actually, the way this game was going. Infamous were unable to get this tier 1 tower first, but Infamous, I think, really putting their heads together here, and we're able to find a nice little engagement here for themselves. Sexy Yogi. Oh, no. Here comes the E-Blade. They just need to catch up to him. Bushwhack only finds one. Maybe Ken is going to TP.
E-Blade. Oh, there we go. He even used Magic Stick. Like, I got this, guys. Don't worry. I got full charges on one.
Oh, God.
Adaptive Strike almost killed him alone. The E-Blade was just secondary there towards the end.
That's the second time we've seen a TP to the tier 3 tower just to get the kill.
It's true.
It's so funny. Infamous really just styling on them. Hey, in case you didn't know, we can TP down to the low ground there. By the way, I'm also morphling with an E-Blade.
TP, huh?
15-minute E-Blade. Enjoy life. Yeah, I mean, Adaptive Strike and E-Blade is 800 damage here after reductions, by the way. So yeah, that was some... That's a lot of damage. And speaking of damage, you can ask Axel about that. And with that kill, I actually don't think they can
How do you know it's 800 damage?
Because I checked the death summary.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Really useful, actually. I wish more casters did it.
I think it's more, though, because they weren't used at the same time, right? So E-Blade should amplify that to strike damage.
No, you're right. But even if they didn't use it together, that was still 840-ish damage, right? So...
Right.
No, you're totally
right. So
right.
it's amplified, you straight up kill.
100%. Yeah, I can do that math. Okay, Mariano's
E-Blade used, avoided actually by the Tusk there. I don't know where the tornado actually avoided that. That was not what they were looking for. Lumiere actually messed up there.
Berna's in trouble.
Badly, but Berna is in trouble himself. He hasn't enraged though. He could come back in. They haven't hovered the TA. There's the Heaven's Hover you were talking about. And Sexy Yogi will die instead to Lumiere, who just finds the quick kill after strike. Big mess up though with the tornado there. They could have had more than that for sure.
Yeah, that was at least not as bad as it could have been. Infinity were in a position to look for Roche. Oh man, but Infinity, they need to continue like this tempo, don't they? I mean, it's a very classic SA game, well over 2 kills a minute already. But Berna having gone for Diffusal, like this is the kind of game you need on the Ursa. So he needs to continue, I think, looking for these fights. As his team is going to find... Oh, actually, no. It's Axel who gets found by the enemy team. There's that Adaptive Strike E-Blade combo. It's enough to get through Mariano. That's rather easy for him. PP with Dragonlance, Blink next into the Desolator. So we need Roche. We need to get this second... Well, we need first Roche, obviously, for Aegis on Ursa. But we need second Roche for Ursa Shard as well. It's a pretty big deal. So Infamous, the more they delay it here, the worse this gets for Infinity.
Yogi gets away with a sharpshooter for now. Cold Snap's still hurting him though. There's the toss as well. And Sacred will finish the job.
Middle tower has fallen.
Infamous. You're thinking about Roche here. Good stats on this Morphling already. I don't believe we have any minus armor here. That's just the blink on Michael instead. We have Alacrity? Okay, it's doable. It is doable, but everyone's alive right now for Infinity. We have a Blink Dagger for Mariano. Rolling Thunder is ready to go. They're right underneath an Observer Ward, though. Michael is going to actually make the play. They're out of the Roche Pit. There's the Rolling Thunder into the Blink Dagger. They didn't quite catch the Morphling, though. He's still free with the E-Blade combo, so that's going to scatter Infinity for now. Axel threatening to counter-initiate a Sacred. What a juke over Mariano on the stairs. There's going to be the damage here now into the Vessel Charge on the Pamplona. Michael as well. They've trapped the Berna. He just Earthshocked as well. Cannot get it through the shards. So as soon as Enrage is up, he's in some trouble now. There's the E-Blade combo. Down goes Fuzzy Wuzzy. We've bought back now at least on the Tusk. But the Ice Shards ended up screwing him over. Those must have been Lumiere's Ice Shards, and they were. What a play.
Yep. Wow, that was incredible. Lumiere played Tusk better than Pamplona at that point. That was really well done. Now they think They might try. No, we're going near the rush, but I don't think. I think it's a bit crazy, right?
It's hard,
think
and
they take rush
now
here.
we've got E-Blade and Adaptive Strike with Arcane Runes. This is so dangerous right now.
They're going for it. Okay. Do you have any solo crest or anything? No, right?
No,
So
it's just
think there's
Alacrity.
much
It's just Alacrity and damage right now on Lumiere.
That's insane.
I'd
You can't
like
take
to
the
see
roach.
them play for
I
more
knew they were
kickoffs.
considering it. I can read their mind, but I also know that they're wrong. Like it's just too crazy to do that right now, especially against a Pango as Rolling Thunder. It's just not worth.
Tornado catches the squirrel.
Go for
She's gonna-
Yogi, sharpshooter yet again.
Oh, they got
I
him.
think. Oh no, deafening blast. I think should be enough to kill him. With the
Yep.
spirit vessel, last bit of damage. He did use the magic wand, but it didn't heal him enough to do the spirit vessel reduction in healing.
Yeah, and it was only one charge, I think, because he already used it before he died. I
Yes,
think
it was
Infamous,
one
they
charge,
just do this. They just keep Infinity out of the Roche pit. Ursa is built for fighting. Like I said, he needs this BKB to fight even now, but he also wants to get first Roche, not only for Aegis, but for that second shard. The more we delay this, the more it's going to hurt him. This is not looking good for Infinity. Infamous able to kind of play... I'm going to call it the macro game here. They can't do Roche, but they are keeping Infinity out of the pit.
That's true. They're making sure that Infinity doesn't take the Roche, which is a win in itself against the Ursa, but I feel like Infinity isn't even trying those. So at least they're getting farm on the Ursa and the TA. They do have technically 2 cores. They have a dual core strat after all. And this might be enough to overpower your Morphling if they can just get the jump on.
Fighting.
Just don't go on Timber first.
PP has Deso. This is the newest item for him. Deso Dragon Lance.
Bottom tower is under
Hit though.
attack.
And Blink. Sorry. Newest item. Better not. With a bit more damage now in the Mithril Hammer. They can go for it. And they catch Michael. Mariano with Blink Dagger. He is going to be able to find him, but a good avalanche buys a little bit of time. With this, 30
That
seconds, is
should
that
be
enough?
enough to go for Roche. Oh,
Goodbye. Goodbye, Sexy
Core
Yogi.
Blink just died. No.
Nope, they gotta
Okay,
go
that
back.
was the counter initiation. You just lost Rolling Thunder. They're gonna go for the Tusk here, who doesn't have the snowball, so Montblanc is also as good as dead. The 3 cores from Infinity will all retreat as they see their supports die.
The dieback.
And they might have just given the enemy team the chance to go for Roche. Oh, he even turned to Tusk to use the attack team against
Yep.
the Roche.
Yep.
That's very smart.
That is pretty smart, and that is a lot of damage here as well, and a long death timer for the real Tusk. Dead for 40 seconds here after the dieback, so this is more than enough time for sure. We need Snowball in here and Ice Shards to make this fight difficult. Now first Roshan going here towards Infamous. It's on Lumiere. And Burna just not having the game that he was looking for here, unfortunately, on the Ursa Warrior.
Dire's top tower
Who's this?
is under attack.
Mariano, he's going to be able to escape. Good golds on him. I don't know what you build anymore right now on this Pangolier. Like, we've gone Blink. Is Yule's the call? Do we go for the roll-up now? Like, we just don't have damage to follow up. Faker can't get into these fights very easily. Or, sorry, make that PP. Apologize, sorry. PP can't get into these fights very easily. He's having real issues, even with the Blink Deso now. Look at Sacred. He's just in. Yeah, he forces PP back. PP doesn't want any of this Timber Smoke.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
You're gonna find Berna instead. Faker. Oh, Berna. He took the right route. He actually smelled something was going on, and he just went back home. Thank God for that, because otherwise he was dead.
Dire's middle
And the top
tower
lane,
is
Michael,
under
he's hunting for Mariano, who's out of mana. Lexi Yogi is here. Who's closing a gap?
No,
It is
he has
Faker.
mana.
Radiant's top tower is
That's
under
400 mana.
attack.
Oh, he used Wand, that's why.
Oh, okay.
Mariano is going to go for it, but Faker's actually behind him. Faker thinks they're in the trees. Michael's playing, bait here a little bit. He's going to toss the tree. That'll scout him. Gets the blink away as Faker doesn't see Sexy Yogi. Ping's Invoker is missing, and that's going to allow Mariano to get the heck out of here. Does not want to turn around. Do pass, go, collect a bounty rune, and then die because Invoker was actually chasing you the whole time. And here's Michael to close the gap from earlier, and Mariano down he goes.
I hate when I draw that chance card. It's
It's
especially
really
hard
bad
to
one.
read. That's the worst part of the chance card.
It's a lot of text. It's very repetitive as well. Says a lot of the same. Like, come on, dude.
A lot of ums. Why would you write those?
Be
you know?
more
I don't
snappy.
understand.
Be more
Is
snappy.
under attack.
I agree.
Better not.
Oh, Berna, no. Not this DP. What's the Spike Carpus for? Is this really... I think he messed up there. Oh, no. You don't have Spike Carpus now.
What a toss.
What are you going to do, Axel? A toss. That doesn't get affected by Shadow Resistance, much like Yo Scepter. Oh my goodness! E-Blade Adaptive Strike after the Enrage, and Ursa doesn't exist any longer.
He does not.
Talk
That's
about a
that's
shot
the
to the face.
Radiant's
that's the
top
difference,
tower
right?
is
We're
under
now
attack.
dealing 150 more damage on E-Blade after reductions, and then that's the amp you're talking about, right? That adaptive strike is basically double damage then. Not quite, of course, but it's amped so much, and he's got so much more stats. Like, this is terrifying for Ursa. Even just the disarm, if you don't kill him, is such a problem here. Dead for 20 seconds. No BKB yet. And Infamous, they're going to continue playing up. The net worth difference is not that bad, but it just... I don't see a fight going very well for Infinity unless we're all together and we can get this Yule Scepter online for Mariano. We're close. We are getting there. What is Axel going for? He's got an item on the way for... It's the Shard. Shard! Interesting. They're really going all in for this magic burst damage here, aren't we? This used to be really, really bonkers, this Shard. It's been fixed. It used to calculate the damage resistance incorrectly. They must have coded it with, like, old Veil of Discord. Yeah.
So what it would do is it would reduce your magic resistance to 0 and then add the extra 20%.
Yeah. Yeah. So
now it just does what it should do.
Yes, exactly. And he's a bit faster as well, moving around. Oh, goodness. Sexy Yogi. Look, he's so fast that they've actually missed... They've missed the Bushwhack. Counter initiation's coming. It's just the Nyx Assassin. Down he will go, and you've lost your tier 2 tower for this. And in fact, you might lose Ursa, because they're thinking about going high ground. Faker, once again, he's gone...
Scotty on Morphling. Oh, they're going to burst on the Ursa? Yeah, E-Blade. That's right.
No,
They're going to force the enrage, but he got silenced.
Yeah.
That trap just saved the Ursa's life. But
no,
he's dead. Never mind, trapped with nothing. Berna's gone. They turn to a Tusk again. He's really committed to just showing Tusk how to play. Attack team. There's the Cold Snap on top of that. Wow. Lumiere goes in between 3. Good Avalanche. Good toss. PP's dead. Infamous is winning this.
Yeah. I mean, we actually still have Aegis, by the way, here for Lumiere as well. So that is the mid lane of Barracks here. Again, with Alacrity. And now finally, at least a little bit of minus armor. I do see the debuff on someone. Yeah, it's actually Invoker, who's got now already the medallion on the way. I don't know why... Oh, Faker's just having a little bit of fun with the towers, of course.
What is he doing? I think he's checking for sentries to a degree, but
I guess he is.
Let's go with that. Lumiere is so cautious, even swap to strength. Well, as soon as he got bushwhacked, talk about efficiency. He's going for Satanic next after that Scotty.
It's good discipline. It's a common mistake we see, right? Where players, they get pretty close to the end of their Aegis duration. What was our last series, right? The Dusa with Aegis, she just stuck around. She's like, I have Aegis, I'm fine. And everyone just watched her as Aegis expired. Then they Corona'd her and killed her. Like, I think it's good discipline to just always play like it's your only life, especially when we're within the last minute, because it's so easy for you to get caught up in a little scrap, and then all of a sudden the horn sounds and it's too late for you. You're too deep. I like it. I respect it. Tier 2 top lane is the only tower that stops Infamous from going for more buildings. Big smoke play, though. We're on top of it. Axel, they want Sacred first. The sharpshooter is going to hit him. He still gets a lot of damage off, though, in the Chakram. It's still going to be 2 deaths here in favor of Infinity. Mariano blinking forward wants more. Not going to be able to find them. Actually, Michael, what?
Oh, that forced up. Yeah, Lamona's dead. Lumiere. He turns with the Pango, goes for Mariano next. E-Blade, but not that strike, so you can't quite kill him.
Nope. Good patience by Michael. He had Blink the whole time, but he doesn't want to feed a kill to PP. No armor, or very low armor anyway on this hero. PP would absolutely shred him, so good patience there. Baker?
Yep, I agree.
He's sieging. He's actually going to get this tower with the wagon and the Solar Crest buff. My goodness, that thing is chunking the base. 3 shots onto... basically the range barracks, but Faker a bit behind. He's going to TP out. No, he's not. They have Yule Scepter, Faker. You weren't getting away with that one. Okay, can they kill him? The answer is yes, because now we have another Bushwhack, and they roll up. Down he goes. Okay, so a couple of kills here for Infinity. Do well to kind of reset a little bit of the momentum. We've clawed back a little bit of this net worth lead, because it was rapidly approaching 10k. Not at all. I like these aggressive traps as well for Faker, giving him the option to potentially play really up and aggressive here and potentially catch someone like the Morphling off guard, because he doesn't have a Dispel for himself here, Avo. Not until the Satanic is completed anyway.
That's true.
No, just kidding. He just got Manta style. Never mind. He's got a Dispel.
Oh, never mind. You're right. Okay, so, well, you're screwed there. He also has a way to avoid Bushwhack now as well, because Bushwhack, you do have that moment of invulnerability. Not that hard to do with Bushwhack particularly, actually. So... okay, Infinity going for the last hurrah here. Really trying to make this team fight work. And they can murder... oh, maybe not. Michael with the 4-staff saving himself. Manino's still committing to this. Michael's going to die. The Ice Shard! from the ice shots from the Morphling almost saved Michael. They still have the 2 supports. Lumiere going for the quick kill and Pamplona hoping for it, using the snowball against them. They force him forward. Lumiere doesn't want to be in a pickle, and he actually gets bushwhacked here, but they break the tree in time. Thanks to the chakram. The Ursa's not doing enough damage. In comes Michael, hoping to toss him back. They've already killed Mariano, and Berna is about to lose his enrage. So it's time for Lumiere to just wreak havoc. Sexy Yogi is going to be the first target for him, but the real target should be Berna, who's been cold snapped. He's also been hurt by the urn, and now the shotgun. We're gonna hunt some bears. It's coming right at me, and indeed they managed to kill it.
They do kill the bear. It's right around Roshan time here as well. We'll see how fast it is. PP. Oh, Michael, he's gonna get this kill actually. PP's gonna have this insane attack range, but he's not gonna have the damage. PP's stuck in the ice wall fighting versus Faker, but in comes Lumiere. Another little quick. That wasn't even a shotgun, but that was just the adaptive strike to do the damage. And that's 4 dead then. I think they only, they got Michael for that? Was that it? And Axel? So the 2 supports, I mean, what a play from Infamous. Infinity just getting a little bit too deep there once again, basically already underneath those tier 2 towers. That's the last outer tower. It's the longest Roche possible, but it's also 50 seconds here without PP, and I don't think they hold on to this top lane of Barracks much longer.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I think this tower's gonna fall for sure. Mariano coming in, Rolling Thunder, there's a bushwhack. Down from Sexy Yogi. We do have a toss, plus Avalanche, and Sexy Yogi dead. The sharpshooter actually hitting nobody because he didn't have a moment to actually turn around. I do think that this, now with a laner rack, should be the game, honestly. You can go down bottom if you wanted to.
Even Alacrity.
Back for 20 seconds.
Alacrity this.
Alacrity, yeah. Are
Yeah.
they really gonna play it safe? Oh, they're just going the right way. Okay.
Yeah.
They're going around through the outside, I'm presuming.
Yeah, they might.
Oh, no, really? They're going to play it safe. Okay.
That's surprising. I mean, they think Roche might be up soon. And they're right. It is in the window. Of course, we know it's 90 seconds. These guys know it could be now. It could be in another 90 seconds. Like, they have no idea. So this would be the right play, even in my opinion here, because it would still be a 4v5. Now, I think, since it's going to be a bit of a longer one, perhaps they look to go a little bit more aggressively here. Or they'll just sit Michael in the pit. Who's going for an E-Blade as well, by the way. There he is. He just drank a tall glass of milk, and now he's up to level 18. Level 3 grow.
Nice. And with a double E-Blade, if anything was surviving the shotgun now, it's not going to survive ever again. I mean, even Ursa's having trouble surviving the shotgun at this point.
Got Basher, though, this Ursa. It's a pretty big item for him.
Yeah, but...
BKB is still 8 seconds.
But look at this. Look. They found a squirrel. They want to kill a squirrel, however. Let's take by Lumiere. He hasn't shifted yet. He could be in trouble.
He's dead.
Manta. Oh, he actually got stopped by the Pango. That was perfect. Mariano, really well played. And they killed Lumiere there once. Now maybe they're regretting not going for those racks down bottom. Instead, waiting for the TA to come back, giving Infinity a fighting chance there.
These guys don't have buybacks
They might even be able to kill a Faker.
Yeah, this would be pretty huge. He's going to try and escape. He's underneath
They
the
have
trap.
any dust? They don't. EMP stops him.
We've got Dusk on Pamplona. Just no way to close the gap, but they know where he's at. He's still dusted up. There goes PP. Faker trying to TP away. Do we have the damage in time? We got the Yules. Sharpshooter's going to be dodged, but it's important to cancel the TP. Two heroes dead, pardon me. This Tiny is not a core. He's a support, but without buyback now. And that's Roche now respawning. Second Roche. I actually think Infinity with that fight might be back in this game here. We're going to get Shard for free on Ursa. And then a Blink Dagger soon after.
No, you're right. This is... I mean, I don't know if back in the game necessarily, but it is a big turning point for them.
It's huge.
If they ever had a chance this game, it's with this. Like, you still can't afford to lose one more fight, essentially. You have to win the next fights. But with Shard, this becomes a possibility for you, honestly. The Shard is really, really broken on Ursa. Because this makes the shotgun so difficult to hit, because you have to hit between the enrage shots, right?
Yep. Very difficult to do here. Plus, he can dispel the E-Blade from himself now at a moment's notice. He can dispel Colts.
No, because Ursa doesn't dispel.
Oh, okay. Just gives you the enrage. Good to know.
Yeah. It gives you the enraged shadow resistance, but not the basic dispel that it provides. It's a very unique mechanic in that sense, because the spells that are given to you beforehand don't tick down fast or anything like that, so it's very weird. They coded it just for the shard.
Interesting. Good to know. Thank you for that.
Yeah. It's okay. I learned that recently too.
PP? Got plenty of damage
Timber
now.
Saw with Blink. Interesting.
Yeah, I think it's actually kind of a necessity this game, because he needs to get this Heaven's Albert. He actually rebought another Sanj. That's an interesting call from him, but he's got so much regen now. What's going on?
Tornado stopped that completely. Stopped the overpower as well. It's big. Oh, Enrage. Can you punish this though? Not Enrage, sorry. Or Shock first. BKB, active Averna, only for Axel. You should be able to punish this somehow since Yogi's already dead. And Seika's trying to write down Michael. And for now, Pamplona's going to be the one to die, actually. Pamplona, there we go. As we go down, but the Morphling has been caught by the bear. However, the Morphling has the Alacrity now, can fight the bear head on without the need of a shotgun. No gimmicks here for Lumiere.
He doesn't have Enrage.
Takes down the Ursa.
He doesn't have Enrage,
E-Blade still available. There's no Enrage, just the Earth Shock. E-Blade can still do it to finish him off. No need for it. With just the basic auto attacks, they'll be able to bring down this Ursa.
Yep, BP at least, he's going to be able to reduce Tiny to a pile of rubble. As the Sunstrike's going to try and scout BP. Actually, they're closing the gap here. Faker is going to run right into him. BP trying to get through him, but he does have BKB. Going to try and get through Faker here, but he's got the E-Blade buff from Lumiere, which is going to make him immune, and that is going to allow Lumiere to cut right through the TA's refraction stacks. Pardon me. Right down mid, we will go then for Infamous, as they've just gotten through the Aegis Cheese and the Shard, and Mega's available for the taking. If not the game, there's no buybacks for Infinity, on the cores anyway.
No, I think this should be game. I'd be surprised that they couldn't finish it in this time, honestly. Like I said, there's no buybacks, particularly in the TA, which I think was important. You lack the Timbersaw for memes. No, they're going for... No, they're not going to die. They're actually going to finish the game.
Yep.
They're not noping here.
Yeah, and that'll do it here. All three waves, well, bottom's about to push in, of course, but this is it. This is going to be it.
Alacrity for kicks.
The 1-1. Okay, you were right. You were right all along. I mean, you know, a miracle could still happen, but I'm kind of doubtful.
Yeah, me too. Unless they want to stop pushing. What is Lumiere doing? I know you're enjoying it. Oh, he wants Mariano. Mariano, you should have never left this team. I took your spot. There's no more spot any longer.
Mariano, come here. He's going to send him a song. There you go. There it is.
All right, well, I mean, I'd say that in this game, I do think the execution had a lot to do with it. To be honest, I feel like mid went way worse than Infinity had any right to have in the TA Invoker matchup. Mind you, that also because some really good rotation by Michael, so well played by Infamous. Michael still standing out as incredible floor, but it was definitely, like, it was an issue of the combination of the safe lane for Infinity and the mid lane that led to this defeat, where the safe lane, I mean, this also because of the initial attempt, right? Leaving Ursa alone and top was fine, but you had to TP much sooner to be able to help him out. And they underestimated the power that a Timbersaw has under the tower, especially with a Tiny with him, because they can both tank tower hits, so they can actually dive. The idea why you go for the kill in the bottom lane with the 3 heroes is because your carry is almost always safe under tower. And the first lane, he always farms under tower, so it's fine. But because he had it up against a Timbersaw Tiny, they saw through this and they thwarted this plan. And then from there was a snowball effect in the lanes that made it really difficult for Infinity to execute their plan, which was have good lanes and get into an explosive mid game. And then Infamous just won the game at that point because you're not meant to play late against them, or even into the mid game with a Timbersaw and an Invoker. They're going to create too much space. So that small mistake really snowballed into a loss. It's very unfortunate for them.
Yeah, exactly. We'll bring it back to camera too, just to kind of wrap up our day, because I think you've said most of what there is on this game. I think like you said, like this Ursa, especially with the Diffusal, like you gotta stay ahead. Lumiere just had the time of his life. I mean, really, it was Infamous kind of winning all 3 lanes, right? Is what it started with, and then some nice plays from Infinity in the early game. Like I was actually quite shocked when they did lose their tower first for Infamous, right? I was like, okay, like maybe they can claw this back, but Infamous, they kind of cleaned it up from there a little bit, and were able to secure first Roche eventually. Forced them away from Roche, I think. Like playing that game around Roche the way they did, I think was also really bad for Infinity. There wasn't much else they could do about it, but like this is a lineup that takes Roche early, and the fact that they couldn't is a big weakness, right? Agreed.
Weaknest of being dire as well, right? That's one of the things that sucks as well. If you were Radiant, it might have been easier, but
that's all she wrote for the day. That's a 1-1 for us. It's only the second 1-1 for today, and the second and the third 1-1 overall here of the tournament, as we will be wrapping up our second day. But not to worry, Dota fans, we are back same time tomorrow at 2 p.m. Brazilian time. Alvaro, let me just run through the schedule real quick for you. And you let me know which game in particular you wouldn't want to miss out, all right? We're starting off tomorrow with Unknown versus Infinity. Next up, best of 2s, of course, with a rolling schedule, is going to be No Ping versus the Backstab Boys. Match number 3 is BINOMISTAS versus Infamous. And we wrap up tomorrow with SG versus Hokori.
I think SG versus Hokori is very cool to watch. You have a team that's not taking things all too seriously in SG, and you can tell, but they're still a very strong team. And Hokori, that every single match right now is looking to prove if this carry is worth what Lumiere left behind. So I do feel like Hokori is a team to definitely watch out for. Today they didn't have the best of games, but they can definitely show what they're made out of against SG. And in fact, even today, the second game against Noping was very impressive.
Yeah,
and it seems that they still have pocket strats. They're still trying out new things. So I like what they're doing. I think they're taking this tournament more seriously than Noping and SG, and it's always fun to watch these teams, right? So I think that's the match to watch tomorrow.
Yep. I'd agree with you there, Alvaro. Any other closing comments or thoughts before we go ahead and send the people over to rest for the night?
Watch more SA Dota, guys. It's fun. And even the matches that you might not know the teams as much or you might not know the histories, first of all, I'm here for you. I don't think a person has been in the scene as long as I have to be able to tell you all these stories from them. So I do recommend you listen to these casts. It's a great way to learn about the players and their stories. But on top of that, I just think that even the Dota that doesn't seem is not the most consistent or not the best Dota that you would see, it's entertaining. They definitely don't stay back and farm like you see in some EU Tier 2 Dota, Western EU Tier 2 Dota, right? They just run at each other.
Yeah, they want to fight.
That's why I think they want to fight it out, and that's why watching SA or EEU or SEA Dota Tier 2 particularly is sometimes even more fun than watching Tier 1 because of that like level of why are they fighting here? No, I don't care.
For sure.
Love Dota.
It's hard to follow sometimes for sure, but that's what we're here to do. We watch a lot of Tier 2 Dota and we love it. But that's the fun part, right? Like you're saying, it's you have the individual skill for all of these players, right? All these players they could easily kick everyone in Twitch chat's butt, 100%, like with probably one hand. I don't know about probably, yeah. Sometimes it's the team play, you know, where they're still fledging kind of their competitive experience, they're still cutting their teeth. We see the captains, and again, that's where we get Ambo to get these behind the scenes stories to give us a little bit more of a glimmer, right? And also tell us what Chris Lug had for lunch. So that's always really fun as well to get those little tidbits of knowledge. But with that, guys, I am going to go ahead and start the sign off here. So we got 5 more minutes of the stream anyway, because my sign offs are forever. No, but thank you guys so much for tuning in for today for the Mobius Maestros. We're back tomorrow at 2 p.m. Brazilian time for more best of 2s. But this is now 2 out of 7 days of the group stage finished, guys. Top 4 teams moving on for a shot at that $10,000 prize pool. On behalf of Alvaro and myself, thank you guys again so much for tuning in. If you enjoyed the coverage and you want to watch more, we encourage you to drop a follow on whatever platform you're watching, Twitch, YouTube, or Trovo. Facebook as well is going to be hosting our Spanish stream. We also have Russian and Portuguese coverage for this tournament, trying to bring a lot of eyes to the region. If you've enjoyed the cast, you feel free to follow us on Twitter as well, !casters in the chat to get hyperlinks to the Twitters. But once again, guys, thank you again. We hope you enjoyed the coverage, and we'll catch you tomorrow when the Mobius Maestros resumes. Till then.